Are we up and ready? We are live. Yeah. Hey girl. Hey divas. Welcome back to another sleep stream. Day 6. Safe. Hi, how's everybody nights going? We vibing, we chilling, we moving and grooving.
Mopestep says hi.
Hi. Hi girl.
Mopestep says kiss.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful diva. Hold on, let me put the headphones on. Actually, no, I'm not going to. Those things are gonna blow my eardrums out.
Gumbo says hey, it's Gumbo.
Hey, Gumbo. Hey, girl. Hey, Stink. Hey. Y'all ever just scrolling?
Jared
Instagram
Hathaway
reels
says hi,
reels?
JD.
Oh my God, Jared, welcome back. Hey, how you doing? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Let's go. That is going to be ingrained in my memory for the next eternity. Let's go. Period.
Mopestep says at Jared Hathaway.
A slay. Y'all ever just scroll through Instagram reels before bed?
Let's go.
Gumbo says Gumbo like water polo and singing.
Water polo and singing. That's great. I'm so glad. Water polo
Jared
and
Hathaway
singing.
says, do you want to be a part of my symphony?
I just wanna be part of your symphony. Will you hold me tight and not let go? How'd you guys like my singing? Wasn't it beautiful? Thanks. There's something standing in front of my spotlight. My light is being taken.
Gumbo says it great.
Great. Beautiful. I love referring. Chat, Jared does not have pantalones on. Pantalones es donde está. Like, he was about to go in his chonies. He's about to be on camera in his chonies. That's despicable behavior. He's got his pantalones on now. Hi. Thinking he can come on camera looking like a hoe. A hoe. A hoe. Oh. Ooh, yeah. Get it, girl. Y'all, we just watched the movie The Visit. It was a horror movie from like 2015. So I it. We shake it a bit. Word.
Gumbo says Gumbo likes under the sea.
What did Gumbo say? Why is it doubling?
I don't know, but I love that they're referring to themselves in.
I love Gumbo for Gumbo.
In third person.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love that about Gumbo.
Anyways, we watched the movie The Visit, and I've seen it before. He had never seen it. And we're not going to do any spoilers, but there's... Thank you.
Austin.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you
very
so much. I wasn't tired. Were you tired?
Oh, during the movie?
No,
Oh,
just
with the
not
lights,
tired
no.
anymore. No, that movie.
Mopestep
says
says
like,
haha.
hold on to your lunch, brother, because if you've seen the movie The Visit, you'll know why in like the last 20 minutes why you need to just hold on to that lunch. It's a little gnarly, a little grotesque. Anyways, what's the vibe for tonight, y'all? How we feeling? How we moving and grooving?
Gumbo says Gumbo doesn't like scary
Anybody
movie.
dogs and cats can be eaten in Springfield, Ohio. How are we feeling?
Go crazy. Shit's going down.
Go look in your backyard.
Shit's going down.
Go look in your living room. Is everybody's animal okay? Why aren't we worried about the goldfish? Why are we only concerned about the cats and dogs? What about the ferrets?
Wine It says it's the besties Jared and JD Westy hard hands.
What?
Yay, thank you. By the way, Austin, thank you so much for the confetti to turn on the disco ball. And also, thank you so much for the hanging lights, by the way. Very much appreciated. By the way, White was saying it's besties Jared and JD Westy. We're besties. Me and Kim North. We're besties.
Gumbo says turtles are okay, don't eaten.
Bestie woo. Oh my god, are we besties?
Mopestep says I was trying to take once in chat.
We make out all the time. What?
What?
Sorry, didn't.
Let's be friends so we can make You know that song?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like punk rock.
It's like kind of our vibe. She released that while she was still on Disney Channel.
Who did?
So Hannah Montana, her best friend on the show. Yeah.
Mopestep says when it was Pal World.
Yeah.
Mopestep says when it was Pal World. Says yes, North song is fire.
Do we need to make a return to
says
Power,
yes,
by the
North
way?
song is fire.
Do we need to try and 100% Power World? Let's go. Because I scammed the hell out of that game, to be honest, Nationers. I honestly scammed the hell out of the game with so many glitches.
Jumbo says Pal World.
Miss Westy, it's your bestie. Oh, scandalous. Anywho, awesome. Maybe we do got a 100%. And also, Gumball's turtles are okay. Don't eaten. Okay, that's good.
Mopestep says I need to try to 100% it too.
Talk to
honestly,
my AI on Snapchat.
Oh, honestly, Austin, I feel like that would be a very fun thing to do, to be honest. I need to set an alarm.
Ow.
Are you okay? Did you just hit your head?
On this.
It says yes, Jer Westy.
Oh my goodness, my poor little bestie. She's gonna die. Sorry, I didn't hear that chat. Give me one quick sec. I need to set an alarm for 8 o'clock. I'm about to get up and out of here this morning. But also, Jer Westy.
Mopestep says an ATM playing Death Stranding.
Miss Jer Westy. And also, but
Gumbo says Gumbo thinks we gotta
oh
sing
my
song
goodness.
chat.
How, by the way, Austin, I need to ask you, serious question. How is that game, by the way? That is, a game that I, really loved, watching and knowing about. Because that was, oh my god, I didn't, no, okay, so, funny story. Don't chat, because it's gonna be freaking annoying if I hear voices in my head. I already hear enough. Sorry. Anywho. There was, so I remember when Death Stranding came out, way back in 2017, 2018, when the preview at what's the game show, E3, when they showed that, and I was like, oh my god, I can't wait for this game to come out. Never heard a single word about it until you just mentioned that. Now you guys can chat, by the way. So yeah, I had not heard a single thing about it until you just said that, by the way, Austin. How is the game? Do you enjoy it?
Mopestep says it amazing, but I am playing on very hard.
That Cheyenne, oh god. Oh man, she got that hair pulled back. Let me look up Death Stranding. And you're playing it on very hard. So you're saying that it might be a little bit better, just Death Stranding? Yeah, it had Norman Reedus, the guy from Walking Dead. Norman something.
It says, JD, what's your favorite flower?
JD, what's your favorite flower, by the way? We meant to ask
Mopestep says yeah.
But you fell asleep.
I apologize. My favorite flowers, I really like sunflowers and hibiscus flowers. I think hibiscus flowers are my favorite, though.
Okay. See, I remember you saying that you don't like roses, but I couldn't remember.
I like roses. I don't like the smell of flowers very much.
Okay.
But hibiscus and sunflowers don't have much of a smell.
Right.
So I like those.
You're watching Zach D Films. Zach D Films. That's my guy. That is my guy. That's good to know, by the way, Wyatt. Now you know, and now I know more information about it. Yeah, I remember because it had Norman Reedus in it, and I just never heard anything about it.
It says I like black dahlias.
Black dahlias.
Black dahlias are beautiful.
That's what Wyatt says. She said that they're beautiful. I'm sure you heard that. Hopefully the mic picked it up. But yeah, Death Stranding is a 2019 action game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Sony, which I'm assuming, I don't even know what you can play it on. It's most likely PS5. It can play it on iOS?
For a while.
Interesting. So I can only play it on PS5, I guess?
For a while, my favorite flower used to be black roses, but they only grow in a certain part of Turkey naturally.
Right, so what you're saying is that we need to take a trip to Turkey.
Yes. To give me black roses.
Right.
Mopestep says Death Stranding is a great game if you like traveling a lot and a delivery game.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. I played World of Warcraft a lot, and that's like maybe medium of that, I would say. It's depending on how you're describing it. I would say it's very like you still have to go out and do stuff like walking or on a mount. So like yeah, like especially like traveling too, you just like click and then go off or do something. So yeah, I feel that. Got to know. And the land is very
Mopestep
beautiful.
says, and the land is very beautiful.
Well, that's good. That's good. It was a little weird that seeing Norman Reedus out in the middle of the ocean and not knowing what the freaking game is about because it's called Death Stranding. Are you watching more Zaxxy film videos?
No.
I got the side eye. I got a side eye, baby. But Nationers, we watched The Visit, by the way. JD had
Wyatt says,
the
I got
idea.
some carne asada fries.
Ooh, very nice, Wyatt. I don't know if I've ever tried carne asada fries.
They're bomb.
I've tried fries,
I've had carne asada.
but I've never had them together. Are they good? Are they good, Wyatt? Are you enjoying them? I will say we watched The Visit. JD mentioned this earlier. That we watched The Visit, and that twist in that movie is nuts.
Mopestep says, which light is better off?
Which light is better off? Probably the disco. I can't tell if you want like me to use reverse psychology for this or not. The disco's well, okay. For you guys, it's definitely no. Okay, pause. Don't listen to me when I say this. Well, listen to me when I say this, but I'm gonna. In which way
Wyatt
do you
says,
mean
by the
which
way, JD,
which
I have
better?
my normal pickup. No more feet pick for
No
now.
more, no more. Oh yeah, Wyatt changed his photo back. By the way, Wyatt changed his photo back. So Austin, which light do you mean better for you guys or for me?
Which one is better off?
Mopestep says, for you, which one is best off?
The top light, so the LED. No, the disco light.
Sound.
You get annoyed by the sound? That's a bright ass light on 100 brightness.
I know, but listen.
All I
Wyatt
hear
says,
is,
can we turn on the
let's
hallway light?
go.
You have headphones on. I don't. It's just.
It's can we turn on the hallway light? I don't know if that's in the cards, to be honest. I don't know. I will be fully honest. I don't know if that one's in the things. We do, however, have the disco ball lights, and then we also do have the LED light. I did have to preface the room light because some people were like,
Mopestep
"Well, is
says,
the
I
light
only got
on?"
enough to turn off one light.
Right. Okay. So, Austin, we have differing opinions, me and JD. Or JD and I, sorry. English teacher type vibes. You can turn off whichever one you'd like. If you want to do a coin flip, if you want to let chat decide, you could do whatever you would like.
Let me explain.
Okay, let's debate this real fast. Okay, let's debate this. Yeah, you can grab it.
The only reason why I say the
Gumbo
disco
says
light is
turn
because
disco
the
off.
sound of the motor in it is very annoying. It's like,
kind of it rotates.
and
So there's
it's
different lights. You can see it moving,
it
right?
makes my brain hurt.
It squeaks.
But also, the overhead light does get frustrating. So
That's
either
right.
one, is a winner chicken dinner.
Okay, let me argue why the LED light is better for us.
Mopestep says, disco light him.
Right. So right. Yeah, that was the disco light argument because of the motor. You obviously could see that it moves. You could see that it moves. Oh, it's coming back this way. Oh, now it's going back that way, and there's a squeak, right? It obviously covers most of the room, so I could totally see that. It's not too bright. It just kind of seems like some lights flashing, afar. But that light, the LED light that is up there, is bright. Like, you can see the drastic change when you turn it off, right? So when it's off, you could see it. It's very, very bright. It's so bright, like, it would wake up a motherfucker, okay? It's very bright. And I want you guys to know that because, that's why it costs, that's why it is what it is. And I'm not getting emotional, I'm just yawning. Okay, sorry. So I would say that the LED
Mopestep
light
says, people decide, please.
Okay. So you have a vote for each, so we just negate each other in that way. I know that Gumbo did say disco light off, and that's a very valid way of going.
Gumbo says disco.
Gumbo does say Gumbo says disco. So we have 2 votes for disco. Is anyone getting on the LED light train? Anyone? Is anyone out there on the disco light train? Or on the LED light train issue? I'm sorry, I'm not to get confused from my counterpart over here. You know, Springfield Dogs. Getting it going. If no one is for the room light, I will understand if that is not your prerogative. And I will be making a list of those that said the disco light. And I don't know what I'm going to do with that list, but you'll find out. You will find out what is happening with the disco light. Is my girlfriend asleep? No. Oh. And she just did not move.
Gumbo says, okay, just kidding overhead.
Right. Yeah, exactly, Gumbo. Exactly. Gumbo's changed his vote.
Mopestep says, I bought more coins, ha ha ha.
Oh my god. So not only is Austin going to turn them off, he's going to turn them back on. Thank you for offering peace in the bedroom, okay? That is very much appreciated. Like, look at how not bright it is in here. And personally, I think that's because of the LED light, right, babe? So I have a nonverbal girlfriend.
Mopestep says 183 coins left.
Are you good, babe? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Are you sure? Mm-hmm. Okay. My girlfriend is going nonverbal. And also, Austin, thank you so much for the hat and mustache, as well as the sunglasses. Not only did you make my girlfriend happy, you made me happy.
Gumbo says scary movie might get to her.
Right. I think it got to me. Because she's seen that movie before, and she knew what was going on. She was up here, like, she was all up in my shit. And, like, there was a scene that you kind of expect maybe a jump scare, and she grabs my wrist, and she goes, it pops up in, like, 3, 2, 1. She grabs my wrist while it happens. I'm like, my freaking goodness. She was antagonizing me throughout that entire movie, Nationers.
Why was it?
By the way, Austin, amazing to hear, by the way. Thank you so much again for not only turning them on, but also correcting the wrongs and turning them off, you know.
Gumbo says Gumbo don't like scary movie.
She took 1 sip of my melatonin hot chocolate and ouch. She's done. She cooked, chat. By the way, Gumbo does not like scary movies. Well, Gumbo, maybe we need to watch
says
movie
Jedi.
together. Jedi, right. Also, awesome. Thank you so much for the finger heart. Oh, babe, do you hear the farts? Can you hear me? Oh, you're just not responding.
I didn't know what you were saying. I said I was sleepy.
I know.
I thought you were talking to chat, so I just wasn't responding.
Oh.
Then I got lost in thought.
Okay. You want me to put your phone on the charger, babe? Okay. Just in case if you go back on the TikToks and be a part of somebody's symphony. Okay. Look at my little sleepy girl. My little sleepy girl.
Mopestep says JD,
watch out for her. JD Jedi, you know, JD the Jedi.
I'm a dinosaur!
Oh, there you go, babe. You know what we need? We need a friendship necklace, babe. Did we just become best friends? Yup. The good old days. The good old days. I mean,
Gumbo says Gumbo likes symphony.
Gumbo does like symphony. The good old days of, you know, day 1, day 4. Austin, thank you again so much for the tiny diny, as well as the heart me. I do love that Justin Bieber does play. I'm not gonna lie, Nationers, I used to be a big hater of that baby song. Honestly. Oh, and the donut. Thank you so much, Austin. You know, we love a good Gordon Ramsay donut moment. I will say I was a big hater of Justin Bieber and Baby, but I think I've turned a new leaf, Nationers. You know, they say like every 7 years, you know, there's like a new me, new you, you know, type thing. And I think I've reached that. And I feel like as if I'm a new man. I feel as if I am, you know, turning a new leaf. And I do appreciate that song, by the way. I really do like it. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to say that I like Baby by Justin Bieber, but it's actually a pretty good song. Plus, the music video is kind of freaking fire. Like the Michael Bay swoop. Are you looking at me funky? That I like Baby by Justin Bieber?
No, my piercing's itchy.
Oh my goodness. She got itchy piercing, Nationers. She got itchy piercing. Also, by the way, Austin, thank you so much for the lightning bolt. Oh, and it's back on. As well as the one TikTok, the confetti, as well as the tiny, by the way, Austin. I'm a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur. Sorry, Nationers. I just wanted to get my dino phase, you know. I didn't really have that phase as a kid where I was like a wolf or I was like an animal of some sort. You know, I guess if I were to be an animal, I guess a dinosaur is probably not too bad. It's a little less scrutinized in the public eye, you know.
Howdy, partner.
Oh, Andy, turn him off. Bless your heart. Bless your heart, by the way, Austin. You did, most definitely did not have to turn them off. But I do appreciate it, by the way. I don't know if it's like picking up my face at all, by the way. Oh. Well, that's awfully a bright light, babe, huh? You know how, Nationers, I was telling you the like first day when JD was on, I think it was like day 5. It was definitely day 4. You know how I was telling you, like, yeah, my girlfriend falls asleep really fast?
Gumbo says Gumbo doesn't like the dark.
She's asleep. She's already in her Mimi phase, Nationers. She's in her Mimi phase. She go Mimi. She tired. She big, tough, tired girl. I know that she's asleep because she does that. By the way, Gumbo doesn't like the dark. Well, Gumbo, today is your lucky day, by the way. You will not have to sleep in the dark.
Mopestep says at Gumbo going to get the dark.
Oh, no. By the way,
Michaela says Brian wanted me to inform you that he was attacked by a bee the other day.
No, Brian. We don't have health cover. We don't have... Brian. Or Michaela, welcome back, by the way. Tell Brian that we cannot cover this with the company funds, the company insurance. I mean, we're earning 1 penny a day out here. Like I said, like we'll be able to pay, like in 18 years, we're going to be able to pay one person for 1 hour of work they did. Like, this is not a profitable business, Nationers. And you need to tell Brian that he's going to have to figure that one out on his own. I'm sorry that it happened, by the way. You know, hopefully it wasn't anywhere, you know, too bad.
Gumbo says no Gumbo sleeps at the bottom of the ocean, so I have to deal with it.
You know, their neck, you know, hopefully it was like an arm or something, you know, hopefully it wasn't like any, like on a butt, you know, that's uncomfy, you know. So Michaela, tell Brian that the company insurance it's not covered. You know, I know people have been working for free healthcare. We've been anti-free healthcare.
Do you mind washing off that perfume before you
We've
come back
been
to my table?
anti-free healthcare. Thank you. I'm surprised people don't donate or gift the dolphins more, like when I'm asleep, because that is so loud. But I will say, you know, people are all about free healthcare. We don't have money at Stock and Spend to really be doing that for Brian, unfortunately, Michaela. So I don't want to put Brian in like a rock and a hard place.
Gumbo says Gumbo like dolphin.
He's gonna have to stay in a rock and a hard place for now, you know. But Michaela, hopefully, Brianna is doing okay, by the way. Also, no, Gumbo sleeps at the bottom of the ocean, so I have to deal with it. Right, Gumbo, because you're the other water singing water poloist, right? That makes sense. And Gumbo does like the dolphin. That's good. I'm glad that you like the dolphin. I also... Wow, that's a great sign, Nationers. That's a great sign of my mental state right now that I am tired. I don't even know what channel to play this time. Because, Nation, we played the main channel. We played the second channel. We played the clips channel. I have no idea what to play today or tomorrow.
Mopestep says sorry, Jared.
It's okay. It's not your fault. It's nobody's fault, Nationers. I'd be yawning. And, you know, if anything, I might make you yawn when I yawn. You know, you hear a... Like I said, Nationers, we watched a movie before this.
Gumbo says I want to see basketball video.
You want to see basketball video? Well, I have a basketball video on at least all of those channels.
Mopestep says at Gumbo Gumbo like dolphins, so a lot incoming.
That's good. What? Wait, what? What did that say? Oh, Gumbo Gumbo. Gumbo like dolphins, so a lot incoming. Oh, God. Oh, God, nation. I feel like I just need to start closing my eyes at this point. Just accept whatever fate, has to offer. I'm not gonna lie, nationers. That freaking Visit movie, I was so glad that my girlfriend mentioned it. It took a little bit more than 2 hours because I have a canker sore, by the way.
Gumbo says I want to see you play basketball.
Okay. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I get Noah back in for like a 1v1 or something, you know? We do that. We do it again. But I will say that so JD's already watched The Visit, so she knew what was coming up. And it's kind of like in this documentary style based from like the viewpoint.
Gumbo says who now?
And it's pretty nuts.
Mopestep says horror movies are no longer scary for me, and I don't know why.
Horror movies are no longer scary for me, and I don't know why. I had to continue to tell myself that Grandma in this movie and Grandpa were off the perk. Like they were like Big Bird off the perk, you know. I had to like convince myself that things are okay. Like I get some of those like after horror movie like scares, like where like I don't really want to go downstairs because I feel like one of the characters that I just saw in the movie is gonna, you know, turn around a corner. I'm gonna turn on the light and somebody's gonna be in the middle of my freaking basement. That's not really fun to do. That's not fun to know. It's not fun to think about, right? I kind of like psych myself out when things are fine, so that gets kind of tough, I would say.
Mopestep says I walk in the dark in my house.
I walk in like half dark, you know. I don't necessarily know what lurks in the shadows. It's usually the dogs, but you never know. Things can change. So I need to go.
Mopestep says not run like most.
I just thought about my brain is going into like thinking about sleeping right now, and I didn't even comprehend what you just said. Not run like most. I walk. Oh right, okay. I walk in the dark in my house. I run to my bed. I shuffle a little quickly to my bed, like a 1-2 jump. You know. At least I did. I think I walk a little bit more now. Now that I'm saying that, I definitely walk a little bit more. I was like low-key like thinking about. I was about to go into like a full-blown dream, like for a hot second there. I like closed my eyes and I was like, oh my god. Nationals, let me know what channel would you guys like to watch. Would you guys like to watch the Clips channel? Would you guys like to watch the main channel? Or would you guys like to watch the second channel?
Mopestep says when I was a kid, I was scared of the dark.
I was too. I used to watch Ghost Adventures every.
Mopestep says not anymore.
Good.
Gumbo says basketball.
Let's go.
I'm not gonna lie, I literally almost just fell asleep there for a hot second. Like there was nothing going on.
Gumbo shish.
Oh my goodness! Gumbo was talking about basketball. My
Gumbo
mind was,
says Gumbo fall
oh my god! Yeah, like Loki, I almost just fell asleep twice there. By the way, and also Classic Isaac, welcome back, my guy. Good to see you here. I low-key like nearly fell asleep. I was thinking,
says let him sleep.
No. It's okay.
Classic Isaac says LMAO Jared.
It's the whole point. You guys are supposed to make sure that I do not sleep, okay? Because if I weren't just sleeping, I would just be streaming, you know? Like I sat there thinking about, what was I thinking about there for a sec? You know, like when you like.
Gumbo says Gumbo say wake up.
Thank you, Gumbo. Jared says Gumbo.
Classic Isaac says bro, what is this, you good bro?
By the way, classic. Yes, I'm okay. I'm gonna just point you to the corner there. There's some text that kind of explains this. We raise money for charity. This was one of the milestones. If we hit it, I would do them, and that's why we're doing them. But you know, like when you're about to go to bed, and sometimes you like think about something, and then it, like you're like kind of in it, and you're like, oh. That was me like 2 times, like in the past like 5 minutes. Like I like closed my eyes and I was like, whoa, there was a dream about to brew in my mind. And then, yeah, that just happened twice. I'm going to go turn on some videos, by the way, Nationers. Thank you guys again so much for being here. I know we were super late to this. I've always wanted to start at like 10 o'clock just so you guys can kind of get like 2 hours.
Gumbo say he awake.
What did Gumbo say? Gumbo said what? Say he awake, right. But classic, we are doing some sleep streams, by the way, just in case you are wondering, Isaac. And Nationers, it's okay if you guys, chat by any means. It's honestly okay. That's why there's obviously gifts here. That's why there's a whole bunch of stuff. And it's great, especially when I'm not like,
Classic Isaac says, sounds dope, man. Love charity.
Thank you. Yeah, we raised money for charity back in our last 24-hour live stream in 22, and we raised enough money. As one of the things that I would do was a 7 days sleep stream. And so I'm finally getting that fully done. And I'm really happy that I'm finally getting it done. So, yeah. And with that, by the way,
says go to sleep.
I will. I'm going to go to bed right now. I need to turn on some videos for you guys. Even when I'm not on the mic, it's also great if you guys are chatting. It makes sure that these streams can still get like recommended to you guys. Make sure that the stream doesn't get shut down as well. So
Classic Isaac says,
if you guys are in here, especially when I'm sleeping, like give it like 5 minutes or something. You guys can definitely start chatting. I definitely have not woken up to any chat this week.
Mopstep says spam.
You guys can spam if you like. I will try my best to fall asleep, but sometimes it's great. I'm not gonna make you guys like chat the entire time while I'm asleep. It's not fair to you guys, even if you stop in for a few minutes. I just happen to have a friend that
Classic Isaac says sound.
Was in here, so oh my god, I damn nearly fell asleep again, and I closed my eyes while talking. Jesus, Nations, hold on.
Gumbo says Gumbo stay. Jared Hathaway says less than 3.
This is the Minecraft movie. It's just a teaser. Came out 8 hours ago. Let's see if it's any good, Nations. Let me know your thoughts in the chat, by the way. Here we go. Yep, okay. This is the Minecraft movie. It's just a teaser. Came out 8 hours ago. Let's see if it's any good, Nations. Let me know your thoughts in the chat, by the way. Here we go.
Gumbo says Gumbo not no.
Yep, okay.
Right this way.
Okay. Okay, I want to let this ride out. I really, really want to let this ride out. I don't think I've ever seen anything generate like this in Minecraft. Like, ever. Like, what is this? What is the edge of... Sorry, let me continue. I'm not going to knock it yet. Okay, they got like young Paul Rudd. Is that what I'm seeing? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I need to stop pausing this. Here we go. Let it ride out. Let it ride out. Okay. We have a pink sheep, right? Okay. Piglins. Okay, nice. That's kind of nice. A wolf. Okay. By the way, we should right, because now the crafting thing. That's pretty cool. Video is so loud. Okay. Like I said, I was explaining that like it's nice when you guys chat when I'm not awake.
I'm
but the thing is, Nationers, I nearly fell asleep while explaining that.
What is
Just
Jason
so-
Momoa wearing, by the way? What is Jason Momoa wearing? Like, am I just
Oh my
like
goodness.
clueless? Like, are
Nationers,
those
we're
like
going to
characters
bed.
from like the 70s?
We got to be
Like,
up
did they
early
just
tomorrow,
finish
by the way, Nation.
Some
so
like
this should
Richard
be
Simmons
pretty
Pilates
fun,
class?
but we still see it through Nation.
Okay.
We'll still see it.
The
We'll
look
still see
is
it
so
through, okay?
uncanny.
We'll still see
Like,
it
I get
through.
like shaders kind of look like this, but
Listeners, I hope you guys are doing well. What do you
Okay.
guys do today? I'd love to talk about this while I slowly
like
fall
this
asleep.
is uncanny.
But
This is really uncanny.
let me know what you guys do
Like,
today.
I get they have to make it look realistic,
Shut
right?
the frick up, Jared. You got let the other Jared talk, by the way.
Okay.
Come on now.
Step right this
I
way.
don't have any coins.
April 4th, Nationers.
I don't think I have
Yeah,
any
I
coins,
mean,
unfortunately.
I don't know
That's
about
tough.
this,
I do not have
Nationers.
any
I'm not
coins.
too sure about this. Like, when we're going
That
through
is
this, like
A-okay,
this
though.
opening shot, like, I get the village.
What do you guys do today?
There's no windmills in there. I mean, there's obviously like general houses, little tiny farms, you know, like a well. There's no windmills, especially
Oh, my
two of
God,
them.
just
Why
snapped me
would you need
28
two
minutes
windmills when you
ago.
need
What
one?
did she say?
Second of all,
Mo
I've never
Step
seen
says
this
slow.
generate like ever. I don't
I
like
will,
that it's
I
like
will. I just
blocky
wanna, like, I
looks.
want
Like
my
they could have
brain
like
to
smoothed this
go.
with World Edit or something. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't
want
say it's
my-
supposed to
I
be like
wanna-
a
I
horror
wanna at
film.
least still
This
chat
is just
for the
me, and this
time
is maybe
being,
what the concept and
you
plot
know?
line is going to be. By the way, and this is just my
Mo
thoughts
Step
after
says
watching
I
this.
sleep
I have
today
a
that when I
feeling that
did.
like there's going to be piglins
What did you do?
trying
today?
to
You
like
said-
Gumbo
overtake
says Gumbo
the
cleaned
the
his
village,
up.
and their job
That's
is to
great.
try and
Awesome. I'm
protect
glad
them.
that you slept. You know,
That's how
what
I
I'm
feel
about
that's
to do.
gonna go.
I'm gonna.
Plus, what in the world is Jason Momoa
Here's
wearing?
my mic.
Hold on, look at this next shot that we see in it. This is
I
not
did be
ideal.
falling
Like the
asleep
mountain
like
looks
that.
so uncanny.
Me and my girlfriend we reviewed the footage from last
What is
night.
this?
I
don't,
was
like,
in the same position
I can't
for
comprehend
45
who this is
minutes.
supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
45
I have
minutes.
no
It was
idea.
so funny.
Like,
It was
unless
like,
you guys
oh my
know,
God.
unless
I was,
this is like, oh
scrubbing
my
through it,
goodness,
I was
yo,
like, I
it's
hadn't even
Alex,
moved
you know,
for
or
40
somebody.
minutes, so.
I don't know who this is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. And it's even weirder that I know it's Jason Momoa in a wig. That's the oddest part. Unless he's like
Gumbo
gone through
cleaned
like
his
some
sub-
hair
you
different, like
cleaned
got his
your
hairstyle.
submarine, Gumbo.
I
That's so,
don't.
That's very.
I don't know how to
that
feel
is
about
very
this,
nice of
listeners.
you.
I don't
to
know how to
do.
feel
For
about
your,
Maybe there's some more.
sake.
Like
That is
the
awesome,
pink
by the way.
sheep. It's supposed to be long hair, Jared. I get it. I had long
Long-haired
hair.
Jared,
Mo
baby.
Step says I
Wasn't
wish
that
I could
blonde.
do
It
that.
gets
I move a
blonde
lot
you know,
when I
in the-
sleep.
in the sunlight, but.
By the way, I
Maybe
wish
it
I
is.
could do that.
See,
I
like the
move a lot
pink
when I
sheep, like
sleep.
I could tell
I
that they're
do
trying. I could
somewhat.
tell, and I can see like the
when
eyes
my
obviously going
brain
in two
is
different
going
directions.
a
It's
lot,
kind of like how
usually I
sheeps
will
look in
move,
Minecraft.
but
They
I
don't
had some
look like
weird
that in real
dreams
life.
last night, Nationers.
You know,
I had a dream
like,
that I
even
was
if
like
they
in
were
the
like a little bit
Olympics, and,
more
like, I was
in
a part
line
of,
and
like, a
not so like
3-on-3
looking in two different
basketball
directions, but
team.
like still
And
like
I was also like
off-center,
doing like the mile.
I'd be okay with that.
And
Sheeps
it was
are
like
tiny.
held
I
in
mean, I guess they're a tiny
Spokane,
sheep.
and
I don't
was
know.
like
But like even
downtown,
look at like the
across this
flowers. Like you
bridge,
could see
I
like
was,
the flowers
wanting
look,
to check
like
in.
look
Apparently
really
there was
odd.
like this like
This
earth
looks fine.
jump and whatnot.
There's
So I
one
was
like
like,
right
I was
behind my
telling my
camera that you
friend,
guys
like,
can't
you know,
see that
remember
looks
when,
really
like,
weird. It
the-
kind of looks like this
remember
one.
when, like, all the
Like the
internet went down
shrubs
during
look like they're
Christmas?
supposed to
That's
be,
because that's when
but
we
they're
were
like slightly
jumping,
rounded. You
like,
know, they're like
universes
tech
and
bro,
whatnot,
like
so,
oh I do UX
like,
UI
things
type
all
stuff.
got messed up.
You
Things
know,
always,
like I
yeah,
just
it was
rounded
Mo
it.
Step
crazy.
says
It
the
was
run was
crazy.
cool
It's
to
what it
watch for
kind
a
of looks
bit.
like.
It was a really fun dream, by the way.
What are we doing?
Also, the
Okay,
run
and then
was cool to
obviously we
watch for
have
a bit.
this,
The
which I don't know
run.
how that's going to get incorporated. Look at
What
the
run?
trees. Guys, this
The
is not
run.
Minecraft trees. Like,
mean
I
running?
get they're maybe trying. Maybe like in a certain mod pack it looks like this, but this is not
The
it,
run.
Nationers.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah, it
how they
was,
messed up the look of it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
like,
but I
look
was
at the
like the
trees back
Olympics.
there.
Mo
It's
Step
already
says
tell that
yeah.
they're so, like,
Right.
weird. I don't know if they're
Right.
like, if this is like the multiverse Minecraft
Yeah, so like I
movie
was
or
supposed
not.
to be in the Olympics,
But it is not fitting. Next year, obviously.
Like the
Let's look at the
locker,
piglin.
you
The
know,
gas. This is actually pretty cool. I do like that they
locker bag
incorporated
check
this.
or whatnot.
Like having like,
And, like,
gaspy kind of like these like
I
balloons.
like got stopped.
I like that. That's
and
a really
I
good
couldn't make it, so I
incorporation.
missed my own
I like
thing.
the eyes.
Like
personally.
Messi, I was talking
I
to
think
like Messi
what
in
looks a
Spanish,
little
so I was like,
uncanny
"Cómo
is that
estás?"
they
And
look
he's
a little
like-
bit
he's,
too
like, laughing
real.
at
They
me.
look like very,
He's like-
very real. And yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
kind of
too
saying. Maybe like the
pronunciated. You
shaders,
sound white.
like it looks like there
And I
is
was like,
shaders. Like there
"Okay,
are shaders
¿cómo
in
estás?"
Minecraft, but it looks
It's
so
like he's shaved
like
off-
realistic that it
shaved
is
off my
so
beard
off
at that point.
from
He
like
was just
being
like-
a game movie. You know, the wolf looks fine. I guess this is how most wolves look like. They have a thicker back and kind of like scruffier neckline. But look at the ears here, Nationers. Like, look at the ears. Like, you can tell, like, the ears here are already cubed. You know, and, like, the mouth, too. I don't know. That's pretty cool. I like
Most
that
steps
concept
as a
where you can
gumbo.
actually, like, craft stuff. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
The
Gumbo,
TNT,
what's going on with your life
like,
right now?
if things look like the TNT does,
I was thinking about
I'd
like
be
a
great. Like,
Trackmania
these
map
swords,
and how I
you
could
can't really see
optimize
them.
it and how.
But
like,
there's swords
women
on this wall if you guys watch it. Like, the
drivers
paintings make
versus men
sense. Fireworks
Like,
make
Most
sense. Like,
steps
this
says
looks like
6,
Minecraft. You know what I'm saying?
6,
Like, yeah, exactly.
six,
Chris.
six,
I don't know about
six,
this. I love
six,
Minecraft, but this
seven,
doesn't seem
seven,
right.
six,
Okay,
six,
let's
I feel
get
that.
more
I feel that a
info.
lot. Like,
six,
look at the
six.
fireworks and TNT back here. Like,
Most
that looks
steps says
so
Gumbo
realistic that, like, I'm like, yeah,
Right.
this is like a world set around, like, Minecraft blocks, you know? If I'm being honest, I don't know what this is. I have no idea what this is. I don't even know what he was
I had
crafting.
a
Plus, is
freaking-
that supposed to be a hammer
starting to
that he
dream about,
has?
like, a freaking
I don't know
Trackmania.
what he's crafting here, Dave.
I'm trying to
You
start
know
like
what I'm
a
saying?
PB.
Like, I get the VFX probably gonna look
Alright,
pretty
Nisha,
cool.
I'm gonna
like,
try and fall
look at this.
asleep.
Like, this looks cool,
It
but
should
like,
be
the,
pretty
like this is not
easy. Feel free to keep you
naturally
guys
spawning terrain.
selves entertained
Things
in
point
chat, by the
up in
way.
Minecraft. They like peak. They don't go up and then stick out again. You know what I'm saying? And like most of the this looks really odd. I mean, I don't know. You can
dream
try
about it.
This is the oddest thing. I don't like this. Why is that so tiny? Yeah, it looks like 2 water buckets with a chain, but what is that in Minecraft? You know what I'm saying? Like, are they adding more lore to, like, the game and hoping that there's going to be another update and that's going to
Most
be, like,
steps
added
says
into
track
it?
dreams,
Why is this
track
so
mania,
tiny?
dreams, track
You know what I'm
mania,
saying?
dreams.
I don't get why this is so tiny, you know? Like, this needs to be, like, maybe half to, like, a third of the size. This is, like, an eighth of the size of what, like, a wood block would be. I like the wood. It looks great.
About here you can make.
Okay, Steve's lava chicken, love that. The exploding pig, cool. There's probably some lore there. Like, this looks pretty cool. I mean, it looks very real and scary in a way. I wouldn't say it's like horror film-esque, but they've incorporated like a style that fits the piglins. You know, having a skull there, like armor that looks like, you know, black stone. I have a feeling, like the creeper looks so odd. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure he's probably going to say, "Aw, man." Like, just what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, this looks fine. Okay, and then we obviously have
Who
Jack
are
Black.
you?
I am Steve.
He's the only one. He's the only one that can save this. He's the only one that can save this trailer so far. I'm going to need to see more. They're marketing. I don't know if they're
Most
going to have
steps
to change
says what
some
I
stuff.
am
They
about to
definitely
do
are.
is to support Jared
it looks
donations,
enough
but
like
then again,
Steve
time to
in my
wake,
eyes.
wake
Like, I
up.
can see that this is Steve. You know?
Most steps says support.
What is Jason Momoa? You know? I want to knock on the guy, but I don't know.
Okay.
This guy is such a tool bag.
Only
Nathaners,
three. Only
What
three.
are we
dolphins.
rating this?
Thank goodness.
What are we rating
Sorry,
the
babe.
Minecraft trailer, by the way, Nationers? What is going on
You
with
definitely
it?
just woke up my girlfriend.
Right now,
She's
if I'm
very
giving the
upset.
trailer, I'm probably
She's
going to
big
say
mad.
it's probably about
Most
5
steps
out of 10.
says so
Like,
far.
obviously, the
ha.
VFX look great in it. The VFX look
It's
great
okay.
in it.
She big
I'm saying a
mad, but we
5
big
because
tough.
not only
Big
look
tough.
at the trees in the
you
background.
won't-
There's
yeah, I'm
no
not even
tree in
gonna threaten
Minecraft
to
that
do it
looks like
again.
that. Look at the
That'd be an
hedges.
idiotic
Like
thing
they
to
just
do.
look like they put a bunch of different blocks and stuck them together. Like the models on
steps
them are
says I
so
have 30 of
odd.
them
Like the
left.
buildings look great, but 5 out of 10 is what I'm giving it. You know what I'm saying? 1 + 1 just for Jack Black. So a 2 is what I'm hearing. We got a 6. We got a 3. Oh God. Like Nations, I will say you can see this flower right here. That looks perfect. Like this grass looks great. This looks like a really furry alpaca llama. Kind of both the same thing. I forget.
Most
like
steps
this
says,
is the
but I
eyes
don't
that I
think it
want
work
on the
it.
sheep. You know what I'm saying? Like more towards the edge where that I'm facing like outward. Yeah, Nationers. I'm gonna give this one. A 5 out of 10. I need to see more. I need to see more. And oh my God, Nation, I just saw the like to dislike ratio. That is nuts. That is crazy, by the way. Oh my God.
Most steps says I think I should just do 300 roses, not 30 dolphins.
dislikes to 207 or to likes to 274 thousand dislike. Nation, I can't speak. That's that near 50-50. That is crazy. I would like to see changes like they did the Sonic movie. I would like to see changes. This comment's really funny. I can't believe that I have to apologize to Minecraft story mode. Oh my God. Yeah, this is this is rough. This is rough, Nationers. Anyways, make sure to subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Nationers, there's been a lot of drama over the past month. Even 2 months of action here on YouTube as of recording this video.
Moke Step
We've
says
had
finger
Cody
hearts
Kobe
are better.
canceled, Dr. Disrespect open up about his Twitch ban and talking to minors. We've also had a bunch of creators, even like Mr. Beast and the entire crew, under fire for things that have gone on over 7 years ago. But Nationers, there was one thing that happened by a beloved YouTuber called MKBHD, Marquez Brownlee. In 2020, when the pandemic was going on, he received an email from the FBI, but he's now uploaded a video titled My FBI Declassified Story. Now, this is kind of weird because I don't think we've ever had anything like this within the YouTube sphere, unless we're dealing with like people putting engines on skateboards and potentially building a drone missile that they did not mean to. Regardless, Nationers, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'm super excited to watch this video. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you guys do enjoy it, and let's get right into it. Marquez, what do you have for us today?
So, I've made a few references over the past couple years to that time that the FBI visited the studio.
Feels
And
weird to
I
say
was
that.
asked not to talk about that for what I feel like are pretty obvious reasons.
Okay.
So for years, I haven't. But it turns out I am now finally able to tell that story.
Okay.
So,
Right. June 24th, 2020 at 10 a.m. You get an email. It says, yo, this is the FBI at FBI.gov. You know that, like, this is real. Like, I'm sure, like, big YouTubers or, like, people, like, celebrities.
Mope
they
Step
have
says, I am
together,
too
they-
nice to
they-
send 30
they probably get,
dolphin
like, a
Jared,
bunch
I
of
blame
spam
sleep.
emails that, you know, pretend to be some government official, which I'm sure is illegal, but I guess if you don't get caught, it's kind of hard to prosecute them in any way. Regardless.
here we are. So for those of you who don't know, we have a studio here, and it's in a larger building with
in New Jersey.
more tenants in it, obviously. It's like an office building. It's not exactly like an office building, but, you know, there's a front desk and security and all that. And I've been in this building long enough that we have a pretty good relationship with them. So we have this one rule, basically. So there's the guy at security at the front desk. We'll call him Bob, just for this. But Bob and I have this one rule, which is that if anyone...
I'm sorry. He's about to explain the rule, but why is it when anyone needs to come up with a name, Bob? It's just Bob.
ever shows up at the front
know
desk
why.
and asks for me, that he doesn't let them in, I have to come out and meet them to confirm that I was expecting them, and then I bring them back.
Oh,
to our
right.
studio.
I like
so if
that.
someone
It's a
just
good
randomly
rule.
shows up, which
It's a good rule.
you shouldn't, but if they do, and I don't show up at the front to meet them, then I wasn't supposed to meet them. But if I have someone coming and I expect them, I meet them outside.
Oh, that's
our
cool.
one rule.
That's a good rule.
And we stick to it. So in June 2020, it was pretty early in this new space that we have, and it's also right around like peak COVID. So I'd sent everybody home, and it was just me and Andrew coming into the studio to work on basically building furniture
Riding
and
the mini
making videos
Tesla
and
whip.
recording the podcast every week. So I got here pretty early on one of those summer mornings, and I'm starting to get all my stuff settled, and then there's a knock on the door. So I open the door, and it's our front desk guy, Bob. And Bob basically says, hey, Marquez, there's some people with badges at the front desk to see you. I, of course, didn't let them in, but if you would like to, they're up there. And then he just walked away.
Mope Step says,
It
what
just
sound
allows
is
you to
loud but
process
won't wake
that.
y'all up?
So the Men in Black are here. Well, they didn't say that they were the Men in Black, but they're in big trench coats. They have glasses on, and of course, they're the ones that I see in those videos.
Mope Step says
they're
him.
at the front door. I know our one rule. It's been a few months, but I know the one rule. Would you like to go meet them?
First thought is confusion. Like, what? What did I do on the way here that someone with badges would show up asking for me? I'm a little concerned. I'm not sure what to think. So there was a solid minute where I just like stood there in the doorway like, okay, do I go up there or do I just stay here in the studio without asking who the people with badges are? And then I just went up to the front. I went up to the front desk, and sure enough, there's 3 people with badges there, and they walk right up to me, and they all like flash their badges, FBI, just like the movies, like FBI agent this, IRS agent this, and,
IRS. Hey, so Marquez, we just realized you haven't filed your taxes over the past 10 years.
like, Marquez, good to see you. We've got some questions for you about the Escobar phone. So immediately I'm relieved, but I'm like,
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm going to try and explain. I'm sure he will. There was a certain phone that he bought for a video where he was testing either that specific phone. I think like Aaron from Mr. Who's the Boss also did the exact same phone, if I'm not wrong. And like apparently that phone... Girl, it's quite
you guys have this? Basically, it's covered in my video was covering Samsung Galaxy Folds cheaply with like gold stickers and then shipping them to YouTubers and people who they believe would talk about it
Mostep says so long, Rolf.
That's so funny. There's no way that's a profitable business.
positively, and then not shipping any of the other orders from regular people or the audiences that watch those videos.
Oh, so this is
Those
how they get
people were
money
getting
from it.
scammed out of
Okay.
the money. And honestly, in hindsight, I don't know how they thought they were going to get away with this. Like, it felt pretty obvious to me, but, you know, eventually their whole plan backfired when I made a video about the entire thing. So now fast forward a couple months, and it actually makes sense that the FBI and the IRS are interested.
Bailey says Mostep with the resub. We love and appreciate you.
Here we are. But, you know, shout out to Bob at the front desk for sticking to our rule. Even though he probably had a bunch of people, like, flash FBI badges at him.
He's like, hold on, let me
he
go.
stuck to
let me
our
go
rule.
Check with him.
That was great. So I appreciate that. But, yeah, so I came out. I brought them back to our spot. And they basically then had a bunch of questions about that video and the process of dealing with that company in any way, like any and all communications that I had with them, any email I'd ever sent or received from them ever. They wanted everything. And actually, it was funny, another tidbit is Andrew at the time had just started running the business email account here, and they were asking, like, has anybody else on your team possibly ever been in email communication with this company?
Andrew! This is the FBI.
And I think Andrew might have. And Andrew just had arrived at the studio and walked up to the front door of our spot. And so I go, hey, come in. And, you know, first thing he sees is like me in an empty studio with a bunch of people in suits, like waving him over. So he has a pretty funny alternate perspective on this story. So the FBI actually took the half-peeled Escobar fold and the scratched gold iPhone from my videos as evidence in the case. They literally asked for them and took them and sealed plastic tags. Is why I said the smartphone that year. Also, honorable mention to the Escobar Fold 2. I also don't have on the desk because it is in possession of the FBI. So as they're leaving,
Right, if that owns the
how long do you think before I am allowed to?
4 years.
And they said, we'll let you know. So I've been biting my tongue for years, not talking about it, hinting at it a little bit, but not anything too serious.
or like too obvious. He's like, yeah, I don't have the phone. Apparently the FBI has it. What?
But since then, a lot of the dominoes have started to fall. You know, at first, when the scam was happening, PayPal stopped working with them, so they'd switched to this non-refundable direct transfer thing with and then they stopped doing it too.
Oh, they worked with Florida. That's hilarious.
And the guy at the head of it, Olaf, this guy, finally ends up getting arrested, in prison, in Spain, fraud, laundering, and basically everything that I talked about in those videos. Stopped moving onto this now, knowing like, okay, now that to talk about it. So we actually reached out to those same entities.
sure to leave a like on this video. Make sure to subscribe as well. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers on this channel by the end of the year. It means a lot by you subscribing. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, and let's get right into it. I would agree. Probably. Yeah, right. Yeah. doing, okay?
Total amount is hidden in a tiny corner of the large screen. Standing in front of it.
Mopestep says at Bailey ha 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 ha.
For McDonald's,
Double cheeseburger,
maximizing
man.
Mopestep says
order
close your
value
eyes,
is
close
key.
your eyes, shut your mouth, and get us out, and get us out. Dream, 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 dream. Mopestep says close your eyes, shut your mouth, shut your mouth, and get us out, and get us out. Dream, 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 dream. Mopestep says close your eyes, shut your eyes, shut your mouth, and get us out, and get us out. Dream, 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 dream.
Let's go. 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 Wow. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Imagine what America's like.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That is very much me. I am a part of this list.
Let's go.
Okay. I just want to. Oh, but babe, do you want to make? How about we get fries as well? Because we got to dip the fries in the McFlurry.
Order process.
Why are you
were
doing me
tricked
like this,
or
man?
at
Why
least
are you
subtly
doing me like
manipulated
this?
into buying more than you originally intended.
Makes sense.
Instead of a double cheeseburger, you end up with the Big Tasty menu and those nuggets on top. In many small
Mopestep says close your eyes, shut your mouth, dream a dream, and get us out. Dream, 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 dream.
Each step in the ordering process seemed rational to you at the time. You may have even thought you were getting a bargain. But imagine you had the following choice. A double cheeseburger for €3.50 or a meal plus nuggets and ice cream for €19.97.
You'd be like, no.
You probably would have chosen the
The
single
double
burger.
cheeseburger. Exactly.
This example is of course slightly exaggerated, but making meals bigger is important for McDonald's. The margin on a single burger is low. Only when you add drinks, fries and ice cream, your order becomes really profitable for the chain. Those add-ons are cheap to buy.
Mopestep says dream, dream.
That's why the
Hit the
menu
hay,
is
fast
full of
asleep,
McDonald's.
dream a
It
dream,
works
you
on the
little.
principle of
Dream,
bundling
dream,
price
dream.
based
be
on
doing,
the most
man?
expensive product, like the Big Tasty. For McDonald's, the additional drinks and fries make the offer worthwhile. At the same time, for the customer, it appears to be a bargain, as the items in the bundle
Mopestep
are
says
much
close your
cheaper
eyes,
together
shut
than
your
if they were
mouth,
purchased
dream a dream,
separately.
and get us out. Dream,
Cross-selling
dream,
also
dream,
plays a
Oh,
dream.
important
right.
role in
Another
management.
sign.
The SOT
Oh,
suggests
Mopestep says
that
dream,
product
dream.
Oh,
Hit
right.
the hay,
Domino's does
fast
this all the
asleep,
time.
dream a dream, you little.
at the counter.
Dream,
There are
dream,
no social
dream.
pressures, often no queue behind you, no one watching. Often customers stand back to back in front of the terminals.
Right.
And that's how you ended up with nuggets you hadn't planned on buying. McDonald's Germany confirmed that the average order size at their SOTs was slightly higher.
Right.
than at the
Okay. Let's
counter.
not use this politically business talk. Oh, it's slightly higher. Right. What does that mean? Like, can we get like a numerical value for that, please? Like, for the love of God. I order a lot of Domino's pizza. That $6.99, that 2 or more $6.99 each. Supreme. And the biggest thing is they're always like, would you like to add, I don't know, like stuffed cheesy bread on top of that? I don't know, Domino's. Do I?
What slightly means in the definition remains unclear. We did ask for a ratio, but received no answer.
Mopestep says just relax, lay about, or I will put you out. Dream, 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 dream.
About half of all orders were placed
Oh
through
my
the order
God.
terminals.
Almost
This makes
half?
McDonald's terminal one of the most used interfaces in the world.
That's
Probably only
crazy.
surpassed by TikTok, Instagram, and such. McDonald's could potentially collect a ton of data every day. Data which they could use, for example, for A/B testing. Customers could randomly be shown different versions of buttons, like different sizes, colors, or wordings. Or some customers might see a recommendation for 6-piece nuggets, while others might see 9-piece nuggets. With these tests,
No, you
McDonald's
can't be
could
throwing in.
continue-
Throw in another one. Throw it in. Don't make it a 6 to a 9. Make it a 6 to a 10. I gotta have the 10th nugget. 9 seems too weird. 10 is a little bit more standard. I don't know. That's just like you can't take away the dog in the fight, but you can take the fight out of the dog. Okay? Maybe I don't know how. Whatever the saying is.
Obviously optimize the UI based on
Hey, nobody
millions
wants
of
9
data
piece
points
chicken
to
nugget. They
squeeze
want a
out
10
the
piece.
maximum amount of additional items purchased. It could be anything from the exact size of the sidebar to the color of the salad leaves or the way the desserts are arranged.
Totally, says Jared.
That they don't do A/B testing in Germany. They could not tell us whether the company does such tests in other countries and referred us to McDonald's Global.
Right.
We asked McDonald's Global for comment, but so far they didn't respond.
Would
Friends
you
in the
like
US
to
Totally,
get
says
some
wake up.
terminals
in their countries for us. The user interface seems to be pretty similar. It's probably safe to assume that the techniques discussed in this video come into play in McDonald's restaurants in one way or another all over the world.
You don't say. As somebody that lives in America, and you described everything that was going on in Germany, the exact same. It's the exact same.
There's no doubt that SOTs improve the customer experience. They save time and make the whole process more chill. A real
Less
blessing
stressful.
for introverts. And you don't have to worry about being judged.
The
at
YT
register.
Wester says hello.
Treat yourself to a big meal with two.
Exactly. I don't want to be judged.
Mopestep
at Disneyland
says
from a
stare at the
worker
ceiling
making
while I
myself
hold
a
back
sandwich
what's on
because
my
I have
mind, and
tuna,
when they ask.
chicken and olives toasted on it. I remember he turned around and he was like, "Hey, look at this order, bro. What are you doing?" I haven't had Subway since.
Two desserts.
That was in
But
2016.
SOTs have a downside
2017.
Too. They are explicitly designed for you to
lost a great
maximize
customer that
your
day.
bad choices. The techniques used are but often invisible at first glance. You might think this is all so see-through and you're not influenced by little nudges or dark patterns.
I am. I
But
see it.
people
I see
are.
it.
Otherwise, these terminals wouldn't be this
I see it.
effective, and a giant conglomerate like McDonald's wouldn't use them.
No,
Mopestep says
Of
it
course,
totally. He been asleep for 15
they would
minutes.
never ever use that against us. Anyways, Nation, I hope you guys did enjoy today's video. Make sure to leave a like down below if you guys did. Comment what the self-kiosk looks like at your McDonald's. Or if you guys
Mopestep
have seen it at
says
other
send
restaurants,
dolphins to wake them up.
them down below so we can all check them out. and
Totally,
see what
says I
their
think bro hasn't had a good sleep for
Subscribe.
ages.
Hey, it's been a minute. Nationers, water polo is one of those sports when the Olympics come around, I am locked in. I am glued in on water polo, handball, and basketball. The funniest thing about this is when I was in Sacramento in 2016 for my Junior Olympics, they had it at a college in Sacramento. And the funniest part was that there was people there from the water polo event. And it was like, how do I get into
Totally,
that water?
says at Mopestep
What
Mobro
do I
I'm
need
bro I'm too
credentials?
poor.
Do I just say, oh, I need to use the restroom and mosey on through some of the hallways until I hear, oh, woo, 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 woo. But today, Nation, we're going to learn about what makes water polo the hardest Olympic sport by Insider. And the exciting part is actually the women got 4th place in this year's Olympic.
Totally.
And the men's got
Says
7th
I'ma
place.
use
Got
the
first
text to
place in this
speech.
year's Olympic. But most important, Nation, make sure to hit the subscribe button because we're on the road to 2,000
Mopestep says
subscribers
it
on this
totally.
channel by
I
the
would,
end
but
of
I
the
am too
year.
nice.
Let's get right into it. Here we go. Here we go. Goalkeeper. We have like one of the best goalkeepers in the freaking
In
world on our
2012
women's team.
and
She's insane.
2016,
I don't know her
US
name
women's
unfortunately,
water
but
polo
she's
won
insane.
gold at the Olympics. Heading into Tokyo 2020,
Totally,
we're ready
says
to
damn it don't
win.
work.
But then the Olympic Games were postponed.
Of course, that happens. That happens.
For over a year, the best team in the world had no
I almost think of it as a grieving period.
So you just play against yourself, I guess?
And it had been taken away from
Maggie
us.
Steffens. Okay, that's
team
the
captain
captain.
and two-time gold medalist
Right.
Maggie Steffens.
Okay.
This year,
Okay.
she's helped keep the team together and in shape.
Okay.
Below the water is going to be very physical. A lot of grabbing, kicking.
Mopestep says
699966996699666 Right. Right. And the ball's wet.
Totally.
Great.
Says
Like the ball's wet. 999
Tolly says 1-852-258-5225-955-992-525-999-252-599-999-366-645-999-666-539-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-539-999-666-5 To stay above water. Mopstep says 1-8422585522252259599525252259999995522559999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999 Tolly says sorry, Jared.
I mean, that's how you went back to back to back.
Mopstep says 656396364. Tolly says 96366. Tolly says 1-842-252-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-599-5
Okay, so then they go back and
Tolly says 1-852-258-852-4.
I like it though. This is why I like water too. Musical, strategy, really good. Like how, right? There's certain rules about like where you can be, where you find nuts. to be a camera under there.
Totally says
1-855-822-4848. Granted, you guys may have not played it as well.
Says 666.
The demand on your body.
Mopestep says 111111111 minus 1,011,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11,11, Totally says do emojis work?
We don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully I'm healthy.
Mopestep says dollar 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 and
Mopestep
says those
come on, Maddie Musselman. Come on now. It is okay, like I said, like Business Insider. Okay, cool. Yeah, they obviously have like a video here. You know, here's how they train to win. I mean, we saw a little bit of it here. It is rather interesting to see this period of time because like any other period of time, it's like they might be traveling, they might be going to like Denmark to go compete against the people over there. Regardless, I feel like we learned a lot about like what goes into water polo. Obviously, it seems like there's a lot of training, there's a lot of stuff going on. You know, physically, but also strategy-wise. And so again, nations, in 28, if you see me suiting up, ready to go toss some ball or toss some polo, regardless of what it's called, nations. Thank you guys again so much for watching.
Says we are evil.
And what makes it the hardest Olympic sport? Do you guys agree? Let me know down in the comment section below. Subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Nations, the 2024 Paris Games have officially closed, which means the torch is being handed off from Paris 24 all the way to LA in 28. My apologies. And with the torch being passed over, that means that some sports are unfortunately going to be discontinued. One of the most notable being breaking. And yes, there's a lot of finger pointing towards the Australian dancer named Rachel Gunn, who in her matches scored a cumulative of 0 points. And yes, breaking was already off the table before the 24 Paris Olympics started for the 28 Olympics, meaning it wasn't going to be an event in 28, regardless of how it went in 28. But today, nation, we're going to be looking at the discontinued sports of the Olympics. Not only the Summer Games, but also the Winter Games as well. I'm super excited to see what sports and events have been discontinued from years past that even my generation of people that I've grown up with watching may not even know about. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 2,000 subscribers. It's not possible without you guys by the end of the year to hit 2,000. So make sure to subscribe. And let's get right into it. Yeah, of course, right? Right, of course. We love a good track and field, by the way. Track athlete myself.
Mobstep says haha. Mobstep says haha.
Ooh, I like this. I like this. I like getting like a nice little ranking. Like this.
Mobstep says we both evil.
Like I said, ranking's not going to be a
Mobstep says we both evil.
In the next games,
Tully
but it
says
was a
I don't
ton of
think
fun.
they do
I would
anything.
absolutely love it to be
Tully
back, especially
says
in LA.
I don't think
That's
they
just
do
me.
anything.
Okay, that's okay.
By means of power drills. Obviously, there is much more activity involved in this race.
Really, right. I mean, I think like the one thing you can do is like maybe like streamlining your boat. I think that's why they have like sailing now. Like this is just like an older rendition.
Mobstep says
of
a
sailing.
Tully. They're
Sailing,
coming.
like,
Mobstep
there's a
says a
lot of
Tully.
athletic
They're coming.
Skill you have to like sail a boat, especially with like a whole crew on it. Whereas like a
Tully
motorboat, like I
says
can
messing
do
with
that
the
on a lake.
TTS is so funny.
Ooh,
Says
rah!
messing with the TTS is so funny.
To the other competitions, like relays, or
Right,
anything that doesn't use a motor.
Mobstep says a Tully. Yeah. Mobstep says a Tully.
I could see,
Yeah.
I could see it being
Tully
entertaining though.
says what makes the let's go. Tully says what makes the let's go. Mobstep says a Tully. We so bad the likes. Mobstep says a Tully. We so bad the likes. Says oh KK.
Average speeds
Tully
of the boats
says
were
oh
19
KK.
miles per hour. It wasn't the most
That's so funny.
Tully
Like, it's
says
not
I
like we're
mean I
going
did auto
fast,
click
is
the
what he's trying
likes.
to
Tully
say, is
says
that,
I
like,
mean
when
I
we
did
think
auto
about
click the
boats
likes.
now, we can think of,
Mobstep
like, a
says a
jet
Tully.
ski doing that,
Zero
or like
H.
a somewhat
Mobstep
of a
says a
speedboat,
Tully.
even like a boat
Zero
that
H.
you're, like,
Tully
even tubing on.
says can't
Like, it's going,
believe
like,
we're
40
trying to
miles
wake
an
up a
hour plus.
23-year-old
Says
guy.
can't believe
We're trying to wake up a
19 to 40
23-year-old
miles an
guy.
hour at most. I have
Mobstep
a scooter,
says
I have
they're
an
here.
electronic scooter that goes that right
Tully
here. I can
says
see why
the
I got
Dolphins.
discontinued though.
Tully says the Dolphins. Mobstep says oh no.
Or should I say
Mobstep
boats,
says oh no.
as in singular
Mobstep
boats.
says.
The weather that week was so
Mobstep
bad
says.
that competitors were either forced to drop
Tully
out of the
says
race
is he wearing
so
headphones?
or try
Tully
their luck
says
at
is he
making
wearing
it through the
headphones?
storm. Because
so
of this,
funny.
all three classes only had
Mobstep
one
says a
gold
Tully.
medal.
Yeah.
And the only
Mobstep
medals
says a
handed out
Tully.
were gold.
Yeah.
1 to France and 2 to Britain.
That's so funny.
This is the
Tully
total side
says
score.
bro gonna get tinnitus by the end of this. Says bro gonna get tinnitus by the end of this.
Okay.
Mobstep says I sent 29 of those dolphins. Mobstep says I sent 29 of those dolphins. Tully says I think I saw Jared blink. Tully says I think I saw Jared blink.
Right, okay.
And they still come out and lose. This is even every captain, don't
Okay.
see it every and they lose hours. Unless they turn it into a bad match. Because if they did everything
Right.
and be so boring.
I think that's like what rowing and like canoeing slash like sailing became from this. Oh, we got the real dad from that. Guys, I don't know if you guys. Oh, hold on. I think he's actually gonna tell us. I think he's gonna tell us the distance. Yeah, I was gonna say because a marathon is 42.2. This being 50 means that it's a lot more than a marathon. Walking a marathon marathon. Speed walking a marathon. Why do we go this high? Like, why couldn't we just have like a 20K? Why couldn't we just have like a 10K race? 5K, 10K. Like, it makes it quick. You don't have to close down 31 miles of street.
It's 1/1 of a marathon. Right. Sure, maybe rocky, but would you believe that in the
Totally, says Sunday Universe.
Winners are
Totally, says Sunday Universe.
mile per hour pace. Sure, in motorboating, that may be easily harder, but in this case, that's a 6.5 minute mile. Walking. 6.5 minute mile.
That's insane.
That's faster than most can run. But again, why is this even being mentioned if it's still in the Olympics today?
I personally
the same as
discontinue it.
Race began in the Victorian age, when noblemen would bet on their servants walking alongside horse-drawn coaches who would
Right.
came to the U.S. taking place in packed arenas with vendors, live music, and gambling. It was practically dog racing, but instead of with dogs, it was with guys in high water pants and fur hats.
Right, okay.
Bringing back that atmosphere and attire race walking once had, it would easily be one of the most hyped sports.
See, I think this is a good idea. Maybe not how it came to be, but I think if they like do it in more of like a smaller setting, like lapping, like on a track, like a cycling track is. You know how it's a kind of just like really small, tiny. If they do it on something like that, and they have, I don't know, like 100 laps. What about if they did like time trials? That would be kind of cool.
Not no, tandem cycling.
Right. Okay. I do remember this. Right. Okay. So post. Yeah. Okay.
At its peak, the event would have 28 riders from 14 nations located on 14 bikes.
I can. Yeah.
In a sprint format. And as the years passed, it fell out of rotation due to the overshadowing popularity of solitary riding.
I like it. I like it.
Advantages, however. Cyclists could go practically twice as fast, and the sprint format makes this an exciting drag race-esque moment.
Woo!
Tandem cycling really continues to shine in the Paralympics, where virtually paired cyclists steer in the back, but paired with an amateur cyclist who steers in the front. This is a much more interesting
Totally,
for the sport.
says the farts.
Because of that, I'm not
Totally,
so certain
says the
routine
farts.
tandem cycling would do so hot in the Olympics now.
I think that's why they have the team-based events anyway. But I can. I like it. Okay. This just juggling at this point.
Mopestep says Mopestep says $dollar comment comment $dollar comment comment Mopestep says Mopestep says $dollar Mopestep says Mopestep says $dollar comment $dollar comment says I'm a go CYA lads says I'm a go CYA lads.
Let's go.
Mopestep says it totally. CYA. Mopestep says it totally. CYA.
The biggest thing
totally.
is like 14
says an
years,
ad and
right?
ad and
That's-
ad and ad totally. Says an ad and ad and ad and ad ad and 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 carrot ad and ad and carrot ad and ad and ad and carrot and ad and carrot ad and 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 ad an ad an
down.
ad ad
I
an
like
ad
this
an ad.
idea. I think we can make it happen.
Mopestep says an ad an ad an ad. Mopestep says an ad an ad an ad an ad ad an 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 ad.
Yeah, come on.
Carrot ad an ad carrot ad carrot ad ad an ad an ad carrot ad an 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 ad. Mopestep says an ad an ad an ad an ad. Mopestep says an ad 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 an Mobstep says an ad an ad an ad an ad Mobstep says an ad an ad an ad an ad ad an 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 ad
I like that. I like that.
Mobstep says an ad an ad an ad an ad Mobstep says an ad an ad an ad an ad ad an 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 Mopestep says carrot carrot Mopestep says carrot 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 hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot 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 hash carrot 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 hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot 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 hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash Mopestep says carrot carrot Mopestep says carrot 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 hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash 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 carrot carrot hash carrot 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 hash carrot 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 hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot 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 hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash hash carrot hash 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 carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash Mopestep says carrot carrot Mopestep says carrot 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 hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash 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 carrot hash 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 carrot carrot hash carrot 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 hash carrot 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 hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot 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 hash hash carrot hash carrot hash hash carrot hash hash carrot hash 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 carrot hash hash carrot hash carrot hash carrot carrot hash carrot Mopestep says equals Mopestep says equals 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 tilde equals tilde equals tilde equals tilde equals tilde equals tilde tilde equals tilde tilde equals 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 hash equals hash 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 equals hash 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 equals hash hash equals hash 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 equals hash 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 equals hash hash equals hash hash equals hash.
I understand that could be a safety hazard, but come on. What's more important, safety or viewership?
Okay, that is wild because I just came from the CrossFit Games. That is
Mopestep
wild.
says greater than less 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 greater than less 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 greater less less greater less less greater less 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 greater less less greater greater less less 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 greater 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 less less greater.
Nation, thank you guys so much for watching. I had a ton of fun learning about some of the discontinued sports. It seems like a lot of them are a really long time ago, but honestly, I was kind of surprised to see that the solo synchronized swimming was a thing even while my parents were growing up. So I'm going to go have a talk with them in the meantime about that and about that history and about if they know anyone that has a medal for that event.
Mopestep says less than 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 less greater than greater than greater than greater
Video if you guys do enjoy.
Most steps says less than 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 less
The photos that came out about this are nuts.
Mopestep says less than
The American flag in the back. Oh my goodness.
By the time this video is published, new details might have emerged. It's a hot story early evening as tens of thousands gather here to see Trump.
It does make sense. I arrived around 2
Pennsylvania
every
miles from Wednesday. They'll help secure the way for the next presidential election. Butler skews heavily Republican and is a blue-collar town. He's surrounded by supporters. Most are
I don't know. I just find that so funny.
We're standing in front of the stage. Some sit on the bleachers, center, left, and right. Trump's support staff and security, including Secret Service agents, are right at the stage. Behind him are 3 large buildings. On the roof of the building, on the far left and on the far right, are Secret Service snipers. They are constantly scanning surroundings, looking for threats. They can be seen in this video filmed by a crowd member. Trump begins with his speech.
Mopestep says
He turns to the right and points at a chart showing statistics on border crossings. At the same time, several people in the crowd notice a man with a gun on the roof of the building close by.
Wow. Okay. Wow. This photo's phenomenal. Whoever snapped this pic, oh my gosh. I'm not gonna lie. I remember there was like a post that kind of came out about how like he was like this and then like turned and like right at that. Oh wow! Wow! Like you could see it in the video. Like watch this. You can see it. Right, and then I'm gonna say it's too late.
It's too late.
Right? Boom! Like that little. Oh, that's crazy.
One of the captured on camera.
That's so nuts.
Another building, about 400 feet or 120 meters north of the stage. The shots are going from here.
Mopestep says less than
Secret Service agents swarmed before the president and shielded their bodies. Crooks opened fire again, immediately, with 5 more shots.
I don't think that was entirely
Red
true.
Ford first shot by Crooks. One of the snipers on the left roof behind Trump seems to detect the gunman and prepares to return fire.
Take a look at what happened.
Some outlets report that these snipers killed Crooks, while the Secret Service confirmed its personnel neutralized the shooter. We could not corroborate that it was in fact these specific agents, The gunman also hit spectators on the bleachers. We can hear the tense exchanges among the agents. About 42 seconds after protests opened fire, they confirmed the shooter. They prepare to escort him to an armored vehicle.
That was 40 seconds? That must have been edited in real time for some of those.
I got you, sir.
The duration.
Hold that in your head, it's bloody. So we gotta move to class.
Wow. I have not seen this. I'm sure like it does seem edited because like they really just like they go down, all is breaking loose, and then he's up. This is really disheveled. This looks like Bill Belichick after that night with his now girlfriend. I like how that's his most important like thing.
Watch out.
Let me get my shoes on.
Mobstep says
In about
JD
75 seconds after ducking to the ground, Trump
jab.
raises his fist. He's mouthing the words, "Fight, fight, fight." The resulting photos
crazy.
immediately travel around the entire world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The crowd starts to chant for the former president as he leaves the stage, bleeding.
That's nuts.
Trump is then rushed to a hospital. Later that night, he is flown to New Jersey. He appears to be well.
What? How are you not like shook by that? There's probably a very small percentage of people that can probably go through something like that and still be like, hoorah, you know? Like people that have like been on the verge of death, like nearly drowned or like just like a tragic event. And they're just like, yeah, like life happens. Yeah, I've not seen those full videos
right now.
Mobstep says lesson.
Oh yeah, I read this. I read this. So I guess the TLDR is this guy used to be a former local law enforcement worker, kind of like in tandem with the Secret Service. And he said that building could have been more or less like a local law enforcement, not so much the Secret Service, where the Secret Service is more or less like the internal festival talking, and that could have been just more of a breakdown because there's not really a whole lot of communication. And the reason I think we're going to see a little bit more tightening up on, saying that we almost had an assassination in 2024. This was a good read. I highly recommend reading this if you're just like unaware of maybe how this entire thing works.
Mobstep says lesson.
So yeah, I found it to be a great I'm sure a lot of people are going to have a feeling with that. His search history was pretty wild.
President Biden and various leaders around the world
says it's the bestie Jer Westy.
Violence at large. The picture of Trump,
Mobstep says at
with a
Mobstep.
raised fist in front of the American flag, will surely become a powerful symbol of
Mobstep
his
says
re-election campaign.
And like history books that we're gonna see, like Nathan McMillan
Endless
books,
says let bro sleep.
McGraw, like history books. I'm sure we're probably gonna see something similar to this. Yeah, this
Mobstep
is an
says
entire crazy. I mean, this is just the mapping of it. So this came out, if I'm not wrong, the 16th of July, which is only 3 days
Mobstep
after
says
that.
at
But
Endless Moth.
Nationers, let me know obviously what you guys think down in the comment section below.
Mobstep says
Leave a like on this video if you guys enjoy, and most importantly, Nationers, in our road to 2,000 subscribers on this channel, make sure to subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. The Paris 2024 Summer Olympics are right around the corner, and I dropped a video talking about why no one wants to host the Olympics. But I kind of want to take a micro lens into Paris and what they're doing to reinvent the Olympics and how Paris is reinventing the Olympics. Make sure to leave a like on today's video and subscribe, as we are trying to hit 2,000 subscribers on this channel by the end of the year. So make sure you guys are subscribed, and let's get right into it.
These are the expenses for the last 3 Olympics in Tokyo, Rio, and London. And here's the total revenue generated from the last 3 Olympics.
Right, London's just a non-profit charity at this point.
For those cities. It's simple. The Olympics is not a good business. And for decades, the Olympics have been plagued with scandal after scandal, from corruption to human rights violations and
Come
on now. Just let him
Yes, sir! Paris will host the 33rd Olympics. What's interesting about this Olympics is that France is taking a different approach to the Games, aiming to reinvent the Summer Olympics by minimizing its environmental impact and keeping costs down.
Right.
I've heard a lot about their,
environmental impact that they're trying to do. There's a video that I got recommended how they're spending like $1.5 billion to clean the river that runs through Paris because it's going to be used for like certain like water events, like kayaking. It does make a lot of sense, and apparently
says about a dream that a dream inside a dream that inside another dream and then a dream.
In places as
Mopestep says that a nightmare inside another dream.
With the Olympics, many recent
Mopestep says dream a dream about a dream that inside another dream and then dream. Mopestep says dream a dream about a dream that inside another dream and then
a perfect example of this is the
Mopestep says nightmare inside another dream.
Rio. So, Paris has opted to use existing stadiums instead and construct temporary structures in front of iconic landmarks.
Right.
Like
this is the photo that's been going viral. Like this whole venue of having beach volleyball in front of the Eiffel Tower. Like that is insane. And it makes sense. Like you could prop this up, you could pull it down, tear it down in a way, minimizes like building an entire arena right in front of the Eiffel Tower. But if they had something similar to this in like other places, like where you could, I don't know, have like something in front of the Statue of Liberty, have something, obviously an event right in front of the Space Needle, maybe not like in a full arena, but that would be super cool. So
Eiffel Tower. They are only building 2
Mopestep says 952 Vigintillion 295 Vigintillion 253 Novemdecillion 539 Octodecillion 999 Septendecillion 999 Sextecillion 999 Quindecillion 505 Quatortecillion 539 Tridecillion 953 Duodecillion 953 Undecillion 955 Decillion 53 million 959 octillion 533 septillion 53 sextillion 55 quintillion 503 quadrillion 305 trillion 303 billion 505 million 335,054 to 5 octillion 353 septillion 535 sextillion 35 quintillion 35 quadrillion 305 trillion 305 billion 53 million 35,505. Mopestep says 952 Vigintillion 295 Vigintillion 253 Novemdecillion 539 Octodecillion 999 Septendecillion 999 Sextecillion 999 Quindecillion 505 Quatortecillion 539 Tridecillion 953 Duodecillion 953 Undecillion 955 Decillion 53 million 959 octillion 533 septillion 53 sextillion 55 quintillion 503 quadrillion 305 trillion 303 billion 505 million 335,054
I'm sure they have a lot of
5 octillion 353 septillion 535 sextillion 35 quintillion 35 quadrillion 305 trillion 305 billion 53 million 35,505.
Olympics.
Mopestep says 952 Vigintillion 295 Vigintillion 253 Novemdecillion 539 Octodecillion 999 Septendecillion 999 Sextecillion 999 Quindecillion 505 Quatortecillion 539 Tridecillion 950 Duodecillion 950 Undecillion 955 Decillion 53 million 959 octillion 530 septillion 50 sextillion 55 quintillion 500 quadrillion 305 trillion 303 billion 505
cancelled due to heavy rain. There is a risk that
oh yeah, all the triathletes, all the divers, handful of swimmers out there. Yeah, they're all malaria now.
Some major infrastructure projects have just been completed that are likely to see massive and Mon River's swimmable again. Despite Surfrider's concerns, the government will test the river water every morning at 3 a.m. to ensure the river is safe for the Olympic swimming event.
Mopstep says 10,9,999,999,987,773.
It's gonna be one of those things where like she swims, she doesn't know she's sick. I don't know if you guys ever saw like when Obama like drank like the water from Flint, Michigan. He just kind of goes, just like a nice little... Yummy!
The water is not clean enough by then, it will be postponed to the 30th. Or at least that was the plan.
Says
On May 27th, a report by the Pesticide Action Network Europe revealed that Europe's waterways are contaminated with trifluoroacetic acid, which is a so-called forever chemical. The sand cleanup is only focused on removing 2 types of bacteria and completely ignores chemical pollution. So far, there has been no official response to the report, so the river swim still seems to be on the calendar. We'll have to wait and see. But this isn't the only major challenge facing France is taking on this summer. The Olympics are a massive event, and the 33rd Olympiad will be the largest event ever held in France. Given the number of terrorist attacks in France over the past decade, France is heavily investing in
enough of that like oil type thing, oil protest. I guarantee you I guarantee you, we're going to see at
says
least
100
one.
100 Vigintillion 939 Vigintillion 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 November 89 Octillion 928 September 448 900 995 900 999 295 Duodecillion 900 900 decillion 79 79 decillion 999 469 octillion 600 500 septillion 44 sextillion quintillion 900 900 69 300 3 trillion 9 trillion 9 billion 99 million 599,000 4,490
including migrants and moving them to housing.
Mope step says 10 says 10 by septillion to the power of 2.
Hey, here's a one way ticket back to where you came from. Don't give America any ideas, okay? I do not want to be sent back. I'm Mexican, I get these jokes, okay? But I'm not going to be sent back to Seattle, okay?
Country. This strategy has freed up thousands of hotel rooms that usually temporarily house the homeless, fueling criticism of the government's actions.
Right. Well, at least they found a
But the intense
solution,
demand
I
is
guess.
a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for hotels
LA is
and
definitely
property
gonna need
owners
one.
driving unprecedented greed. 15 million visitors are expected to stay in the city's 85,000 accommodations, and hotel room and Airbnb rates are skyrocketing. According to one study, hotel room prices have shot up 226%, going from $169 per night in July 2023 on average to $699 during the Olympics.
That's like maybe an economy flight. And you mean to tell me that's one night in a hotel that might not have AC? I at least hope they throw in complimentary breakfast. I would hope they do that.
The price hikes are likely temporary. Other effects of the games may be more permanent. The Olympic Village, which I mentioned before, is being built in the neglected suburb of Saint-Denis and is being touted as a major investment in the area that will be converted into housing for 6,000 new residents after the games. But some existing
I heard about
residents
this.
worry
Sweet Elon
that
says fast asleep.
gentrification. Only 1/4 of its units will be turned into public housing, although more will be rented out as affordable housing. But the rest will be sold on the housing market for over 7,000 euros per square meter, well beyond the reach of existing residents.
That's
the
good.
North Paris suburb of Saint-Denis
Mope
is
says 112 trillion 824 trillion 869 November trillion 984 October trillion 829 September trillion 696 September trillion 22 October trillion 696 October trillion 971 Trillion 945 Trillion
That better be open.
Trillion 408 Trillion 195 Trillion 995 Trillion 917 September Trillion 959 Sextillion 274 Trillion 38 Trillion 895 Trillion 75 Trillion 902 Trillion 195 Trillion 97 Trillion 669 Trillion 608 Septillion 749 sextillion 977 trillion 850 quadrillion 978 trillion 800 billion 700 step says
I was really confused here. I'm going. Yeah,
Sweet Tiglon says OMG lol poor Jared.
Also the RERE. Okay.
have further
Mope
improved
step says that
connections
Sweet
across the
Tiglon number are
metropolitan area.
annoying I just learned.
Despite these major investments in the transit network, there has been criticism of transport policies for the Olympics, like the massive price hike of metro tickets. During the Olympics, the price of one ticket will nearly double, going from 2 to 4 euros. The transport agency says the increased fare will cover the cost of running more trains to meet demand, but considering the original plan was to make public transport free for Olympic ticket holders, it seems to
They're getting scammed. That's literally it. They're just getting scammed. They were potentially going to get free metro for the entirety of the Olympics, but they didn't even cut costs. They increased it. They doubled it.
many like a greedy
Sweet
cash grab.
Tiglon says
Thankfully,
yup.
locals with monthly passes can avoid the price hikes, and there will be other ways around the increased pricing. But honestly,
Get
it
your
might
first
be
month
a deliberate
free.
decision to discourage people from using public transport. See, the Paris city government is running a campaign for people to work from home
just become
during
best
the Olympics
friends?
and avoid trains when possible.
You wanna go
And
do
it
karate in the
might be
garage?
working. Although a recent survey revealed that 70% of Paris region residents said they would not leave Île-de-France region during the Olympics. 30% said they would ask to work from home. The government has also created a site to inform people about changes that could affect their commute, as some stations will be closed, some roads.
Hey, boss, I'm so sorry for like showing up like 4 hours late. I was waiting in line for the train. Please don't fire me.
Will be blocked off, and some areas will be off limits to those without tickets to an event or a special pass. The event is also expected
Sweet
to generate
Tiglon
massive
says,
traffic,
sleep well,
so
Jared was just stopping in. Good luck.
Road will be Olympic lanes reserved for athletes, Olympic delegations, journalists, emergency vehicles, and public transport. But the good news
Most
is
steps says 999 Tritillion 999 Tritillion 999 November Tritillion 999 October Tritillion 999 September Tritillion 999 Sestai Tritillion 888 Winquivai Tritillion 865 October Tritillion 554 Treswai Tritillion 637 Duovai Tritillion 377 Vai Tritillion 333 Vai Tritillion 550 November 322 Octocillion 334 Septemicillion 999 Sextillion 999 Quintocillion 666 Quattuorticillion 656 Duodecillion 775 Undillion 493 Cillion 939 million 392 Octillion 929 Septillion 292 Sextillion 929 Quintillion 229 Trillion 349 Trillion 494
visitors, the Olympics will bring massive attention to Paris, especially as the city's major landmarks will be on full display. In fact, all of France will get some attention, as some competitions are being held in other French cities. Lyon, Bordeaux, and a handful of other cities will host football matches, while Marseille hosts the sailing competition, which makes sense because Paris isn't exactly on the sea. And the surfing competition will be held in Tahiti, literally on the other side of
French
the earth
Polynesia.
from Paris. Tahiti is part of French Polynesia, which is technically part of France, so this is an interesting move, but it makes complete sense.
That's pretty
So at this
cool.
point, it's pretty clear that the millions of visitors and thousands of athletes traveling to the games will give the games a huge carbon footprint. After hosting a major climate conference in 2015, Paris is keen to show that it cares about the environment. It aims to make these the greenest games yet, emitting half of the 3.5 million tons of CO2 emitted by the 2012 London Olympics. They will also purchase carbon credits to offset the remaining emissions, although these credits are controversial and it's not clear if they actually do anything. Still, Paris is finding clever ways to reduce.
Don't worry, just put the CO2
Most
on
step
credit.
says 194,858,392,488 plus 484,858,388,385,774.
Instead, Paris is installing special electrical infrastructure to connect temporary venues to the national power grid. It's also ensuring everything is powered by wind and solar energy. Much of the Olympic Village will be made out of wood, and materials will be shipped in by river barge, driving down CO2 emissions of construction. The aquatic center has been built with wood and is designed with a curved roof and a shallower pool to reduce energy needs. Some buildings in the Olympic Village will feature geothermal heating and cooling, avoiding the use of air conditioning altogether. During the Olympics, these apartments will act like dormitories for athletes with temporary beds made out of cardboard. To save
Right. I remember. Hold on. I got it.
Acts like
These
dominoes.
beds are
Most
insane.
steps says I can't hear Jared's cry
That's your bed.
face.
That's the bed, and you get a fan. This is like living on a budget in New York City, but you're like one of the best athletes in the world, and this is probably going to be a very humbling experience for a lot of them.
Beds made out of cardboard. To save room, the kitchens won't be installed until after the Olympics, as the athletes will have a 3,500 seat canteen for their meals. What's insane is that the Olympic Village will serve over 600,000 meals per day. The village has been carefully designed to the last detail, with close attention paid to accessibility, making it easy to navigate by wheelchair and making space for seeing eye dogs. And there's a good reason why. After the Olympics end on August 11th, the Paralympic Games will begin on August 28th for another 10 days. The Paralympics are basically the Olympics for athletes with disabilities. That means the village needs to accommodate these athletes, as does the city. Paris has upgraded nearly 2,000 bus stops to be wheelchair accessible and aims to quadruple the number of wheelchair accessible taxis.
Wow,
and that's key
that's
because
impressive.
Paris sucks in general for accessibility.
Right. They just showed this giant 2-level set of stairs.
Only one metro line fully accessible
They got some
by
room
wheelchair.
for it.
Some metro stations require you to literally go down 6 flights of stairs to access trains. But as I explained in the Why Paris is Strangely Designed video, the city's metro network is over a century old, making it costly to upgrade. Still, despite Paris being such an old city, one very modern threat could derail the event: a cyber attack.
Oh, I was like,
during the 2018 Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang, South Korea, the Wi-Fi network and ticketing system went down on the night of the opening ceremony. Ever since, cyber attacks have posed a major threat to the games, and Paris Olympic organizers cyber attacks. They expect 3.6 to 5.4 billion hacking attempts during the event, and are preparing with war games to simulate cyber attack scenarios and identify potential vulnerabilities. What's shocking is who will probably be behind.
See, this is like a part of the world that like nobody knows, because there was that recent like cyber cloud like outage like that threw the entire world off if you weren't sleeping. So I could only imagine what like the Paris Olympics are gonna look like, especially having like
Mobstep says sorry Jay for waking you.
Attempted attacks.
In this summer's attacks, as state actors like Russia, Iran and North Korea are thought to be the only ones capable of carrying out the largest cyber attacks. With Russia barred from officially participating in this year's games, they may seek revenge in a cyber attack. In fact, they have already been accused of carrying out a disinformation campaign to undermine the event. All in all, France is pulling out all the stops to make this event a success and address past criticisms. For one, past Olympics have been rife with corruption. The head of Bristol's Olympic Committee was recently handed a 30-year prison sentence for bribery related to the 2016 Rio Olympics. France has tried to get ahead of the issue by raiding the Olympic Organization Committee's office last summer to find evidence of corruption for 2 corruption investigations related to Olympic contracts and conflicts of interest. Still, the organizers have been criticized for a lot of their decisions, like the obscene ticket prices. While the president of the organizing committee promised cheap tickets, in reality they were not so easy to access. In spring of 2023, the first batch of cheap tickets, which were as low as 24 euros, went on sale. But many tickets went for much more, causing widespread public criticism. The opening ceremony tickets cost as much as 2,700 euros if you weren't lucky enough to buy the cheap tickets before they sold out. The 10 million tickets are expected to draw in 1.24 billion euros, which is about a third of the game's expected revenue, if they can sell them all. So will this summer's games be a success? There certainly is a lot of momentum behind it, but we will have to see. The Tokyo Olympics, which took place in 2021, were the least watched Olympic Games ever in the US. Still, the Tokyo Olympics did not allow spectators.
How? Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I know why. Because when we're going to bed, they're all happening because of the time difference, right? It's better for them to be eastward bound instead of western bound.
Due to the ongoing pandemic, dampening enthusiasm, so Paris can probably come back from that low point. Major corporations are already spending billions to advertise during the games, which could be a good sign. But let's see how all of this turns out. But that's it for this video. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Yes, Nationers, that is how Paris is reimagining the Olympics. Make sure to leave a comment down below on what event you guys are going to be watching and what country you think is going to win this year's Summer Olympics. And most importantly, Nationers, as we're on the road to 2,000 subscribers, subscribe! Hey! It's been a minute. The opening ceremony for the Paris 2024 Olympics is just a few days away. But before the Olympics start, I wanted to look at some of the reasons why no one wants to host the Olympics. And this is kind of a topic of discussion right now, because right before the 2024 and 28 bids were in for where they're going to be, a lot of countries actually withdrew their proposal and their nomination for the Olympics, which is kind of odd, but we're going to learn about it today. But make sure to leave a like on today's video and subscribe down below, as we're trying to reach 2,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Let's get into it. The good old javelin.
Down the back. It's September 2017, and members of the International Olympic Committee are gathered to pick the city that will host the...
This was in 2017? This was 7 years? I guess it makes sense why it would be so long ago, but 2017?
2024 Olympic Games.
My goodness.
The biggest decision this group makes. They've put representatives from the 2 competing cities on stage for their announcement.
With the unanimous decision
Paris
we
and
took,
Los Angeles.
But everyone here already knows who won.
Please raise your hand.
Every 4 years, more than 5 million people attend the Olympics.
How does
and
that
over
work?
3 billion watch it on TV.
Okay.
It's a once-in-a-generation opportunity for one city to show off. And the competition has typically...
I'm not gonna lie. Like the Olympics, like back like before like 2004. What a time to be alive. Like I'm sure you guys just saw the shot where there's like a whole bunch of countries and they have all their flags.
Step says black.
That is so cool.
Been fierce. 12 cities applied to host the 2004 games before the IOC picked Athens, Greece. 10 applied for 2008, won by Beijing, China.
Man, dude, imagine in Cairo in the middle of July in August. Toronto would be an interesting one. I guess like the 2028 ones is going to be like Mexico, US, and Canada in a way. So this is, wow, okay. Well, in Paris, even in 2008, they even put a bid.
But since then, interest has been waning. 9 cities applied for 2012,
that's just one less.
Then 7, then 5, and for 2024, only 2 were left when it was...
That's embarrassing. I think like over the past like 2 decades, I think people are either starting to realize like what a waste this is of not only time and money, but then also just like the general cost. Because things are getting like so much more expensive to actually build things like this.
It's time for a vote.
My goodness.
So the IOC did something it's never done before.
Paris 24, Los Angeles 28.
They just said have it. They just said have it.
The IOC was so concerned that nobody would bid to host the games in 2028 that it simultaneously awarded the games 2024 to Paris and 2028 to Los Angeles.
So you put a bid in for this one, but you didn't get that one, so you're the runner-up, so you can just have that one. Love that.
Most strong demand to host. Now there isn't.
The Olympics are the most prestigious sports event in the world.
I gotta head back to Cairo.
Why doesn't anyone want to host it anymore?
I love this, I love this idea. Like, why no one wants to host the Olympics?
So the Olympics have actually had this problem before. They originally came up with this idea of rotating the games around to different cities back in 1896 because they had to.
We didn't have international jet travel and we didn't have international telecommunications.
Andrew Zimbalist wrote a book about the economics of hosting sports mega events like the Olympics.
So it was necessary in order to spread the games internationally and get the whole world to participate and enjoy them.
As the games grew,
Imagine in 1896, like you're trolleying in on a horse and carriage to go, I don't know. I don't even know where it'd be hosted back then. Like what?
IOC kept this tradition, eventually developing a competition where cities would submit bids and it would vote
Tokyo
on a
way
winner.
back then, okay.
But when it opened bidding for the 1984 games, not a single city wanted to host because the last few hadn't gone very well.
They do say history does repeat itself, so...
Local political protests had turned violent during the 1968 games in Mexico City, and terrorists killed 11 Israeli athletes at the 72 Munich Games.
Invade the Olympic Village, taking 9 Israeli athletes hostage and killing 2 others in their room.
Both incidents showed cities that hosting could be politically risky or even deadly. When construction problems and corruption led Montreal to spend more than 13 times their budget.
13 times? That's insane!
They began to view it as financially risky too.
Right.
So in the late 70s, the IOC was barreling towards disaster until one city offered to save them.
Woo! Gumbo says, hello, I am Gumbo.
Under one condition. Los Angeles did not want to spend a lot of money.
Woo!
To do that, it offered to use venues it already had instead of build new ones. The LA Coliseum, where the USC football team played, the Forum, where the Lakers played, UCLA's gymnasium and tennis center, and the athletes could just stay in the college dorm rooms.
So like a college student, like staying on campus, they're like, "Nah, you gotta get out, you gotta move out, pack your things, you have 2 days."
Since the IOC didn't have a choice, it said yes, and was soon glad it did.
Most says a Gumbo High by Benjamin 848
Iron Man
November Sicilian 485 October Sicilian 958 September Sicilian 484 Sex Sicilian 848 Queen Sicilian 484 Quatuor Sicilian 588 Sicilian 584 Sicilian 488
It only costs around $1 billion in 2015
488 million 488 octillion 485 septillion 844 sextillion 883
host cities, but instead it sparked the problem that is plaguing the Olympics today.
It's interesting how many of these sports and politics stories really boil down to economics. If you recall, the Premier League story is a story about a warped economic system. The NFL is so successful because it created a new economic model for sports leagues. If you haven't seen those videos yet, give them a watch. If you haven't subscribed to Search Party, now's your chance.
Make sure to subscribe to Search Party. I'm watching their video. They put obviously all the work in. I'm just reacting, giving a good time. So make sure to go subscribe. I'll leave a link down in the description to this video and the subsequent videos about the Premier League and NFL.
We publish every 2 weeks this summer, so I've been working from all over the place. I've been writing scripts on trains. I've been animating on airplanes. Okay. I'm headed out this afternoon on a really exciting reporting trip, but I'm going to be in a hotel the whole time. That's why I'm really excited to work with Surfshark.
Right.
Surfshark's a VPN that's going to...
Okay. Sorry. We're not... No ads.
LA did such a good job hosting the 1984 Olympics that it re-inspired cities to want to host again.
That's sick.
For the 1992 games, 6 cities submitted bids, then 6 again for 96, 8 for 2000, then a whopping 11 for 2004. As more cities competed, the IOC regained leverage over them again.
They really just went right up the curve.
But instead of sticking to the LA model, it began demanding more. Between 1992 and 2020, the IOC added dozens of new sports to the games.
Oh, sorry. For some reason, I thought this was like generally like the money that they're spending. I'm like, we're starting to go up here.
This required more venues and housing for more athletes,
right?
Which host cities were primarily responsible for paying for. As the competition intensified, cities felt increasing pressure to make their bids more attractive. The most effective way to do that was to build new venues. Sydney built 15 new venues plus housing for 10,000 athletes.
Wow.
Athens built 22 new venues, and Beijing built 12. All of this construction made hosting the games really, really expensive.
But maybe also exciting. I don't know. Like, it makes sense for like LA to host it again, especially with LA, having new stadiums, the Kia Forum obviously being like a big event and big arena there. I don't know. It just makes sense now because like things are a little bit more put in place for LA, and obviously having like the Coliseum, other different venues around the country to host it. So it does make a lot more sense maybe now that like it's not going to be as expensive for 2024. I would have never thought that the USA would never have a spending problem when it came to the Olympics, just with our history. So that's good news.
This chart shows how the cost of the games skyrocketed over the last 30 years, reaching between $10 and $25 billion in the last decade.
I want to add one big caveat to this chart, though. It only includes sports-related costs to the games. It doesn't include things like new public transportation or development projects that most all these cities spent money on for the Olympics. If we include some of those costs, these bars are actually way higher. So, for example, some estimate that Beijing spent more like $45 billion for their 2008 Summer Games. Russia spent more like $51 in 2014, and Tokyo's bill is more like $35 billion. No matter what number you use, though, all of these cities went way over their initial budget, which the bidding process incentivizes them to keep artificially low.
What they have to do is make initial statements about the intentions and the plans that are very reduced. Once the politicians say, yeah, okay, we'll go along with this, then they start adding the bells and whistles. And those can be very, very substantial.
The revenue cities generate from ticket sales, TV contracts, and sponsorships only cover a fraction of these costs, meaning these governments and really their taxpayers are on the hook for the rest.
So it doesn't look like a good economic deal.
But
it's just not great. It doesn't seem like a great idea to be hosting the Olympics. I guess it makes sense, but it does not seem like a great idea. My goodness.
Cities have known for decades that they'll likely lose money in the short term. Instead, many have been told that hosting the Olympics is an investment that will pay off in the future.
Okay, so this is the IOC's webpage where they list the benefits of hosting the games. And they use this word legacy a lot. And by legacy, they mean things that will continue to benefit your city long after the Olympics are over.
Take sports facilities. Beijing justified spending around $460 million on this new 90,000-seat stadium by planning for a local pro soccer team to use it after the Olympics. London did the same when it built this stadium. At first, seems like a good idea. Other legacy projects are meant to benefit even more people. Russia spent $8.7 billion on a new rail and highway link into Sochi for its Winter Games. And Rio de Janeiro spent $4 billion on a new subway line connecting a beach community to its Olympic Center. The most commonly touted legacy benefit is that hosting an Olympics is a great way to kickstart your city's growth.
What historically,
I can see what I guess they're talking about. It's just kind of like another reason to do it. It's like, oh, we'll get to it. But now that like the Olympics are rolling around, we kind of like need that now. And then obviously afterwards, people can then use it. I guess the hard part is, I guess there is a rather history. And I hope that they get into it, that there is some part of a history lesson to be done where like most venues aren't being used anymore. So that's a little sad.
It came out of the public relations with regard to the Olympics was that this was the most wonderful thing that could ever happen to a city. It puts your city on the world map, so it will increase tourism, it will increase commerce, it will increase foreign investment, and that story turns out not to be true.
Right. I'm sure most people probably heard like London. Most people probably heard of Rio de Janeiro. I'm sure most people probably heard of Tokyo. Hey Siri, give me a random city in Belgium. Okay, the capital and largest city is Brussels, right? Most people probably know what Brussels is if you're old enough. But what about if we said like, oh, we can't wait to go to the Antwerp Games. 32 Antwerp Games. Where's that? Belgium, I guess.
Let's start with tourism. The 2004 study found that after experiencing a bump in tourism leading up to their respective games, Atlanta, Sydney, and Seoul all saw it fall afterwards. In his book, Andrew cites a 1996 study on pre-Olympic Winter Games that found that the long-term impact on tourism was between non-existent and very modest. And a 2010 study that found little evidence of any benefit to tourism of hosting an Olympic Games, and considerable evidence of damage. In other words, being on TV can backfire.
If the weather is particularly too warm, or if it's too cold, if there are security incidents, if there are bad stories about the traffic, some cities are able to maybe help their image, but other cities are hurting their image.
Many legacy infrastructure investments haven't paid off either. Russia's rail project is now considered an epic failure. And Andrew argues that while Rio's subway line benefits some residents, what the city really needed was a line serving the lower income neighborhoods inland. But that's not where the Olympics were.
The typical case was that the IOC comes along and they say, we need these 30 venues and we want you to put them in a way so that transportation is facilitated and other conveniences are allowed. And so what the city would have to do is contort itself in order to accommodate the IOC.
Empty stadiums are a particularly visible sign of this mismatch. That Beijing Stadium had about 80,000 more seats than what the local soccer team could fill, so it backed out. Now the stadium sits mostly empty, costing the city some $10 million a year to maintain.
Right, like host a concert there. Do something. You have a track. You could obviously host many track events, and I'm sure that they do. Come on, like you could do something with this. I'm sure if you sat down and like gave 2 hours of your time, I'm sure you could come up with something to do with this arena.
This is what's called a white elephant, and there are now dozens of them across Olympic host cities.
The beach.
These are venues left over from the Athens 2004 games, and ESPN found that 12 out of 27 venues in Rio de Janeiro had not held an event a year after it hosted the Olympics. For many residents, white elephants are evidence that hosting the games is a waste of money.
The idea that had been out there forever and ever, this is wonderful news for the city, they get to do this. No, more often than not, it's going to be the opposite.
By 2015, city residents were ready to do something about it. The IOC had 6 cities bidding for the 2024 games until protests forced Boston and Hamburg to drop out.
Really? Boston? Like Boston dropped out? I've been to Boston. There ain't no way that they're ever hosting it there, that's for sure.
Mayor in Rome fulfilled a promise to shut down its bid. Then more than 260,000 people signed a petition that led Budapest to drop out as well.
260,000? Hey Siri, what is the population of Budapest? Okay, that is a significant amount. There's nearly 1.7 million, so that is a considerable amount.
It left the IOC with just 2 bidders, and once again, little leverage.
Wow. They're like, hey.
The IOC has since passed reforms that it says reduce the cost of hosting, largely by requiring hosts to use existing and temporary venues, like LA did back in 1984, and allowing them to partner with other cities. As of now, Paris doesn't look like it will blow its budget, and LA's organizing committee is saying that the city can again pull off an on-budget Olympics. But
which is
the question is, if they do, could it spark another bidding war?
I don't know if we'll go into a big cycle like we did after the 84 games. I do think it's possible that there'll be a small turn it'll appear less undesirable than it has.
The IOC has also stopped taking bids and instead negotiates with cities privately. It picked Milan and Cortina, Italy, over Stockholm for the 2026 Winter Games, and it gave Brisbane, Australia, the 2032 Summer Games. But some are arguing for a more permanent solution.
I think it's perfectly plausible.
Just give it to LA. LA has it down. We have it down. We have it locked down. Like sports, kind of like our pastime here in America. Just hand us the torch. Literally, hand us the torch. We will do it every 4 years.
Possible to think about building the Olympic Shangri-La with its 35 or 40 venues for the Summer Games, a smaller number for the Winter Games, in one place.
Some believe Greece, the historical home of the Olympics, would make a good permanent host. Others have mentioned LA, since it has so many venues and has done so well in the past. A permanent spot would eliminate.
And you're telling me if they didn't spend 2 hours coming up with an idea for a stadium in Beijing, I came up with that in 2 seconds. Okay? Come on now.
White elephant projects save cities from going into debt and reduce the game's environmental footprint. But it could also reduce much of the excitement around each new Olympics.
It's not going to be easy to go to a model that makes environmental sense and economic sense. But I do think it makes sense to talk about it and put it out there.
Depending on how
the next few Olympics go, it might be the only direction left.
I like the Greece idea. Having it constantly there.
All right, thanks everyone so much for watching episode 15. That's also our 1-year anniversary of Search Party. We have over
Congratulations on your 1-year anniversary, by the way, Search Party.
Wine says,
Sam. I'm assuming this is Sam. Well, anyways, Nationers, we learned a lot during this. I hope you guys know that every 4 years, you will see me in LA for the Olympics. Until I die. Subscribe! Hey, it's been a minute. Nationers, growing up, there was one sport that I always loved watching, but never really got the chance to play. And that sport is basketball. And this year, I decided to split an NBA League Pass with my best friend Josh, which meant I got to watch a lot more games than I normally would have. And that is why we're going to be taking a look at this was the most absurd NBA season ever. I'm sorry. A nice little combination of this season and why this season was the most absurd ever. Make sure to leave a like on this video and subscribe if you guys are new around here. And let's get into it.
This was the most absurd NBA season ever.
It was. It was.
Records being broken.
Right, that's what he does.
From maybe the best play in league history to maybe the best one. That's only the start
poor
of it.
John Collins.
There's so much more where that came from. The league was just completely hectic this season. One of the most absurd parts
I think he
overall,
dislocated
though,
his finger on it, by the way.
NBA Conference Finals is going on right now.
Right.
The 4 teams. Let's see. The Boston Celtics, the Indiana Pacers, the Minnesota Timberwolves,
series.
and the Dallas Mavericks.
This was a pretty good series, I will say.
If you told me this was going to be the final 4 teams back in October,
Most Step says that Wine watched 31 septillion, 133 sextillion, 446 quintillion, 643 quadrillion, 333 trillion, 335 billion, 567 million, 443,366.
On Alibaba? It's going to be streamed on Alibaba? Some Temu streaming?
Not even just now that the NBA has been crazy.
Right, opening night tip-off?
Really. Starting all the way back
Prince,
in October.
who actually came from the Minnesota Timberwolves
starts
too.
The season up with 29, 13, and 11.
Right, a nice casual triple-double.
Jokic game to remind us how great he is. But even all the way at the end of the season,
Love
we
to
had
see
ridiculous storylines too.
Uh-huh.
How about Dante DiVincenzo playing 52 minutes in game number 82?
52 minutes?
A Tom Thibodeau all-timer.
Right.
But besides that, it wasn't even just the on-court stuff.
Right.
How about Nikola Jokic winning his 3rd MVP? 5th most MVPs all-time now, only behind Kareem, Jordan, Russell, LeBron, and Wilt. Pretty solid company. Or even, on the other side of the off-court stuff, there was all the stuff like the Josh Giddey things.
God.
I'm not going to get crazy into it.
Sorry, I need to pause this right now because I was in Dallas when Dallas was playing OKC in early December, and this was like pretty much like maybe a week or two after like things had started to like, you know, be publicly known that he had, you know, slept with an underage woman, and everyone in the arena, he got the ball, boo, like everyone. And like some people, I remember this lady who definitely is out of the loop. She had been like, why are they booing him? That was a fun game.
But just know, NBA fans had a field day with the Josh Giddey stuff. You already know about that.
Bulls legend.
Explain. But yeah, from start to finish, on court and off court, this has been the most absurd NBA season I can ever remember.
Oh, this is just the intro. I love that.
The best moment of the season. So here's what I did.
Oh,
is this? Wait. What was the most absurd moment from the 2023?
Oh my god. Oh yes,
NBA
yes,
season?
this is exactly what I thought it was.
Answers, ranging from Luka Doncic answers to Omer Yurtseven answers. So to make it easier for you guys, I took my 20 favorite answers and I ranked them. 1 being the most absurd moment of the season. But enough talking. Simple concept.
Oh my god.
You get it. Let's get into it. Number 20, early November.
Oh, I love this.
First Pistons.
Yes, yes.
Giannis throws it down on Isaiah Stewart. I mean, a sick poster. Giannis stares Isaiah Stewart down. Gets one of the weakest tees I've ever seen. I mean.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. They just said Isaiah Stewart, just got stared down by Giannis Antetokounmpo. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, the video when Isaiah Stewart and, LeBron, when he was going, like linebacker, like a running back through the line, through his entire team and all the faculty members on the team trying to get LeBron. And I love it when it's juxtaposed with a baby and it's like, oh my God, he's trying to save the baby, but everyone's holding him back. Oh man, I was waiting for that to happen when this happened.
Come on. How are you going to give a guy a T for a 2-second
Adrian Griffin.
But to make it even worse,
Bucks legend.
That was Giannis' second
Mopestep says, give me everything you took for him. Give me everything you took for him. High.
But the commentators were just as confused.
Oh, this guy. This is probably the most legendary, Snapchat flick of all time.
He's about the T as Giannis was.
Did I do it? He just dunked it. He's done that.
What did he do?
Look, I understand.
Honestly, yeah, that was such a weak T.
I love
it. The courtside sitting part reminds me of when Tim Duncan got ejected for laughing on the bench. Anyways, moving on.
Okay.
Number 19.
Oh, yes. Torrey Craig, Andre Drummond.
Bulls Knicks. Torrey Craig on a fast break decides to throw an alley-oop to himself. That would have been sick.
I don't think that's ever happened. If you're I gotta watch it again. Love that.
19.
Bogdanovich loses the ball.
Late season.
Torrey Craig throws it up. Love that. Doesn't even look behind him. Andre Drummond's like, yep, here we go. The best part. The best part is the second quarter just started.
Would have been sick. Besides the fact that Andre Drummond thought the lob was for him. Neither of them.
Why does Andre Drummond ever think he's getting a lob like that?
Of all time. Unfortunately, Drummond did get hurt in the next play, but the play before that was hilarious. Look at Kobe White in the replay too. He looks pissed. And this moment gave us one of the most cinematic NBA pictures of all time. I mean, looks like the Titanic.
This is really all-encompassing of the Bulls season last year.
Better.
Love that.
There's really no debating that. Easily one of the best moments of the season.
This is so funny.
Anyways,
that's 19, by the way.
We had the funny Giannis moment. We had the Drummond and Craig moment.
What is this moment?
Let's look at more of a cool moment. So February basketball.
Okay.
Suns versus Warriors.
Oh, he had
Warriors
to rip his jersey.
3 seconds left. We all know what's about to happen.
Here come the screens. Curry comes free. Gets the ball. Puts up a three.
Right. Right.
I mean, after hearing that Curry can't hit a game winner for a decade now, Curry splashes one to beat the Suns in a great game too. Steph went for 39 and 6 also to make this game even better. You guys think this inbounds pass was a good pass or a bad pass?
Oh, it's a fantastic pass.
I keep seeing both. Some say great pass, others saying awful pass.
It's fantastic.
I can see both sides of it. Honestly, I don't really know.
Bradley Beal would have got it anyways.
Tried to feed it where he could get it. Anyways, number 17 was a Steph Curry moment also.
Oh.
Late January, Warriors. Lakers,
I will never forget this game. This game, okay, I figured this out. Once they said the double overtime battle, my goodness, why is it always when me, my dad, and my sister are all downstairs, something incredible happens? Because that happened when the Damian Lillard, Paul George shot went over him, that we were all watching downstairs. I think we just need to start watching basketball together.
Like Curry brought us all back to our childhoods with the two overtime battle. And really, it was straight up a LeBron versus Curry
battle. I hope LeBron's 19-point fourth quarter against the Clippers is on here.
12 assists.
I hope so.
Of course, the oldest player with the 2020 game. And actually, 20 was LeBron's career high rebounds in a game. He broke his previous career high by 1. But then I said it was a battle between Steph and LeBron. Steph went for 46 and 7 himself. These two were 39 and 35 at the time of this game. The two we saw play each other in about 100 straight finals matchups, giving us one of the best matchups of the season between two players, definitely deserving a spot on this list.
D'Angelo playing point guard, oh God.
To a matchup we used to watch every June. Shout out to these two for that. But for number 16, we're going back to the funnier side.
Oh
How about
my
when
God.
Jordan pulled through an alley-oop off the backboard to Kyle Kuzma, down 21 versus the Hawks, and the Hawks fans booed him.
Crowd here at State Farm Arena.
I saw someone call Poole and Kuzma the NBA's Island Boys.
Imagine getting called the Island Boys of the NBA. You play in the Washington Wizards. Like, I'm sure once one of you guys get traded, you guys are guaranteed a championship. You know, it's happened for like the past 7-8 years, but my God.
Insane stray. I also saw that someone else said this was a layup attempt by Poole, and he got lucky that Kuzma was there to finish it. That's even more disrespectful than the Island Boys. But to the person who said this play was their favorite moment, I'm just going to package it in with my favorite
yes,
moment.
he's on the ground.
Poole made one of the most casual moves ever, shot a 3 like he wasn't even looking, and Porzingis just swatted it. I mean, this move and shot never even had a chance.
That shot is so
the
funny.
lowest IQ moment I've ever seen. That's straight up LA Fitness hooping.
LA Fitness
let's
hooping.
move on to number 15.
Oh, man.
How about the
This
Los
was
Angeles
fun.
Lakers winning the first ever in-season tournament. The in-season tournament feels like it was so long ago now, but honestly, it was pretty cool. The Lakers and Pacers played in the championship game there. AD went for 41 and 20.
Damn.
LeBron went for 24, 10, and 11.
I love LeBron just looking at the hat and throws it. I'm sure he's throwing it to AD here.
LeBron also won the first in-season tournament MVP. Fitting
Go
for
LeBron,
him to be
baby.
the first.
Woo!
But the Lakers, the first and only in-season tournament champions
I'm not a Lakers
in NBA
fan.
history. LeBron fans, use that as your GOAT argument. LeBron, 1 in-season tournament championship. Jordan,
Zero.
I mean,
Come on now.
It's technically factual.
Mickey Mouse championships and IST, baby. This was cold.
It was the first time they've ever
She
done
scored
this.
26.
They brought a WNBA player into All-Star Weekend.
She would have
to do
tied the
something
most.
Really cool.
Any dude
versus
did.
Sabrina Ionescu.
There wasn't
3-point
Stephen Curry.
contest. Honestly, it was pretty easily the best part
This
of
was
All-Star
great.
Weekend, especially with that horrible dunk contest. I mean, they're each the greatest shooter ever in their respective leagues, and they both went off.
Yes, sir.
Sabrina went for 26, Curry went for 29. And the coolest part, Sabrina used the NBA 3. Originally, she was going to use the WNBA 3, but she said that she wanted to shoot from the same spot as Steph, so shout out to her for that.
Yes, sir.
And she outshot most of the guys in the 3-point contest, too. Straight up sniper.
Imagine, like, no disrespect. You know, obviously, like, they play on a smaller ball. There's a, you know, the distance for threes is shorter and is closer, right? But, like, for, like, Damian Lillard and, like, Tyrese Halliburton and, like, people that are in the 3-point contest that shoot on this regularly, this is not what she, like, primarily shoots on in games, right? Like, for most of her career. I'm sure maybe she practices on, like, some type of level or, like, beyond the arc. But, my God. And then, oh my God, not Kenny and Reggie arguing over, like, she should be playing with Dalton. Like, that, my God. I lost a little respect for Kenny Smith when he was on his tirade about, like, she should have shot from her threes. She should, shut the frick up. I'm sorry.
I mean, watch how close it
This was
actually
crazy.
was.
Like, this was cold. It was the last two that went in.
If there's one
Absolutely
thing
crazy.
every NBA fan loves, it's when a record is broken. Well, back in January, the Celtics were on a 27 home game winning streak. They only needed 21 more home wins to have the perfect season at home. They were 20-0 at that point. Well, the reigning NBA champions were coming into the building, and what do you know? They snapped the record.
I
Jokic
think
went for 34,
I think
12, and 9.
if the Nuggets
Jamal
made it to
Murray
the
went for
playoff
35
or
and 8.
into the final,
It was
me.
an ugly game.
I
Both
think the
teams
Nuggets would've
combined for
won.
1 field goal in the last 250. But although it was an ugly game, it was an entertaining one. But yeah, it was an ugly game, and it was followed by, well, honestly, Tatum made a nice step back to try and tie the game up, but the shot wasn't even close. It was actually a sick move, I can't even lie, just not a great shot. But staying on topic of ending streaks.
Love that. Oh, no. Oh, man. I will never forget this.
Since we're on a 28-game losing streak,
I will never forget. I'm going into the shower. I'm looking at it. The freaking Detroit Pistons are blowing out the Boston Celtics by like 28 points. And somehow Detroit still lost the game.
Longest in a single season in NBA
Somehow.
history. They sucked. That's really it.
L
On
streak
December 30th,
over.
A home game
Oh,
versus the
man.
Toronto Raptors. They
Only
finally
fitting.
got a win.
Only fitting.
They were
And Gary
2-29
Trent Jr. is
at
not
that
even going to
point.
be on the team
Started
anymore.
off the season on a 2-game winning streak, on pace for 82-0. The craziest part is the Raptors hit this 3, and I know all the Pistons fans' hearts sunk thinking they were about to blow it. But shout out to the Pistons. They got.
I love that every Raptor player is like playing this like a game 7 with 1 second left.
That's slightly better after that, I guess.
Oh, man.
They were still the worst team in the NBA, though. And somehow finished with the 5th draft pick for the second year in a row. Man, I feel bad for Pistons fans. But at least it can't get worse next season than it was this season. Right? 28 straight? That's unheard of. But let's go back a few weeks. Because number 11, the game ball incident.
Yes.
Remember that?
Giannis went for like 54. Oh, 64,
Indiana.
excuse me.
The game ends. The Pacers have the ball. Gives it to an assistant coach. And Giannis chases this dude into the locker room for that ball like it's WWE. I mean, this went on for way too long. Minutes. But on a real note,
oh my
the fact that the Pacers were the away team and took the game ball when Giannis dropped 64 is crazy. They knew he wanted that. The Pacers took it, though, because their rookie scored his first bucket in the NBA.
Oh, man, I'm so happy. Participation ball. That's just a participation ball for, like, the rookie that scored his first bucket. I get it. I get it. Did they do that for Nikola Jokic? Probably not. I guess it's a good teammate, you know? Man scored his career high in his home stadium. And they have the audacity to be like, oh, it's his ball. His ball.
That's actually kind of a confusing situation.
Oh,
you give Giannis the ball for 64.
You gotta give him for
scored their first point.
64.
Both major accomplishments. Giannis did say, though, he got a ball. I have no idea. I'm not going to lie. I have a ball, but I don't know if it's the game ball. It doesn't feel like the game ball to me.
Love that.
It feels like a brand new ball. I could tell. I played, 35 minutes today? I know how the game ball felt. That ball I have, which I'll take and I'll give it to my mom for sure, but I don't know if it's actually the game ball. They took a random ball from Dick's Sporting Goods, gave it to Giannis, and told him to shut up.
They really did.
It's crazy.
They really did.
Let's move on, though.
Sorry about that.
In the top 10 now.
Oh, my God.
And this one had to be in the top 10.
Oh.
Kyrie's lefty game winner.
Oh, my God.
I mean, come on, man. A left-hand running skyhook from the free throw line with the 7-footer in his face. And to make it even crazier, this was during Ramadan. Kyrie was fasted.
Go Mavs, baby.
But you guys know how good fasted Kyrie is. Ramadan Kyrie is the equivalent to Hoodie Melo.
Exactly.
I think if there was an open gym, just myself, it might take me at least 30 tries to make a lefty free throw line.
That's crazy.
Actually,
that's
I'm
so
try
crazy.
Next time I play. That's
so crazy.
Anyway, Kyrie's game winner versus the Nuggets, the 10th craziest moment of the NBA season.
That's only the 10th? Oh, God.
The Wemby Giannis duel.
Oh,
the future versus the present.
Oh, my God.
One of the best duels we got all season.
Wemby hit the Sham God.
Wemby and Giannis.
He hit the Sham God.
Ended up winning by 4, but it was an insane
This was,
game.
oh my God, there's
Giannis
like a
went
block
for
in here.
14 and 7. Wemby had 27, 9, and 5 blocks.
That's insane.
But some of these plays that these two made were ridiculous.
The block? The Sham God?
This is just the last 90 seconds of the game. Wemby stuffs Dame at the rim. And
right.
Then following that, he runs back, then hits a deep shot to tie the game at 121 apiece.
That's crazy.
The very next play, a sick Giannis poster and one dunk to take the lead.
Right.
And then a few plays later, Giannis drives, tries to dunk on Wemby, and Wemby
That's
sends that
crazy.
shot way back.
Oh!
And how about this from earlier in the game?
Right.
Giannis, spin and dunk.
Right.
And then the very next play, Wemby throws himself an alley-oop. I mean, this game was ridiculous. A matchup versus
how are
one
they
of
not
the
gonna?
all-time
How are they not
greats.
going to put the?
And a guy that very well has a chance to reach
it might have
that
not been the
status
Sham God
sometime
on
in
this
his
one.
career. Okay, so those two work together for the 9th best moment.
That's just
how about these two guys?
Number 9. Oh
Brady
my!
Dick and Anthony Black, the greatest jersey swap in NBA history. I don't even need to explain.
Grady Dick has probably the best. He's going to have the best catalog of jersey swaps.
They knew what they were doing the whole time. Now, we just need Grady jersey swaps with Nazir Little, Derek White, and Jalen Suggs. You guys are up next. But back to one of the more serious
That's so
ones.
funny.
How about this?
Oh,
Max
see,
Strus
on the
game
worst
winner.
side of history. On the bad side of history.
If I were a Mavericks fan, I don't think you'd hear from me for at least 2 weeks after that. Especially with the fact they scored with 2 seconds on the clock.
PJ, come on.
I mean, the Cavs have
PJ,
no
what are we
timeouts.
doing?
They'll be okay. Right?
Just defend the inbound,
Look
please.
at Jarrett Allen's reaction, though. This guy stood there in complete disbelief.
Me too.
Also, there's got to be an all-time crowd pop.
This hurts.
Watch the way every single person in Cleveland jumps out their seat. They thought this game was over when PJ Washington made that dunk. This gives me flashbacks to my favorite game winner of all time, though, Tyreek Evans. If you know, you know.
This just hurts. This just hurts. This just hurt. I mean,
All right,
that
so
one
for
doesn't
number
hurt, but
6,
the
I decided to combine
Cleveland one hurt.
The 70-point games.
Right.
Joel Embiid with 70 and Luka Doncic with 73.
Oh, yeah.
Two of the best performances of the
crazy.
season. The two best scoring performances. I just felt like it was right to put them together, though.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at Embiid's first. Versus the San Antonio Spurs, Joel Embiid.
I mean, it's the San Antonio
points,
Spurs.
18 rebounds,
Right.
5 assists, 24 for 41 from the field, 1 for 2 from deep, 21 for 23 from the
He had
line.
18 rebounds. That's
And this
crazy.
Is only 37
Could have had
minutes.
probably
Just
the
absurd.
highest scoring.
He beat out Will Chamberlain too
20
for the most
70
points in a
20
game by a
game.
Sixer, and it gave us one of the best NBA videos from the season too.
I don't know if you saw Joel Embiid score 70. Cat had 60.
70?
Yeah, Joel had 70 today.
All right, now Luka's
Okay,
game.
this is so funny because I came up post stream, I go upstairs and like the Mavs and Hawks are playing, and like I'm watching for like 5-10 minutes, and they're like, oh my gosh, like, you know, finally, like now they have like 2 Mavs players in double figures, and I was like, oh, that's like, this is pretty, like, we're kind of into the game. It's like, you know, I don't know, like 80 to like, I don't know, 65. They were like, yeah, so like, you know, Dante Exum has like 10 points and Luka has 66. I was like, right, okay.
In a game versus the Atlanta Hawks, the team that traded Luka on draft night.
Oh man,
73 points, 10 rebounds, 7
Love
assists.
that.
25 for 33 from the field.
Thank you, Atlanta
8
Hawks.
for 13 from deep, 15 for 16 from the line.
That's
this
crazy.
Was at 45
That's
minutes.
crazy. From 70,
course,
75.
The Mavs record for points, the 4th most points in a game in NBA history, and by far the most efficient 70-point game in league history.
Like 75%, yeah.
Of 91.2.
This is just true shooting, so that's a little different.
Games became 2 of only 10 players in NBA history to have 70-point games.
That's crazy.
Just an insane 4-day stretch in the NBA.
And then Cat also, like, earlier
But
this
now,
week or
we
that
gotta
day
look
was
at the
going
top
off too.
5. And number
Here we
5,
go.
well, it was the last day of the NBA.
Okay.
Where 15 of the 20 playoff seedings were decided in one afternoon. One of the most hectic days of basketball
I loved
ever.
it. Every
if you were
second
a fan
of it.
Any of these 15 teams, I'm sure you could remember
Oh,
sweating out
right.
multiple games
Yes,
to try and
this
get that
game.
seed you wanted. I mean, look at this. The Thunder, Wolves, and Nuggets all could have finished 1 through 3. Pelicans and Sun had a playing game on the line. 3 different teams had the 8 seed on the line. Then in the East, 3 teams
And somehow
finished
the
2,
Knicks
3, or
got the
4.
2nd seed. That's
4
crazy.
teams were fighting for 2 playoff spots.
Rest in
The
peace,
other 2
Miami.
teams were going to make the play. It was really just a mess. But easily one of the most fun days
This
of the
was
entire
fun.
season.
He's like,
And
I got
plus,
you guys want chicken? You want
games.
chicken?
Either 1 p.m. or 3:30 p.m. Eastern. West Coast people got to wake up and watch all this madness.
Yes, sir.
Read this. The Kings can move up to number 8 by beating the Trailblazers, and with the Lakers losing to the Pelicans. If the Lakers win but the Warriors lose, the Kings will be number 9, assuming they win. You gotta reread that like 4 times slow to really understand what that means. And that's only one of the 15 bullet points. Safe to say, this day was one of the messiest but most entertaining in NBA history. But speaking of messy things that happened this season, how about the Draymond incidents?
Oh my
I'm
God.
placing that at number 4.
I love that he's referring to it as incidents. It wasn't just like one. This one we saw in the intro.
I'm sure you know already.
Right.
But if
Klay
you
Thompson
don't,
gets his shirt
the start
ripped.
of the
Right.
season versus the Minnesota
From Jada
Timberwolves,
McDaniels.
Draymond put Rudy Gobert in a headlock like he was Khabib. This was Draymond's 2nd ejection in a row, 2 straight games. The other one was just 2 Ts, just an average Draymond game. But he'd end up getting suspended for 5 games for the T-Wolves one. But later in the season, well, you know what happened with Nurkic and
I'm not gonna lie. I've actually never seen the video or the angle of this. I've only ever seen the photos. And so finally seeing the video of this, just Rudy's like,
the T-Wolves
that's
won.
so funny.
But later in the season,
That's
well,
hilarious.
You know what happened with Nurkic and Draymond.
Yes, sir. That was a oh man. Right. Just clubs him right in the
Draymond
neck.
was ejected
Right
from
in the
this game,
face.
But not only that, he was suspended indefinitely. And they put this man in timeout. He didn't
put him
miss
in
12
timeout
games,
for the
then
season.
ultimately come back. And I actually do like Draymond. I always have. Although it's hard to really praise him with some of these actions. But this dude hates Rudy Gobert so much. And recently, he said something about Gobert that just straight up backfired on him.
Right.
Draymond Green on his podcast today. They actually go on their run when Rudy Gobert finally comes out of the game.
Right.
Minnesota cut the Denver lead from 20 to 6 in 6 minutes with Gobert in the game. Minnesota then cut the Denver lead from 6 to 1 in 5 minutes without Gobert. Minnesota then, of course, turned their 1-point deficit into an 8-point lead with Gobert in the game in the 4th. Most of their runs was indeed not with Rudy Gobert out of the game. Draymond, respect Gobert. Everyone hates Gobert. It's so weird. 4-time Defensive Player of the Year. I don't know.
I will say, and this is just my personal opinion, there are not like biases, right? Not to say that he's undeserving of like, you know, certain defensive awards that he gets or praise that he gets. I feel as if that maybe the criteria, especially for Defensive Player of the Year, isn't so cut and dry. It's very gray zoned, right? Because he's a great help defender. He can stop a lot, you know, when it comes to people driving, like with Victor Wembanyama. Like, you don't get a block if they don't shoot, right? If you don't shoot over them, then you can't get a block, right? He's still a great defender. He was a finalist this year with Bam Adebayo, right? Bam Adebayo's also a defensive caliber finalist for the season. So the criteria maybe is a little bit skewed in a way, and obviously public perception as well. Not to say that I don't think he deserves this one, to be honest, but that's my opinion.
Anyways, number 4, the
Right.
Draymond incidents.
Right.
But now, it's
Plus
time
his
for
offense
number
is pretty
3.
garbage, but
And
you
I'll
know,
tell you
that
right
too.
now, this is my favorite moment of the entire
Oh
season.
my God.
I just
Matt
couldn't bring
Wallace? I
myself
think
to
this is
put it
Matt
at number
Wallace?
1 because it was just kind of pointless. But my favorite moment from the whole season, the Malachi Flynn.
Malachi
50-point
Flynn,
game.
sorry. I don't know
I
his
mean,
name.
You couldn't pick a more
50
random player to go for 50.
51
Literally,
points.
The game after he dropped 50, he went 0 for 12. This 50 piece was the third 50-point game ever from someone off the bench, the second most behind Jamal Crawford.
Well, that's
Flynn's
a little different.
ultimate
Jamal
career high
Crawford,
was
like we
27.
know, you know?
He basically doubled it. He has a career average of 5.2 points per game. In this game, he shot 8 for 25 from the field, 5 for 9 from deep, 9 for 12 from the line. Probably one of the most efficient 50-point games of all time, too. I don't know. That's my
8
favorite
from 25.
How can
That's
you not
rough.
love a random 50-point game? All right, number 2.
That is kind of
we
funny,
talked
though.
about some of the duels we had this season,
Mhm.
but none was better than Jalen Brunson and Victor Wembanyama.
The
An
slug
overtime
versus the
showdown in
aliens.
San Antonio.
We love it.
Victor Wembanyama's best game of his career, Jalen Brunson's best game of his career. The game we knew, oh yeah, Victor Wembanyama really has that,
That potential.
And for Brunson, the game we
He's
said,
only in the
okay,
lab,
yeah,
baby.
He's that guy. In a 4-point Spurs win, Wemby had 40 points.
40
a career
points,
high.
damn.
He had 20 rebounds.
Damn,
and
he's got a
7 assists.
40-point 2020
For the
game?
Knicks,
That's
Brunson had
crazy.
61 points.
Okay,
a
I thought he had
career high for
62.
him. Also, 1 point away from Carmelo Anthony's Knick record.
Oh, wow.
And then he also had 6 assists on top of that. It's kind of funny, though.
Wow.
Since 1984, the most field goal attempts in a game, Kobe in his last
Oh.
game, then Jordan, then Jalen Brunson. Pretty funny,
My
I can't
goodness.
lie. But
Man,
yeah,
and
that
we're in
was
the
a hell of
top
a
5.
game
This was
where
a good
two
game.
guys
I do
made
remember,
real statements
like,
for
hearing about
themselves
this.
in
I don't think I watched
completely
much
different
of it.
ways, though. But that brings us to number 1. And what else was number 1 going to be?
5 spins, gets inside.
Oh.
It's 40,000 for LeBron.
Oh, right.
LeBron James
Yes,
gets
sir.
40,000 points for his career.
That's crazy,
It was
by the
always
way.
said that Kareem's point record was unbreakable till LeBron James. And now, LeBron has over 2,000 more points than Kareem does. Let me break down how absurd 40,000 points is really quick.
Yes, sir.
To reach 40,000 career points, say you average 25 points per game and you play 82 games in a season.
That's
you'd
superstar
have
caliber
to do that
right there.
in over 19 and a half seasons. You can't miss one game and you have to score 25 a night. If you up that to 30 points per game, so 30 points per game, 82 games played each season, you'd still have to play 16.2 seasons. No one's averaging 30 points per game over 16.2 seasons and not missing one game. I'll tell you that.
You're right. And like the only two people that are like on that caliber right now, points per game, is like Luka Doncic and Joel Embiid. And Joel Embiid's hurt half the season. Luka doesn't want to play for 16 and a half seasons. This record will be untouchable for the rest
But
of the
we'll average
NBA
50 points per game
ever.
in one season, right?
Right.
Say some god comes out of
10
nowhere,
10
averages
seasons?
50 points per game,
Maybe 8?
plays 82 games a season. You'd have to average that 50 points per game over a 9.7
Okay, 10.
year
Wow.
span.
Right.
It's just never going to be done again, I bet.
Right. Well, Nationers, I'm glad that we got to recount and reminisce on the great season and the absurd season that was the 2023-24 NBA season. If there's any more moments that aren't a part of this list, make sure to leave them down below. And of course, subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Hey, Nationers, my cousin just got to Spokane by driving. But a few days ago, he actually mentioned he was going to be flying from Portland to Spokane. But the issue with that is the flight costs $500 for round trip. That's really not worth it. But I want to look at a video from one of my favorite creators, Ryan Trahan, where he tried every seat on the most expensive airline. This is seats from economy all the way to first class. Make sure to leave a like on today's video if you do enjoy it and subscribe if you guys are new around here. and let's get into it.
There is a seat on an airplane called an A380 that literally comes with a living room, a private bathroom, a private bedroom, and a personal flight attendant. Now, I have no business flying in that seat. It only exists on one airplane in the entire world. However, I owe my...
Right. In New York, you can't even get that in an apartment, let alone a flight across the world.
My friend Isaac a favor. His brother David lives across the world in Singapore,
Right.
and they haven't seen each other in 10 years. Isaac asked me to deliver David a letter and his favorite cereal from...
Just the most, just an average interaction in Texas, you know, passing notes with somebody else's name. And what is bran? Like, what classifies cereal as bran, by the way? Because there's like Raisin Bran, but what is like bran? Does that mean it's like potentially baked? I don't know. It just says oven baked oat cereal.
From the US all the way to his brother in Singapore. But
Okay.
if there's one thing I know, going on this adventure of riding in every single class on the most expensive airline in the world would be insane. But the only way that's going to happen is if I could foot the bill on a sponsor.
Joyride, I imagine. It has to be Joyride, one of Ryan Trahan's candies that he created.
Thank you, Shopify.
Right,
I packed
okay,
my bags,
Shopify.
made my way to the airport.
I was
and
really
boarded
hoping
my
it was
first
Joyride.
connecting flight to Singapore. On my way to my seat, I did pass through
Right.
business class. I'm not sure how you can even call this a seat. I also passed through basic plus. Look at that leg room. That's gonna be fun. And finally,
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little intrigued on how he might do this. One of the main reasons is because there's like 4, maybe 5. It showed 4, but I'm sure there might be a first class in there somewhere. How he's like, is he gonna do it all in one flight? Is that what? Is it like? Did he book 2? How did this? What?
I made it to my first seat of the video.
Okay.
Basic.
Right. Oh, oh, right. Right.
So on this first flight, we're going to be flying from JFK to Abu Dhabi,
37C.
which is nearly a
Love that.
13-hour flight. I'm most likely going to be doing a lot of voiceover because I'm socially awkward. I passed the time by measuring our leg room, 4 inches by the way, and also just by staring out the window until our first meal arrived. About an hour.
He just measured the leg room. I might be one of the worst passengers, like when it comes to flying, when it comes to like the luggage part, right? Because like I bring a bag, this bag. I bring this bag with me. This bag is like bigger than my torso. Right, so this is already a pretty big bag. It's not very like pliable. But then I bring like another bag, like a full-on duffel, but it's like it could hold water if it wanted to. So it's also not pliable. And so I put one of them up and try and put one under the seat. Yeah.
Hour and 15 minutes into the flight. All right, lunch is served.
That's actually
Here's
kind of
what
a
we
nice
got.
lunch, by the way.
Water bottle
Nice.
at the source.
Okay.
A bread roll
Love
covered in
that.
a nice layer of plastic. Chicken
Right.
and rice. Veggies.
Love that.
Strawberry cheesecake.
Ooh.
And the nectar of the gods.
What?
Sprite.
Oh,
This looks really
right.
good. I'm excited. How's the chicken? Have you tried it? That's Betty. She didn't hear me. She wouldn't ignore me. We're actually friends. She's my basic buddy. Silverware. I don't think
Love
I've ever
that.
touched silverware on a plane before.
That's-
This is crazy. This is like first class treatment in basic. I spent the next few minutes absolutely
Those
housing
Emirates
this
flights,
meal. I mean,
baby.
this
You're gonna
is
get
hands down
utensils.
the best meal I have ever had on an airplane. This food is so good. Shortly after finishing, I found myself in desperate need for the bathroom, which is a great opportunity for a tour. Greetings from the basic bathroom. Pretty basic.
Oh my
yeah.
God, I'm so sorry, Ryan. I'm so sorry. I need to pause this
Which is a
and
great
replay
opportunity
this.
for a tour. Greetings from the
Look at how big the camera is. This is not bad by any means that your camera's big or anyone's camera's big. I just find it so funny. You're holding the camera in the bathroom, and it's just a gigantic camera. I love it. I love it.
Basic bathroom. Pretty basic, yeah. We've got a sink. The tile is nice. Oh, it's not
Right.
actually tile.
No.
The toilet it's definitely a toilet. The flush
Right.
button's got some use, but that's a good thing. It's doing its job well. Overall, pretty fun in here. Gets the job done.
Love that. Oh.
At this point, we're flying over the middle of the ocean, and it's late. I tried turning
Right.
on a light, but accidentally flashbanged Betty, so just bear with me with the lighting. Greetings. I will say that so far the service
Love
has been
that.
incredible. Just a bit ago, I was in the bathroom, so I missed the coffee delivery. I asked the flight attendant for a coffee. She brought me a cappuccino and Oreos. This is my first time eating an Oreo suspended 35,000 feet in the air. It felt amazing. I drank my cappuccino. It was also delicious. I feel like I'm in first class. I do. I am so excited to go to
Like, here's the thing. Like, utensils, a full meal, like even like a strawberry shortcake, like that probably costs like a good hefty like $30 on a plane already. Apparently, and this is what it seems like, is you're just getting it. Like oh, hot meal, a full dinner. Anyone like that? Right here.
Singapore. I remember when I was
Love
in like
it.
8th grade, and we had a textbook that said Singapore is one of the nicest countries in the world, and ever since then, I have dreamed of going, but I did not think I would be going to deliver a 40-year-old man's cereal. Regardless, it's happening. I'm going to do some work, and I will catch up with you soon. At this point, I crack open a bag
Right,
of
my
cherry berry
favorite.
ropes, recline my seat, and open up my laptop.
The
for
Sour
some
Bites
top secret
probably
work.
technically are my favorite. Because
I'm
I do like
working
sour
on
candy.
my computer. I'm a hard worker. A few hours later, we got to watch the most mesmerizing sunrise ever. So
Oh,
I
this
asked
must
Betty
be
to
really
take a video
cool.
of it. She did a great job.
It's recording, right? Yeah, it's recording.
This must be pretty cool.
To capture it, right? I know, right? Yeah, exactly.
Now that the sun is up, that means it's time for breakfast. The Basic Plus section gets served first, which means by default, Betty and I get served last. We are in
Right.
the last row after all. But that just means I have more time to play Angry Birds and watch Trolls at the same time.
What is that? Wait, wait, huh?
But that just means I...
Is this a... What is this a part of? Is like that's not a handheld that like Ryan like brought onto the plane, right? What is this? Huh?
I have more time to play Angry Birds and watch Trolls at the same time.
Hi guys.
Love that.
Chicken with rice or coconut curry?
Oh, chicken with rice. Yes.
It's very nice. It's like a burrito bowl.
How yummy.
With guacamole.
Guac.
Okay. Nice, yeah.
Thank you. Guess what's for breakfast? Chicken and
Oh, it is a
rice.
part of the thing.
Again.
Okay.
I watched this
You can
person
serve
play
break-
Angry Birds.
What? You can serve breakfast on this plane? This is like a whole continental like breakfast facility.
While I ate, and then decided to interview the flight attendants
Love
because
that.
they have been amazing. Why are you guys so motivated to give such good service?
We love our guests, so we always give our best.
Okay, what's your name?
I'm Shantae.
Where are you from?
South Africa.
Really?
Me and her and her.
How are you? So my name is Jocelyn, and the reason why I give good service is because I love people, I love socializing with the people, and I love Etihad. You got this, Ryan!
I love that. I had a what is it? There was a teacher of mine. It identically wasn't like a student of hers, but there was a teacher that we shared like classrooms with. So we'd like go into her room, and regardless, she was a stewardess and like a flight attendant for like, I don't know, like 25 years. But then she just kind of got like older, so she became a teacher. So she had some pretty fun stories to tell her class, but I don't know any of those stories because I wasn't in her class. I just partook in the festivities that was the class. So we landed. That's good. That's actually kind of nice.
We have arrived.
Always good to land a
Dhabi.
plane.
I was mildly concerned about my cereal coming into a new country, but I got through with ease. I would be
you
celebrating
have to
right
do
now,
that?
but
I
I thought
wonder.
it was probably unwise to celebrate before my cereal gets through customs in Singapore. Regardless, this airport is awesome. Wow.
Oh, that makes sense because you're coming in from an international flight. See, I've hardly ever taken any international flights that like I was old enough to know what the frick I was doing. That makes a lot of sense. I was like, why are you getting off the flight and putting it back? Right, I get it. I get it now. I understand.
This airport is insane. It's honestly pretty comforting. Maybe because there's a Texas chicken directly behind me. Flight number 1
And the
complete for
TGI
cheapest
Fridays.
seat on the flight. That was a great experience. If it only gets better from here,
Love
I don't
that.
know how
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
there only
behave
is 4.
myself. Sorry for saying that. That's weird thing to say. If it sounds like I'm slurring my words, it's because it's 3 a.m. in the US. And since my next flight to Singapore is in 10 hours, I'm gonna go to sleep and keep this cereal safe. I hope it's still in here. It should be. Okay, let's go to a hotel.
I'm interested to see how this all pans out, I guess.
I gotta find a better way to get these shots. Very nice. This is literally in the airport.
That's.
I'm gonna go to.
What is Singapore? Singapore does not exist, okay? Singapore is like a fantasy land. This is crazy. I'm just gonna move to Singapore at this point.
Good morning. It's nighttime. I got out of bed, took a shower, and got ready to board my flight to Singapore. I'm honestly just excited to fly on this airline again, especially because the cereal is still safe.
Right. Okay, maybe he didn't actually end up in Singapore right now. Okay, I could be
arrived
wrong.
on my Basic Plus seat. I cannot tell you how uncomfortable I am right now to be filming this, but I will say I paid extra for this seat, and it shows. Look at this leg room. I can't wait to measure that.
That
later.
is not
Also,
4
my
inches.
seat buddy moved right over to the left because there was an available seat, which means this is basically first class. Look at this elbow room. So the next stop is Singapore. Let's see what it's like to live the Basic Plus life. All right, I'm gonna stop recording. I can literally smell business class from here. It smells like luxury. They have lay-down seats. I'm feeling a little FOMO, but honestly, I'm just ready for this thing to take.
I want. Okay, sorry. Let's go back here a few frames. Hold on. This has to be really annoying. Like, I get if it's okay, like if you're like, comfortable laying on it. That just has to be annoying, right?
Like, we took off. Okay, let's go to
Love
Singapore.
Okay, so he must. Oh, he landed in he landed in
I realized most
Dubai.
people are already.
Dubai is a fantasy land. Was what I meant to say. Singapore is too, but Dubai is a fantasy land.
Sleep on this plane. If you're looking for leg room, sorry, I took it all. 23 inches. It's crazy.
Wow.
Anyways, I got a tinkle. I have arrived to the Basic Plus bathroom. It was fun to see everybody who's flying on the plane with me, but it was a long walk. This bathroom isn't so different from the last one.
I wonder how people do that.
Tile that is
like,
not tile.
oh,
The
don't
toilet
worry.
does in fact flush. I tested it.
I'm holding. I just wonder.
There is soap, a sink, trash
Right.
can, all kinds of
The
paper
tile's still
products that
fake?
you may need, and if you're a baby, a place to sit. I'm having a great time. However, I am currently experiencing a little bit of turbulence on this plane. So I'm gonna go back to my seat. Just as I was walking.
I'm not gonna
out of
lie. I'm not the biggest fan when it comes to turbulence.
the bathroom, I saw the flight attendant getting our dinner orders. Let's hope for some chicken and rice.
Right, that would be so bad if you missed it.
I have fish with rice and vegetarian pasta.
Can I do the chicken with rice? Awesome.
Yes.
Yummy, thank you. All right, dinner is served. Look at that.
That's
We've
good that,
got
like, everyone
a Good
gets it,
Life
though.
bread. Not sure what that means. Some vegetables, a specialty Etihad beverage. It's Coca-Cola. That's what it is.
Oh, is that how
Natural
you pronounce
drinking
that,
water,
Etihad?
Chicken and rice, which looks delicious. This actually looks
I don't know
so
how to
good.
pronounce
and dessert,
that,
maybe banana
unfortunately.
pudding. I love banana pudding. It is
little
literally
crumble?
midnight. This is the fanciest meal I've ever eaten at midnight. All of a sudden, I'm kind of panicking because I haven't looked inside my luggage since I left to check if the cereal is really in the box. I don't know why it would.
I'm not gonna lie, that like kind of gets me going because, like, mind you, this is like, sorry, it's kind of like the whole plot of the video, right? Like bringing the cereal from Austin, Texas, all the way to Singapore. Sometimes I've opened up my bags that I've checked in, and then they're like, they had like slide in a slip there, like, oh, it was checked by TSA. I'm like, what did they take anything?
Wouldn't be. I just really want to get David this cereal. Also just realized I have a hole in my shirt, so that's awesome. Please excuse me while I devour this meal.
Basic Plus, like
That
Basic
meal
Plus
was
is like
so good,
pretty much
and now that I have a full
like
belly,
first
I
class,
decided to do a bit
in my
more
opinion.
work on my secret project. Top secret. Once again, I found myself with Oreos and other snacks. I'm just blown away by the generosity of these flight attendants, okay? And as the sun was beginning to rise, I decided to see what the flight attendants for Basic Plus had to say. Guys, we're almost in Singapore. I'm here with Michaela.
Hi, how are you?
She was my flight attendant today. Where are you from?
South Africa.
That's so fun.
Is everyone
My last
from
flight
South
attendants were
Africa?
From South Africa too.
They were great, right?
They were great. I love South Africa. Can I tell you why I'm going to Singapore? I'm going to give a man cereal.
It's normal. It's crazy. It's normal.
That's true.
You got this right.
If that's normal, what has this woman seen? What stories has this woman heard of? Oh, yeah, it's normal. It may be a little crazy, but it's normal.
Ryan.
Yes.
Love
you
that.
got this, Ryan. Just the fuel I needed. I feel unstoppable. I'm sitting in my seat and I'm just
Right.
so ready to land. Okay, we landed. All right. As I was getting off the plane, the flight attendant invited me to meet the pilot. I don't know
Whoa.
what's happening, but the captain is taking me
How
with
long
him
are
all
these
the way
planes,
to the
man?
front of the plane.
How long are they?
Never.
Then go ahead.
Now I can really say I've sat in every seat on this airline.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Thank you so much.
That is that
I
is
said
technically
goodbye
true.
to the team and got off the plane with no doubt in my mind. That's when I saw something
That is pretty
made
cool.
me want to puke. Customs. Every country has different policies for what you can and can't bring into the country. And in terms of categories, food is one of the most regulated items. Let's see if this cereal gets through. Now for customs? For like food? Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. Imagine they're like, yeah, come with us. Walk no further. He's like, grab Ryan's hand. Like, come with us. Or we come. Oh, man.
I thought it'd be cool to get an ominous video of me looking out at this crazy view. I've always seen this airport in photos, but now I'm actually here. Figured I might as well get a video in front of it. Just for the
I think this
record,
dude's
that
taking
flight
Instagram
was
photos
awesome.
on the
The
left.
bathroom was fantastic. The food was so good. The flight attendants were amazing. And I made
Oh,
it to
he probably
Singapore.
takes
And
business
guess
back
what?
to
I've
Dubai
got
and
the
then
cereal
residence
with
back
me.
to Austin.
I cannot
Okay.
tell you how relieved I was when I opened
Right.
my suitcase and it was actually in the box. I also have David's letter from Isaac. Aw, so cute. Brothers love each other.
Woo!
So I'm not meeting up with David for a little while, and I'm actually really tired because it's like midnight in America. So I think I might take a nap. Good morning. It's not morning. I slept for 1 hour. If you
Right.
also find sleep pods, capsule hotels really interesting, the Yotel Air in Singapore, it's fire. is a good one. Anyways,
Okay,
I've
so
got a
there's
cereal box to
also
deliver.
hotels
I really
in
wanna
Singapore.
Make it look like I'm actually on an epic mission that matters. So I think I'm gonna make the next few clips like a dramatic, cinematic sequence.
I'm just waiting for like Western music to come in.
In a world where two brothers live in separate countries. Does this feel epic? I don't know. Can you guys just comment, wow, right now is epic? There's only one man equipped to unite them. It's me, Ryan. Yeah, so I got a taxi to David's place and met him. Is this the end of the sequence? I hope it was good.
Nice to meet you, David. Oh, this is so sick. David, I flew all the way here because of what's in
This is
this
like
box.
actually like a wholesome moment.
Ready to see it.
It is
Okay,
only
are you
half
gonna
the
close
video,
your
by the
eyes?
way.
3, 2, 1.
Our best in every butt.
Brand. Dude, yes, this is a great gift. This, we used to get this every Christmas morning, but yeah, we just all love this.
I was thinking like their parents like wrapped up like oat bran for Christmas. It's like, thanks, oat bran.
Thank you, Isaac.
That's actually pretty cool.
David
Seems
poured
like
us
they have a
both
good
bowl
history.
of crackling oat bran, and we enjoyed a nostalgic meal together in Singapore. And that's when I gave him Isaac's letter.
Dave, since you moved across the world, I know it's difficult for you to come home regularly. What's probably even harder, though, is that you have to go without
Oh,
some
June
of the
9th,
best food
01.
America
I wasn't
has to
even
offer.
born yet.
More specifically, the kind that Mom used to give us with our stockings.
I wasn't even
every
born yet.
Christmas.
That's
I
crazy.
hope this box of crackling oat bran brings you back to those lovely childhood memories. Eat it slowly.
Oh my god. He just pulled a full Assassin's Creed, just jumped from the.
Because
That's
like
hilarious.
All the best things in life, we don't fully understand
man.
how good things are until they're gone. Miss you, brother.
I guess that
now
is true.
Isaac has no idea about this part, but David's got a favor to ask as well. Deliver a letter back to Isaac and give him a Singaporean snack straight from David's pantry.
Right.
There's only one man for the job.
Right.
It's me. I put it in my luggage, and yeah, I'll bring it back to him. All right.
Right.
My job is.
I guess that is good because I was like thinking, I was like, well, I guess like the whole point was to come to Singapore, but now it's like a part 2. You know, like when you're watching like Instagram videos on your doom scroll, and it's like, oh, like follow for part 2, and it's like, well, why don't you just tell me in one part? Like, just tell me in one part how to do this. I love
Only
it.
halfway done. I
love it.
delivered the cereal, and now I've got something to deliver to Isaac. Mission part 2 has begun. I'm on
Flew
my
all the way to
America.
Singapore.
After that, I had a few hours before my return flight home. David took me around Singapore. It's a beautiful place. This is just so crazy. Like I said, I remember looking at Singapore in my textbooks in school, and I always dreamed of coming here. And I gotta
It's
say,
crazy,
it did
man.
not disappoint. Except for the fruit that I tried, it was unique. I didn't really like it. David
Was
got
that
a kick out of
durian?
that. Eventually, I headed back to the airport and prepared for my business class seat. It comes with a private airport lounge, lots of food and drinks, but my flight was boarding, so I headed to the gate.
Hello, 7C.
Right. That's actually not too bad.
Welcome
Now it's time to get back to
business class. I already took my shoes off, and I don't even feel weird about it. They give you free slippers. Also, I was
I'm not gonna lie, like I understand in business and like first class flights like this where you would take off your shoes, it feels very weird to me, like watching that. Like I'm sure it's clean, but it doesn't feel clean subconsciously, you know?
This red juice almost instantly.
That might be a fun
with
drink.
Watermelon juice. Guys,
Right.
I had so much fun in Singapore. David is the best. The only problem is I didn't really sleep. I got like 1 hour of sleep at Yotel Air, and that was pretty much my sleep for the night. This flight that I'm on right now is once again an overnight flight, and I'm pretty sure that my seat reclines all the way down, like I could lay flat.
Oh, right.
But I don't want to sleep because I don't want to miss out on any of the cool stuff you get in business class. What's on the menu? Business. Yeah, we're not in basic anymore. Here's a quick list of things that come with the seat. A pillow, quite comfortable, I will say. Slippers, I already put them on. Why am I doing this with my feet? I don't know, but I'm in business class. A fancy
Kinda gotta do
blanket, this baggie which comes with a face mask, earplug.
Do you get to like keep this stuff?
Plugs, lotion, lip balm, face mist, and toothbrush and toothpaste.
Right, that's actually kinda
Pillow,
nice.
Perhaps to cuddle. I am tempted to sleep, but I'm also scared to miss out on any cool stuff that they would bring me, so guess who's staying awake?
Me. As the flight is
That
taking
must have been
off,
a hard
I've
video to
developed a
actually
plan
record
to not
of.
fall asleep, in which I will be very strict about not even closing my eyes to blink.
He fell asleep.
I fell asleep for 4 hours, oh my goodness. I don't even remember extending my seat into a bed, but here I am. One thing is for sure, this is the most comfortable airplane seat I've ever had.
I'm not proud of it. I'm not. On one end, I missed out on 4 hours of business class luxury, but also did I? Because I was laying fully down on an airplane. The flight attendant, when I woke up, she brought me coffee.
Oh,
It's
that's
really
actually,
good.
that's
She was
actually
also
kind of
like-
nice.
Like the main course or anything?
And I was like, oh yeah, I didn't, that's awesome. I didn't know I could still get it. And she was like,
You haven't eaten anything.
I know, thank you so much. And I said, I mean, I'll just do the fruit and I'll just get
Right.
ice cream
Oh.
just for the experience. And she said, okay. That's crazy.
At least like I feel like bad sometimes because like when you're like in like a flight, if you ever flown and like like they're coming down like this is where I'm at. I don't really like want to fall asleep until like at least get a drink because like I know if I'm like I don't want to bug them, I don't want to have to hit the attendant button. 37C needs someone to bring them water, like I don't want to be that person.
I'm looking
I'm
forward
like
to
closing
that.
my
I haven't
eyes
used
and
the
open them up
bathroom yet.
again.
I've got some work to do before we land. Let's get after it. Thank you very much.
Fruit and ice cream. A diabolical combo.
That was not only the best fruit I've ever had on an airplane, that was the best fruit I've ever had. That was so good. Ice cream? When in Rome. And then randomly after eating, I got really emotional, like about to cry. I can't tell if this is out of gratitude or because I just ate some solid ice cream, but either way, I need to pull myself together. Guys, I finally made it to the business class bathroom. It is nicer. It is. We do have the same tile as
Love that.
before. However, look at all this other stuff you get. The hand soap is in a special container. The faucet does look fancier. It really does. You've got a nice assortment of hand products. Not one, but 2 mirrors. Also, potentially the best part when you're doing your business in business class. I mean, talk about elevated. There's a window. Babies can also sit here. I don't know if babies are flying business.
Because I want a window to stare outside while I'm on the golden throne,
But let's test this bad boy out. Sorry. I'm gonna use the toilet.
The porcelain throne.
I feel like a business mogul working up here. No, but really, this is so cool. Before landing, I freshened up with some complimentary face mist.
Face mist? That's a thing?
We have arrived to Abu Dhabi.
I'm not
But as
gonna
soon as
lie.
we
I don't think I've
landed,
ever heard of
security
face
guards
mist,
came
but-
on the plane asking for me.
How's it going? Half the things I've never heard of on here.
Good to go?
What?
All right, thank you.
What?
I don't know.
What? You're just getting escorts?
What
You
I
can
did
see the look
wrong.
on
I
his
don't know if
face.
I'm in trouble, but 2 men personally took me off of this airplane and are now driving me in this little car thing to I don't know where. It felt like we were driving.
not the old person cart. This is what I call the old person cart when I'm like trying to describe it to like my family. Like, oh yeah, like the old person cart where they go get like people who like have short connections. They're really old, right?
For hours until eventually they dropped me off at a private suite. What in the world is going on? I literally thought I was getting escorted off the plane because I was a little gassy. Some things just don't sit right with my stomach. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the durian. Shout out to David. I cannot believe this is real. I don't know what to say. I have an abundance of fruit and pastries. I have a waiter named Ali. I think he's bringing me salmon. I think it's 1 a.m. Why is that even available? The people that have seen my boarding pass, they kind of look at the part where it says the resi, and they're like, oh, hello, sir. Before I show you this.
Okay, that's where my mind was thinking. Like they know that like you are getting off this plane and you are going to be a. What is it? You're gonna be a big baller, okay?
Private room that I'm in. Just for the record, business class was amazing. I did sleep for like half.
We're not
of
even
it,
at
but it was
residence
extremely
yet.
comfortable. The service was amazing. It was dark the whole time, so the vibes were cozy. I have nothing bad to say
Vibes
about
were
business
cozy.
class. Do I miss my old flight attendant friends? Yes. But honestly, it's hard to focus on how good that was whenever I get escorted off the plane immediately and brought to a private room that has a toilet in it. Let me show you around. Looks like we have coffee
Voss
and
water, right?
Voss water, abundant fruit and pastry.
I will say every time that I hear Voss water or ever see Voss water, I am immediately remembered of the grown-up scene. Bring some of that Voss water.
Couch, a luxurious dining table, and an entire bathroom with a shower in it. What? Who's this for? If this is before the flight, what have I gotten myself into? Really, it's crazy.
I sat down at my dining table for some salmon. I still can't believe they have someone making this good of food in the middle of the night. After that, the 2 security guys picked me up.
Like, hey,
and
we
took
got
me
a
to the
resi.
gate for our final flight.
They're like carrying his stuff too. Right.
Guys, This is unbelievable. I immediately walk into my coffee order. I enjoyed my cappuccino and played some Angry Birds. Some things never change, I guess. I don't even think the flight has officially begun boarding. This is gonna be crazy. And
bro has, I think he has a bigger plane seat than Alex Weber did in his series living in the smallest New York apartment. We're gonna have to test it out. I gotta see the legroom on this. I gotta see the legroom.
Flight back to the United States, and I am flying in the residence. There's so much stuff that comes with.
Are there
this
other
seat.
residents in here?
I can call it a seat. Frankly, if you ask me what this background is before I step foot in here, I wouldn't even be able to tell you it's a plane. This looks like an apartment. I can't believe I'm about to say this about an airplane seat. But how about a tour? This is the main.
His name was
seating
Axel
area
Weber,
with
by the
a
way. I
TV
just realized I
and
said
2
Alex.
seats. This
My
time
bad.
we have not
Sorry,
one,
Axel.
but 2 blankets. This bench area has an entire refrigerator fully stocked with sodas and Voss water. What in the world, man?
What?
This is crazy. The other benches are for storage. You could put stuff in there. This seat also comes with noise-canceling earphones, which work great if you want to prepare to watch the Penny series movie. The seats also have buttons that can assist you during the flight. Look what happens if you press the fork button. Ooh, wow, a snack. Just kidding. The flight attendant brought it. It was just a joke. But this fun drink is not a joke. There's also a charging station and a touchscreen remote control. But now, for the reason they call this seat the residence. All right, this is ridiculous.
There's no way that there is a bed in this plane right now.
A little bit of turbulence. To my left is the bathroom, and you are standing on a bed. I mean, this is outrageous. Isn't this crazy? I am on an airplane. So this is a big bed. I'm definitely going to be taking a nap. What is this? Okay, so they literally give you jammies. Do I anticipate a jammy time tonight?
You just get a whole outfit?
That would get crazy. There's
you get a whole
also
outfit.
really thick sleep mask, slippers. They also give you tons of nice skincare. I'm definitely taking this home. And the last feature of the residence, a private bathroom with a shower. I don't know. I don't get it.
It's a yacht in the air.
I don't get it. This
There's
bathroom is
nothing more that
so
needs to be
nice.
said.
We're still rocking the tile from Basic. I love it. Pretty standard stuff.
I love the
this
tile.
Little towel rack is cute. Once again, not 1, but 2 mirrors.
How many people are
the
staying
fact
in
that
here
there's a
at
shower in
once?
here is absurd.
I guess can you buy like a 2 for 1?
And had a steak dinner, which I absolutely housed. And while I was doing some top secret work in my bedroom, I got a notification that said, "We left another surprise for you. The best on earth." Guys,
Right.
they have Joyride. Isn't that crazy?
Right. The same tile, pajamas, a whole shower with 2 mirrors, and guess what? Angry Birds and Joyride. That's a killer combo if you ask me.
Okay, I asked them to put that there. You may be wondering, Ryan, what were you absolutely locked in on your computer for the past few days?
Okay.
Well, I love doing work on airplanes.
June
And I've been
15th
spending some much
has
needed time
passed as
on
recording of
Joyride's
this.
Shopify. The Joyride website
Yes.
is pretty built out, but I just like having fun with it. The best part about Shopify is you can literally build anywhere. I'm in the troposphere. I think that's where I am. I've been considering making a subscription for Joyride customers who want a candy refill every month. They might as well get a discount. And Shopify's subscription app makes that extremely easy. The only problem is we've kind of had trouble staying in stock, so that would most likely be a bad idea right now. The point is the option's there. But Shopify Magic is what I've been doing.
That's actually
on
pretty
this
cool,
entire
though.
Trip. It's as fun as it sounds. I've been working on a landing page. I'm just calling it landing page. It was like a airplane joke. The only people who will ever know about it are watching this video. I used Shopify Magic for AI product descriptions. Look at this. I asked it to describe my candy with some airplane puns. It crushed it. That's amazing. Also, the background removal tool for product images, so nice. And finally, I made the candy automatically 20% off because if you find this page, you deserve it. Come on. Honestly, we would not be able to do what we do at Joyride without Shopify. It is the best commerce platform in the world. If your dreams are small, if your dreams are big, Shopify is the place to build a business. And
I might gotta sell. I mean, I'm not gonna plug my stuff here, but nationofmerch.com. That's all I'm gonna say. Nationofmerch.com.
you can get started with a free trial using my link, shopify.com/Ryan Trahan. Shopify.
I might have to in the future, to be honest. Like low key.
With that being said, I think I am going to go night-night.
Gabby time.
Imagine figuring out what button turns off all the lights. I wish I had that first world problem on a plane.
As you can see,
you know?
the service here is amazing.
I'm always having
I
to
looked
go
through the
up and
menu.
twist
the crazy thing about this
the air
seat
conditioning.
is you just order on demand. So I ordered some breakfast, and by the time I was done looking out the window, it had arrived. I mean, are you guys seeing this spread? We've got a green smoothie with a latte, fresh fruit, a muffin, croissant, and butter and jam.
My
I feel like
God.
I've eaten so much food in the last 12 hours. This looks amazing, though. What should I try first? Iced latte, bottoms up. That's insane. A bit
Not
of
the milk
watermelon,
mustache.
fruit of royalty. That's good fruit. Look, guys, I'm really enjoying this. We have about 2 hours left in this flight. I can't even describe how nice this has been. Doesn't feel real. I could be dreaming. You could be dreaming. You could be dreaming about me dreaming. But don't forget, the job's not finished.
Right.
There's a man in America expecting me to deliver a Singaporean
Irvin's
gift from his
sea
brother.
salt
It's Isaac.
food
Talking about
snacks?
Isaac. We just have a few more obstacles to
that.
overcome. He
How
said
are-
from
oh,
the
okay, okay.
residents.
Never mind.
Nah, I'm worried about customs again, but how much can you really worry in this seat?
I was thinking, I was like, I've never heard of that either. I'm like, right,
In
because
the
it's a
air. We're
Singaporean.
landing very soon. I have a private bathroom. I think I'm gonna use it. Unfortunately, the shower isn't working. That would have been so cool to shower in the.
I'm not gonna lie. I imagine like this seat's real nice, and like he's saying, like the shower, it's not working, right? Totally understand. I'd be a little bummed, right? Because I obviously paid for it, maybe like expected to, because kind of what I expected. There's no way that you can try out every feature on this plane in this seat within the amount of time without sleeping. There's just no way. And like be able to enjoy it. Sometimes I would have took the basic flight. I would have raw dogged that basic flight. Just 15 hours, just no music, no screens, no Angry Birds. Raw dogged that flight.
The air, but at the end of the day, the fact that there's even a shower to look at is enough for me. I can't get over all the skincare they give you. I don't know how to use it correctly, but I am gonna bring it home for Haley. She's gonna be excited. Oh yeah, morning routine in the residence.
Same, Ryan.
First, I brush my teeth. I put on deodorant. Smells pretty good. Next, I shave. There's literally a little bit of hair there on my chin. So I shaved it, took off my jammies, did some skincare, and threw on cologne, which burned my skin because I just shaved it.
Right.
Last few minutes.
Hey,
Why
boy,
that face
beautiful.
is shiny. This has been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't believe it.
Damn. Ah! Love that.
Hey. Hey. Here we have a delivery all the way from Singapore.
I wonder if it's in. I'm sure it's probably in there.
This is very exciting.
Right.
David loved his gift, but will Isaac love his? This is the question. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Close your eyes.
Okay.
We'll save this
It's
for
definitely
later.
in there.
And
Right.
here we go. All right, Isaac. 3,
Salted egg fish
2,
skin.
1.
Salted egg fish skin. Bro,
Your
you can't
favorite.
get this in America? What is this? Oh, okay.
All the way from Singapore. Cheers. That's kind of gas.
It was actually really good.
Okay, now for the real surprise. He got you a letter. You can go read it over there. I'll give you privacy.
Isaac, bro, I miss you. I miss all the good times we've had and your humor. You are always the one to lighten the mood and keep everyone laughing. I hope everything is going well in Austin. A great quote I learned recently is a goal without a deadline is just a dream. Remember, it's important that we are purpose-driven, so create a vision, mission, and goals to get where you want to be. Then put your head down and grind relentlessly. You will succeed. David.
Aw, that's sweet. A couple weeks
Love
later, I
that.
found myself walking into Target just to see what Joyride is going to look like in the candy aisle on June 15th.
That's not
And
the
as I
bottom
was
shelf,
leaving,
Ryan.
Something caught my eye.
Is it the O brand? Is it the O brand? If it's the freaking O brand. Right. Right.
You made it to the end of the video. Thank you.
Right. Nationers, well, if there's few things that I learned is that no matter what bathroom you use on an Etihad, no matter what bathroom you use on that flight, you'll get the same tile, which makes me feel a lot better because I love basic. I'm a basic person. Subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Today, I wanted to watch something pretty interesting. I love math and I love sports. And for the most part, the only thing about sports that is math related is statistics, percentages, the chances of a shot or a catch being completed. Well, I wanted to look at a video that kind of broke down something a part of the Olympics that is mathematically unfair. And what I mean by that is this video called Statistics Reveal an Unfair Height Bias in One Olympic Event. Yes, height bias. Now, I will say I am 5'9". I know that my height is not very biased towards many things in this world, but we're about to find out what the unfair height bias is in this Olympic event. Make sure to leave a like on this video if you do enjoy and subscribe if you guys are new around here. Let's get it.
Some sports just aren't fair.
They're not fair.
Not everyone
That's
has
fair.
the same chance of excelling at every sport.
Damn, that was actually a pretty close
sports
finish.
you want to be tall, others short,
Like
some
basketball.
lean, others
Right.
massive.
Right.
That's no surprise. But for one track and field event, the determining factor for who excels is more arbitrary than you would think.
I have a feeling.
Several years ago.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hey, I'm pausing the video. Okay, before we continue, I actually want to take a look at all of the sports here and see which one it is. Now, obviously, like basketball kind of makes sense. You kind of want to be tall, but is that like statistically unfair? Like they've shown a lot of track. Could be that. I'm assuming for like speed skating, no. Skateboarding, no. The one thing that I think it could be is it maybe is a winter sport. Like something like ski jumping, swimming. Swimming does make a lot of sense. Equestrian, I feel like you'd want to be kind of short. Like most jockeys are pretty short. Beach volleyball, that could be a shout. My guess for height, and this is probably one of my favorite events to watch, and that is handball.
Sports gene.
Right.
About improvements in athletics. A big part of that story is how coaches have determined
which specialized bodies are best for their sport. Is this just literally going to be athletics?
In many sports or events, it's just physics that determines the characteristic of the best bodies.
It just
the shot put calls for tall, massive, and strong athletes to gain better momentum and energy. Gymnasts call for shorter bodies to maximize the power-to-weight ratio for spinning and twisting.
Come on.
Swimming calls for long torsos and short legs to maximize the ease of moving through the water and minimizing drag. While long-distance runners call for short torsos and long legs to maximize running power and minimize dead weight. For example, even though Michael Phelps, a swimmer, and El Garouge, a distance runner, are 7 inches different in their height, they wear the same length pants. Sadly, there isn't much we can do about physics. If we want an event to see who can throw a big metal ball far,
I want to know what the event is. That's all that I came here to watch.
Going to have a decent shot of being world class. However, there is one track and field event where the body type isn't determined by physics. It's determined by an arbitrary choice that a person or committee made many years ago. A choice that would forever exclude some people who could have otherwise been champions, even world class.
What?
Maybe a face even on a Wheaties box.
Wait. So what I'm hearing is that there's a potential like law or like potential board, I'm sure it's probably like the Olympic Committee, that decided that like less than this height or you can't be more than this height. Is that what I think I'm getting that correct?
Instead,
let's continue.
Allowed others to dominate. What is that event? The high hurdles.
It's not even an individual sport. It is literally an event. You can't be.
Take a look at the lineup of the men's 2020 Olympic finals for the 100-meter sprint.
Right, you got Fred Curley in there.
To the 110-meter hurdle finalists. One thing that jumps out is the variation in height for one and the lack of variation of height for the other. If you are fast, you can be a good sprinter. But if you're fast, you still might not be a good hurdler.
That's
Why
very
not?
fair.
Because someone, somewhere, decided that the hurdles should be a certain height and a certain distance apart. And relatively few people have the optimal body characteristics for those distances.
This is interesting because me and my dad, I was like talking about it. I was like, why do like the men do like 110-meter hurdles and then women do 100-meter hurdles? And then I realized, like I answered the question myself, was that like generally like men are taller. Generally, right? And so with that kind of couples like longer legs and, you know, a longer stride length. And for 110 meters, these still have to be equal distance in between each hurdle. And if they were like super crammed up, then it wouldn't be really great for those that are really tall and like have long legs, especially going over hurdles. So like the 10 extra meters gives them, you know, 30 plus feet to work with. That makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Let's consider the distance between the hurdles.
Oh, right. The distance
to be fast in the hurdles, an athlete needs to be able to have their natural running stride fit. So 3 steps between the hurdles ends within inches of the optimal takeoff spot. If an athlete's natural stride is too long, they have to shorten their step or stutter step, which will slow them down. If an athlete's stride is too short, they have to stretch, which will also slow them down. Notice how even halfway through this race, every runner is hitting within inches of these track marks when they plant. That doesn't happen in the flat 100. So to be an elite hurdler, your stride length has to be just right for the 3 steps between the hurdles at top speed.
That was rough.
Now let's consider the height of the hurdles.
It's okay.
Hurdling the barrier is different than jumping the barrier.
Sean Merritt.
Hurdling's more like stepping.
His story is really interesting, by the way.
Notice that the hurdlers' heads don't go up, and in fact, some go down when they hurdle a barrier. This is because they're trying to lift their legs over the barrier while minimizing the movement in their center of gravity so that they can snap a foot back down immediately to get back in contact with the track and accelerate. Time in the air is not time
so
when
rough.
you can be adding speed to your
Grant
run.
Holloway, my guy, he's hardly ever lost this race.
They have no choice but to jump to get over the hurdle. Because even
Right,
going
okay,
into
hold on. Sorry, I missed like a really key important part. They were talking about like a band
If a
technique.
hurdler is too short,
Total mess?
then they have no choice but to jump.
Oh, right. Running right through all. I wonder why this is a band technique. Has nothing to do with like this video at all.
To get over the hurdle. Because even going into a tight hurdle bend, they won't get their legs high enough to go over the hurdles without jumping. So to be an elite hurdler, you have to be tall enough that you don't need to jump over the hurdles, but not so tall that your natural stride won't fit the natural rhythm needed between the hurdles. We would hypothesize then that the height of elite hurdlers must fall into a narrow range of heights.
Okay.
To explore this hypothesis, we found the heights
5'9"?
of 50 world-class male hurdlers, and this is the histogram of their heights.
Okay, that's...
The histogram suggests that it's difficult to be an elite hurdler if they are shorter than 6 feet, or 183 centimeters.
Hey! I'm going to show them wrong. I know I've never done hurdles in my life, but I'm going to show them wrong.
Only 4 of the 50 athletes
I'm more than a
6
statistic.
feet, with none of them shorter than 5'9", or 175
That's crazy.
centimeters.
At least like
Only
you'd rather
5
be
were
taller
than
than shorter.
And none taller than 6'5", or 195 centimeters. But height isn't necessarily the deciding factor. We really should be analyzing stride length or leg length. Unfortunately, that data isn't readily available, so we're using height instead, since it should correlate highly with leg length and stride length.
That's fair. I agree with that.
Since male athletes tend to be around the 6 feet to 6'3" range, or 183 to 190 centimeters, then that
Don't worry,
cuts out
Nation.
a
I'm going to
lot
go
of
to
athletes
Turkey
from
and I'm
being
going to
able
get
compete,
a nice
and even
little
some entire
leg
countries from producing athletes
extension.
to compete in this event. Let's compare hurdlers to sprinters first.
What is this?
50
Damn,
heights
what
of
is
our
this
elite
math?
hurdlers have a mean of 73.28 inches,
What is
or
this
186
math that he's doing
centimeters,
right now?
and a standard deviation of 1.77 inches, or 4.5 centimeters.
Okay, that's probably just standard
Whereas
deviation.
the height of 50 elite 100-meter sprinters
with
in
an
the world
exponential.
have a mean of 71.46 inches, or 181.5 centimeters, and a standard deviation of 2.68 inches, or 6.8 centimeters. Assuming that the heights of these elite athletes are normally distributed, here are what those distributions
it's just
look
to
like
kind of make a bell
compared
curve.
to the U.S. male height distribution.
This is math.
U.S. male height distribution
sports,
has a mean of 69 inches, or 175 centimeters, and a standard deviation of 3 inches, or 7.6 centimeters.
Right. And these are all inch-based.
We are using the United States in this week's video.
5'10",
whose height distribution is similar to many other European countries.
73
but
is...
we will look at other countries in our video for next week. Here's something to notice. The shortest height of an elite hurdler is the average height of a U.S. male.
Come on now. Come on now, baby.
The average height of an elite hurdler, 73.3 inches, or 186
of course. That's obviously like a
is almost
big
1.5
deviation.
standard deviations above the average U.S. male height. About 90% of the heights of elite hurdlers fell between 6 feet and 6 feet 4 inches. Using this normal distribution calculator, we find that only about 15% of U.S. males are in this optimal range for hurdling. Competing in the flat 100-meter sprint pulls about 90% of elite athletes from 5 feet 8 to 6 foot 3, or 172 to 190 centimeters.
Right.
At least according to our sample. And about 62% of U.S. males fall in this range.
Okay.
Is there a similar story in the women's hurdles? Let's compare the same three distributions.
Let's see.
This is the distribution of heights of 50 world-class female hurdlers.
Okay.
And this is the distribution of heights of 50 world-class female sprinters in the 100-meter.
Oh.
And this is the distribution of heights of U.S. adult females.
Whoa.
There's a different story here.
Whoa. Okay. So if you are on the women's side of sports and you want to become a hurdler, sprinting might actually not be what you want to do. I respect that.
There's not as much separation between these three
very
distributions.
interesting.
Hurdlers are still taller than sprinters, and sprinters are taller on average than the population as a whole. But there's a lot more overlap. 90% of our elite hurdlers were in the range of 63 to 70 inches, or 160 to 178 centimeters.
That's actually...
About 57% of U.S. females fall into this range.
Nice, okay.
Much larger than the 15% for men. So
32%
hurdlers
more.
So much taller than the average female height.
42%
like with the men.
More. Math is
There could
hard,
be two culprits. The distance between the hurdles, or the height of the hurdles themselves. It's hard to know how to analyze the effect the length between hurdles has on the height or stride length of the hurdlers. If you have ideas, put them in the comments, please. One first step is to look at the ratio between the distance between hurdles and the average elite hurdler height. The average height of an elite male hurdler is 73.3 inches.
Okay.
And for the men's high hurdle race,
okay.
the distance between hurdles is 30 feet,
30?
or 9.14 meters.
Oh,
That's a ratio of 4.91, or it takes 4.91 average hurdlers lying down end to end to stretch from hurdle to hurdle.
Okay.
On the women's side, the ratio of average elite hurdler height and the distance between hurdles
is
5.03. Surprisingly close. So nothing dramatic here that might point to why there's a larger spread in the distribution of heights for women than men. Let's look at the height of the hurdles next.
This will be interesting.
Men's
42 inches is quite large,
inches, or
you know?
106.7
quite high.
That
sits like right,
at
you know,
more than
right below my rib
60%
cage.
of the height of the average U.S. male. For women, the high hurdles are 33 inches, or 83.8 centimeters. So the hurdles are about 52% of the height of the average female.
Okay.
Quite a bit lower than the men.
What was the men's?
This means
Sorry, I totally missed it. I thought they were going to do some math here. I totally missed what they... Okay, this was like 60?
6.7 centimeters.
Yeah, this was
that puts the hurdle
like 60...
height at more than 60% of the height.
Okay, 60, and then what was the women's?
3.8 centimeters. So the hurdles are about 52% of the height of the average
8%
female.
difference, not
Quite
like the worst thing in the world.
Men. This means females can be shorter and still hurdle rather than jump the barriers during the race. You can see by comparing the men's and women's Olympic finals from Tokyo that the women, especially the tall ones, do not need to bend their bodies much to go over the hurdles, but the men are extremely bent over the hurdle, almost hitting their knee with their chin. So what could we do to make the hurdles a sport that more people, especially males, could excel at?
No, it's okay.
We will share
it's
our
okay.
ideas. If you have ideas on how to open up the hurdles to even more competitors, put them in the comments. Or if you know of other sports where an arbitrary rule changes who can be competitive in the sport, put that in the comments as well. Here are some of our own ideas. We could lower the hurdle height for men so shorter people could compete. That might make it more like the women's race where it's not so exclusive. We could also have 3 high hurdle races, one at 110 meters with the current hurdle height, one at 105 hurdles with shorter hurdles, and one at 100 meters with even shorter hurdles. Then almost anyone could have a race that would fit their height.
They're like, hey, we understand that you may be a little bit too short to actually be able to do these hurdles. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to lower the hurdle so then you could also still compete even as a short king. I don't make the rules. I just follow them. At least it opens up doorways for 5'9" guys like myself, you know?
All at the same position on the track. Other events allow some flexibility. For example, long jumpers and high jumpers don't have to start all at the same spot. Pole vaulters can start at a different position, and they can even adjust the position of the bar relative to the pit. Why can't hurdlers adjust the hurdles like pole vaulters, within some minimum and maximum distance? This would allow some people to be competitive in an event that's arbitrarily stacked against them. Now, do we really think that the governing board of international athletic competitions will take these seriously? No, of course not.
Imagine going to them.
They might actually counter with
Hold on, sorry. Imagine going to them and being like, hey, so we have an idea, scientifically factual, that shorter men are not as good and they're not as common in the high hurdles. So how about what about if we just like allow them to move the hurdles, you know, for their proper stride length?
The fact that there are other
That'd
sports
be kind of funny.
events,
That would be kind of
some of which
funny.
give smaller bodies a better advantage, like diving and gymnastics.
Right.
No one's being forced to just do the hurdles. But what we have learned is that it
catch
can
me
be to your
doing some
advantage to pick a
gymnastics
sport
and
that
diving.
plays to your body
Okay.
type. But if you're not a perfect fit for a sport you enjoy, don't fret about it. Keep doing what you enjoy.
Yes.
We can learn a lot from the women in the
And I love
100
doing
meter
high
hurdles in
hurdles.
this instance.
What an amazing
The last
goal.
Olympic gold medalist was Jasmine Camacho Quinn.
Yeah, she's
at
tall.
5'8" or 173 centimeters.
She's tall.
But there were only 2 hurdlers in our list of 50 that came in at the shortest, 5'1" or 155 centimeters. Both 2 inches shorter than the next hurdlers in our sample.
Woo! Go USA.
One of them took 3rd in the Olympics, earning the Olympic bronze medal.
Let's go, baby.
That was Megan Tapper from Jamaica. And the other still made the Olympic final and later broke
Nigeria.
the world record. That was Toby Amison from Nigeria, who now has claim to the title of the best hurdler ever.
Well, that's a discussion for another day. Well, Nationers, I do come to you with a very heavy heart. Not only am I going to Paris, I am moving every single thing in my room all the way to the Olympics. I will be taking on the best of the best in the 110-meter hurdles. Subscribe! Hey! It's been a minute. The 2024 NBA draft is actively going on as we speak. The first 2 picks are in, but I wanted to take a look at some more NBA. Particularly, yes! shots, but they get increasingly more miraculous. And make sure to check out Kosh Report's channel. Link will be down in the description below. Make sure to leave a like on this video, subscribe to this channel in case you guys haven't already, and let's get right into it. Okay, so first up, we have Giannis Antetokounmpo in the 2021 All-Star Game. Here we go. Come on, Giannis. Yeah. In that bag. In that bag, baby. Giannis. Giannis banking a 3 in an All-Star Game is absolutely crazy. You're never going to get that shot out of him. Maybe. Absolute madhouse. Okay, we have Alex Caruso with hair. Oh, God.
Alex Caruso rattles in the three-pointer.
Anthony Davis. No. Oh. Nationers, we have a group, a duo that you guys may know dearly. It is Rhett and Link Nationers. You guys may know them as Good Mythical Morning, the channel that they co-host on a daily. We're going to be reacting to their video that they posted on their Rhett and Link channel. It is titled We're Done. Now, I don't know what that means for the channel, but make sure to hit that subscribe button, and let's get right into it. I'll have a good old intro here. You know when you turn on the camera, uncut, baby. Uncut.
We've been on YouTube since 2006.
And 2006? Nearly 20 years?
We've decided that it's time to make a change.
Oh, that's
you
an
probably know us from Good Mythical Morning because
Yep.
we've made over 2,500 episodes of that.
But we've also made a bunch of other YouTube videos too since we started this original channel.
2,500 videos. 25? I guess that does kind of make sense though. Yeah, like that would be around like 10 years worth. But that's like daily over the course of like maybe let's say like 7. Sheesh.
18 years ago.
Is that all you want?
Nah,
I'll take a snack wrap.
At the Red House. Why do I feel like that?
Online world where I am king.
Nope. Chuck Testa.
Oh God.
I'm going roller skating.
Okay.
Look who lost a tooth today.
I'm Breaking Bad. It's my...
Am I in a fever dream right now? What is going on? What is happening? What am I watching? Like, this is the history, of course. Like, they had the Red Barn, they had butt drugs. Like, these are, I can't tell if they're actual commercials that they made and decided that, yeah, this was good. Or if it's like a parody of those bad commercials that people make in post from like your local mall.
Back in kindergarten, I aced my college entrance exam. It's my OCD.
What is happening? What am I watching? Literally,
I'm your best friend.
What is going on?
We loved making all that stuff.
Okay.
But once Good Mythical Morning really started taking off, it became harder and harder to justify taking all this time and these resources and putting it into one solitary video that might just get a little bit more views than an episode of Good Mythical Morning. And we didn't stop having big, ambitious ideas. We just kind of convinced ourselves that we needed to take those big, ambitious ideas and we needed to drive across town and try to talk some TV network executive into letting us make the big, ambitious thing that we wanted to make.
Interesting. I don't know maybe if what they're referring to is something that they did with like a network. Maybe they did strike a deal. I'm sure they'll probably tell us here in a second. However, I feel like regardless of whatever situation you're in, there is those moments where like, I don't know if this is going to work out. Like, I'm already doing something here, but it's always kind of long, but I also kind of want to keep doing it. But then also, I have another thing that I really want to do. I'm that person.
Right, so what we started doing, where we started pouring a lot of our creative energy was in writing television pilots, developing television series, and pitching those, starring us. And the response that we got back was, you guys aren't the right fit.
More than
it doesn't sound like this was like a one-time or two-time occurrence. This seems like this was like a dozen. Like they had a lot of scripts out there. And they're like, you know what? We wanted to start us. And those TV executives are like, you're just really not the fit.
Than once, that was the message that we got back. So then we pivoted and we started developing TV shows, writing pilots. Actually, we also wrote a movie not starring us.
We tried that.
And the feedback was, it's not the right time.
Okay.
There was a lot of times where it wasn't the right time.
Fair.
And then we wrote a novel that, thanks to you, became a New York Times bestseller, and we thought it would make a pretty damn good TV series.
Actually, that's why we wrote it. We basically wrote a book because we thought it would make a good
That was
TV
part of the
show.
dream, yeah.
I mean, that's a good idea though, right? Like, you know, you kind of got to get your foot in the door and like, I mean, they have what, 20 million, at least 15 million subscribers on their main channel over the course of like a handful of years, or dozens of years, that is, decades of years, that is. So if you think about it, like, I feel like executives are just so up the yang, you know?
And the response back was, they didn't agree. or at least haven't yet.
They did not agree.
We did land a TV show
okay.
A couple of years ago. And
Wasn't
what we
they
quickly
host or
learned
something,
was
right?
that we had to make that show for the TV network's audience. So the original vision of what the show would be in our minds had to morph for that audience. And then I think everybody was counting on that we were bringing you along for the ride.
Okay. So they're trying to get like two different audiences. Like the ones that they already have will probably already watch, maybe at least a good chunk. What? Sorry. There's a Viking looking at me right now.
Wake up, Jared, it's time for school.
That they have not just done a TV series or at least a production style beyond Good Mythical Morning that is, you know, an episodic type series on their own. They have this idea. They have an audience. Do it yourselves. I don't know. Like I'm just surprised that they haven't. Maybe this is the announcements or not. We'll find out.
It wasn't. It wasn't everything we hoped.
We didn't make the show that we wanted to make. The bottom line is that we've spent a lot of time asking for permission to make the things that we want to make.
Okay.
We are done.
Dina says good morning.
Do you see why we called the video We're Done Now? It wasn't. I wanted you to maybe think that we were retiring from YouTube, and you
everyone's
click
retiring
on
from
this
YouTube.
video.
God,
It had nothing to do with that.
That is going around though, in one form or another. And we respect creators who are taking a step back from their audience or whatever their situation is. But we're actually doing the opposite. We are.
They're going full force. $80,000 episodes. We've been doing this for 20 years. We could do it for another 20, another 30 years. How many decades you want? Let's roll a dice.
We're leaning in.
No more
to our audience.
The only thing that we're stopping doing is asking permission to make the thing that we want to make. We're stopping trying to figure out what people want us to make and just deciding to make the thing that we want to make. We're stopping asking permission to be ourselves.
Shit, yeah, that's inspirational, man.
Okay, as much as I love Rhett and Link, I always get confused on who Rhett and Link are. I think this is Rhett and this is Link. Anywho, I'm gonna refer to this as Link, because even if it's not. I like how he was like, "Shit, that was really good."
We are done.
See how they react.
Asking permission to be us.
Yeah, that's right.
We're done.
Oh, lovely.
Pouring our creative efforts and time and energy into projects that you will never see. We're done.
Mind you, they've been doing that for so long too.
Last year, on the Rhett and Link channel, we released 8 videos. I hope you saw them. If you haven't, go back and watch them. It was an experiment
recommended, to be honest.
For us. We were getting curious. We were asking the question, what do we want to do? What can we do? What should we do? What do we want to do?
I just get the sense like every time like they did a presentation, I don't know how far their history goes back, if they were high school mates and whatnot. I'm sure they probably were, at least college. But I get the sense that Link like did a lot of the talking and the quote unquote yapping in a way. Like they turned like something in with like only 10 minutes to go and they just started. And then Rhett over here is like, we're stopping asking permission to be ourselves. The one-liners. He's just a one-line king, and Rhett's just like explaining everything, and he's like, "That's right. That is right." I just get the sense, like, why for the sense that Rhett is just like pulling from straws here. He's like, but we see this as an investment. An investment in what? Us. Like states the obvious, but like the essay requires like 5,000 words, but he's at like 4,950, so he has to like explain himself a little bit more.
Our creative ideas and our team. And we also see it as an
that's an ad
investment
blocker.
in this
Sorry,
platform, in YouTube, because we believe that YouTube is a place. I'm not about to cry. I just got something in my throat.
Oh, we're done. We're quitting.
We believe that YouTube is
It's because you mentioned OnlyFans. And I'm picturing myself naked.
Joking.
What?
We believe that YouTube is
not Link's face being like, didn't expect that.
Place where we can make the thing that we want to make for the audience that wants to see it.
Yeah.
And we also want to believe that YouTube can be a place where you don't have to just try to anticipate the algorithm. You don't have to just make something that you try to anticipate what people are going to like, but you can make the thing that you like, and then the people who also like it will come along and they will watch it.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly that. And I feel like even in my own world, like I'm like, yeah, I got to make this video perfect. I got to do this. I got to do that. It doesn't really matter. Just make the videos you enjoy. You know what's good, Jared. You know what's good. Maybe a presentation might take like 10 minutes to do, but that's okay. You know, you're proud of what you did.
So this is a risk, but we're very excited. We're We also feel nervous at this point.
That's fair.
I think one of the things I'm feeling right now is like, well, I don't want to build it up too much. But
it's the greatest thing ever.
I mean, we've decided we're listening to our hearts, we're listening to our gut, we're moving forward with
I think his glasses.
where that's headed. Yeah, you know, if you ever, when you're making a big decision and then you make the decision and then you take the first step, second step, third step on the other side of that decision, and you get this feeling that, yes, I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing.
Okay.
That's how we feel right now. Like,
that's good.
Because we've already started working on it.
Feels right.
And we look at last year and those 8 videos and everything that is building up to and the ideas that we have. And we just feel very assured that we're doing the right thing. We're taking the right risk. And the promise that we make to you is that we are pouring all of our passion into this thing. You know, like we can't
talk about hyping it up more than I feel like you should have. Not that it's a bad thing, because it's good. It's good to have like faith in what you're doing. But it was also funny because when he was talking about like the steps, I was like, you know what? I was thinking like you get a little bit of that, like, maybe this wasn't like exactly what I should be doing. You know, that was that. That's where I thought he was going. It was not where he went. But I understand the passion.
Can't guarantee outcome. We can't guarantee how you're going to feel about it.
That's true.
But we can guarantee that
we have a good feeling.
We're pouring our hearts into this thing. We're passionate about it.
It's good.
And if you stuck around on this channel over these past few years when we've uploaded videos kind of whenever with long gaps in between, thank you. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for believing in us.
The 5 million plus
if you're
subscribers.
like a lot of people and you've just been watching Good Mythical Morning, thank you
like
for
my
that
sister.
as well.
My
I
sister.
mean, first of all, we wouldn't be doing this without the success of Good Mythical Morning. That's how we have this team, and that's how we have Mythical Entertainment and the ability to make this show.
Good Mythical Morning is funding this show, basically.
And because people always seem to assume that if we have something else really work that we're going to leave GMM behind, let us just assure you that Good Mythical Morning ain't going anywhere. We've been doing it for 12 years.
12 years!
We're not going to stop.
12 years. I'm going to have a heart attack. I'm going to have 12 years, like basically daily. It's a lot of videos. 2,500 videos is a lot. But for even 12 years straight is pretty insane.
Stop it because we actually love doing it. It brings us joy.
It's good.
And we've also developed an ability to put everything that we've got into Good Mythical Morning while still being able to make these other things that we want to make. It's just, we've been making a lot of stuff that you don't see, and now you're going to start seeing it.
That's awesome.
But you're not going to see it immediately because we've decided to release it in a certain way. We
Don't say August.
Working on it right now. We're writing, we're outlining. We're going to start shooting next week.
I don't know if this video's recorded prior to when they were like bent over or not, but if it is before, this is my face as a reaction of like, if they pitch the idea. You're going to bend over and we're going to act like something in your butt.
But we're going to save and bank all of the episodes so that we can release it.
Oh, hold on. Yes. You got to have a freaking ending like that. Well, Nationers, I think there's a bit more than I would have liked to learn in today's video, some of which might be traumatizing. But what I did know is that Rhett and Link are here to stay. And so am I. Subscribe! Hey, it's been a minute. Nationers, over the past few years, there have been some technology advancements within the way that we see the world. And Apple decided that they wanted to dip their toes in the water of virtual reality. We've seen the success and maybe downfall of Meta and the Meta Quest, but Apple just dropped their brand new line of Apple Vision Pros. Now, it's just one, but today we are going to be seeing Ryan Trahan's I Survived 50 Hours in the Apple Vision Pros. I don't know what this is going to be like. Is he going to go in public? Is he going to try and talk to people? Or is he going to pull a Casey Neistat and try and order a donut and play with a butterfly? So with that, make sure to subscribe and let's get into it.
This is the Apple Vision Pro. If you haven't heard of it, click off this video before it's too late. Put down your phone, go smell a flower or something.
I'm going to go smell a flower.
If you have heard of it, welcome. I'm going to be surviving the next 50 hours, living out the average American weekend while in Apple Vision Pro. To begin, I'm just going to put on the headset and All right, the clock is ticking.
Is that what they actually look like?
Here are the rules. Rule number 1, I can't take off this Apple Vision Pro at all, no matter what. Even if that means things get extremely awkward in public. Rule number 2, my screen time must be 50 hours to complete this challenge. And rule number 3, I'm not allowed to use any technology other than the Apple Vision Pro. That means bye-bye iPhone. So long, Apple Watch.
Oh, damn. I like this rule.
Put him in the cabinet for now. The first thing
I mean, speaking that he did lose his Apple Watch in a locker at a water park. So I hope that he didn't throw it away.
doing with my weekend is going to McDonald's for breakfast. The Apple Vision Pro doesn't have Uber or Lyft, and I'm definitely not driving in this thing. All I could find was this app called Rides, and there seems to be like 3 drivers in my city on this app, but it's gonna have to do.
Imagine there's just 3 drivers. Like, at least with Uber and Lyft, there's a big plethora of drivers usually at a specific time, but...
All right, so Nima is our driver. He's almost here. I think I hear him. Yep. Oh, gosh, he probably thinks I'm so weird. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Wow, this is...
Is this dystopian?
Yeah.
You're Nima?
Yeah.
All right, I'm Ryan. Nice to meet you. I'm gonna have to be extremely focused on my battery life in this headset, because if it dies, so do I, pretty much. Nima is probably super uncomfortable with the fact that I'm wearing
By the
this,
way, if you
and
guys
so
ever
am
see
I.
any of
And I
that,
found
if you guys ever see those pop up, it's just an ad blocker. I'm so sorry, YouTube.
this
is
really
pretty cool, though.
feature. If you feel awkward,
Damn.
you just go to the moon until you arrive to McDonald's.
Oh my god.
I have a feeling I'm gonna get more rides with Nima because he's like the only person on that app. I would feel so uncomfortable if someone wearing this got in my car. Regardless, we're at McDonald's. This is gonna be my real first social interaction. I'm extremely uncomfortable, but your boy has to get some hotcakes. Walking into McDonald's with this on was crazy.
You can, like,
I pulled
see
up my
everything
McDonald's
going
app to type in my code, and it actually worked. That was weird.
Wow.
I placed my order,
That's
and I
sick.
tried using Apple Pay with the Vision Pro. I don't think it works, so I just used regular money, which feels...
Did it work? No. Okay. Did it? Can I speak to the manager at your
really ironic somehow. Thanks so much. Have a good one. If this
So
visual
funny.
represents the future,
We got some
sign
hot
me
cakes.
up. All right, next up, I think I'm gonna go get a workout in. I
Ooh,
opened up the
I like
ride-sharing
this.
app again, and one of the other 2 drivers in my city is picking me up. For Ryan? Yes. Good, good. Do you think I look silly? No?
Bro looks in his rearview mirror. Huh? What? Oh! Oh no, Planet Fitness. This is
Next
gonna
up,
be
time to get a
interesting.
workout in. My day pass is over there. I don't know how I'm gonna show them this. Oh, cheers. Hey.
Melanie Lee says GF lives with him.
I have like a QR code right here. What's your name?
Josie?
Josie, hey. Workout plan, we're gonna get a run in. I'm gonna do 100 pull-ups, hit a quick lift, all without taking off the headset, and hopefully without activating the lunk alarm. I thought running a mile in the Apple Vision Pro would be pretty...
This is too good. Just him running on this with the Apple Vision Pro is crazy.
Tough, but it's not so bad when you can watch a handsome, funny guy's YouTube videos to pass the time. No, honestly, running this mile was extremely difficult. The pull-ups were a lot more fun. Don't look right now, but there's a little guy chilling on the weights. I get distracted enough as it is when I go to the gym, but now that I can play a hyper-realistic version of Fruit Ninja in between sets, things might be getting out of hand. As I made my way to the weights, it became clear. Oh, sorry.
You can see it. He just mouthed the words like, oh crap. Oh man.
I am sticking out like a sore
There he
thumb,
is.
and I didn't even have to activate the lunk alarm to do so.
Nice.
Workout complete. Even got some Fruit Ninja in, so that was
So
nice.
cool that you
I
can
think
record
it's time
with
to
them,
go
too.
grocery shopping. I requested another ride, and guess
my
what?
God.
Nima alert! Hey, Nima.
Hey, good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
You like coffee chocolate?
Oh yes.
Oh. Hot chocolate, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, more.
This is
Thank
okay.
you.
Not gonna lie, I had an experience like this where one of my drivers, she's like, "Oh, you want to try like this candy?" I was like, "Am I getting drugged right now?" But it was good candy.
Nima and I ran out of things to talk about, and I went to the moon again. I did. Don't judge me. You would do it too. You would.
I like how his outlet
Nima's
is
warming
that.
up to me. He gave me not 1, not 2, but 3 chocolates.
That's so
I'm a
funny.
target for one reason and one reason only.
Okay.
Howdy. Sorry if I look silly.
Oh, no, thanks so far.
After walking through some ambiguous aisles at Target, I made my way to the spaghetti aisle. I think walking through Target, I started to realize
Gotta
the
get the
limitations
barilla.
of this headset, as well as the limitations of myself. I can't
Oh, it's
stop
a thing from
compulsively
Power.
buying things like new Prime flavors and Pokemon plushies that I really don't need. I just don't need. Dude.
Oh
Did you
my
see the
god.
commercials for these things?
I mean,
Yeah. See you later.
She's not about that life.
Take care. Pasta night has been secured.
Nice.
It's gonna be a fun night. I need a ride home. Hey, Nima. Good to see you. Did some shopping.
You want chocolate, Ryan?
Oh, I'll take a chocolate. Thank you.
Please tell me he goes
Nima
back to the
is
moon.
truly the goat. How many coffee
This must be annoying. The tracking failed must be really, really frustrating to deal with.
chocolates has this man given me? And on top of that, I'm charging my battery packs nonstop. He is single-handedly getting me through this. All right, bye-bye, Nima. Love you. I just said love you to Nima. Can you guys please spam the comments with I love Nima so I don't feel weird about
can.
this?
Oh, frick. No. No. Why did you do that? Sorry, I'm trying to react to a video and I clicked I. We're going to comment that. Back into the video.
Made it back home. The strainer's
Nice.
on the stovetop.
Ooh.
The prime is in the fridge.
Pasta's on the couch.
Before calling him, I realized my battery is down to 7%.
Oh,
It's
God.
actually extremely hard to replace a battery for the Apple Vision Pro without removing the headset. And if I can't get this battery back on without taking the headset off, this challenge is over. Oh, we're good. Okay. I wish I could see what I look
good.
like. No, you don't. Really?
No, you don't.
Oh, yeah, my hair looks like a helmet. It doesn't move.
He's got
or
that
anything.
afro hair.
Oh, you just texted me? Okay.
You see it?
Let's see. Ew! Oh, that's gross. I just put you in the sky. Act like you're flying. All right, Dad, I'll let you go. Love you. Bye. I have about an hour until my next activity, and when this happens in my daily life, I normally just hang out, lay down in different places.
Every single time that I've seen, they're always like returning to crabs.
Some chess, and I find it relaxing. But
Love
this
that.
feels different.
Thank you, ad blocker. 7 hours in.
I'm gonna go to the park and hang out with my friends. Yes, I have them for now. This looks crazy. That's the scooter I'm gonna rent. And let's see if I can do this. Start ride. Smell you later.
So I guess you do Lyft. Or no, that's Uber though.
Okay, so you should 100% not drive in this headset. However, scooting is also, it's also dangerous. But I'm on my way to play Frisbee, okay? I love playing Frisbee. I just wonder what these cars driving by are.
Moving too fast.
I look like someone's child.
Oh God, this is
Made
gonna
it to
end
the
up.
park. We're gonna have a little schoolyard pick. Hopefully I get picked first. Yeah, there's actually some software running on my Apple Vision Pro to where I can't actually drop it. We did a little team draft, and nobody wanted me.
They got him last.
Yeah, well, all right, let's do it. Let's play some Frisbee.
Oh my
We might
God.
have to make a battery switch mid-game. These are the things we do for greatness, AKA using an Apple product for an extended period of time. My friends, you are watching our first rigorous activity. One thing about playing sports in Apple Vision Pro, it's kind of flattering because it says I'm moving too fast.
They're just getting sprints
Hey,
in.
Isaac,
What's going on?
Have you seen that video? What video? Right there. My depth perception is bad. My battery levels are bad. Guys, I gotta switch batteries.
Oh no.
Oh no, this took me so long.
Please.
There we go. Not to brag or anything, but I threw the game-winning touchdown. I celebrated with my
Nice.
team because of the win, and because it's pasta night.
Yes!
I'll see you guys
Pasta
at home.
baby. Scooter
Well,
Frisbee.
it's actually common misconceptions that it's not actually augmented reality.
Haley is so funny.
Made it back to the crib. This is not my house. It's a short-term rental. I feel like everything is more blurry than when I started. I don't know if that's a byproduct of sweat, but it's becoming more and more nauseating as time goes on to exist in this headset. Frisbee was fun.
Gotta clean it all the
I'm
time.
desperately concerned about my facial acne that is on the horizon. I feel it forming on my face, and it's in the form of the Apple Vision Pro Light Seal. Before cooking dinner, I
He just has a giant ring around his face full of acne.
decided to take a shower and get as much sweat off of my body as possible. I can't clean my face or my hair. However, I can browse Disney Plus to see what movie I'm watching later. Uh-oh. Spaghetti night.
I don't know how
My
he took a
first
shower.
major
That's
lapse
crazy.
of judgment of this video just became evident to me. I got gluten-free pasta. I'm gonna completely max out this Apple
that
Vision
bad?
Pro's capabilities making spaghetti. I pulled up a Gordon Ramsay spaghetti tutorial. I threw in some salt.
That's that's actually kind of nice. You know, like Gordon, Gordon, what? Rewind. Go back 5 seconds. Now you know how to make pasta. You don't have to like look down.
Olive
I see that
oil.
as a win.
I started cooking some meat,
I
and
see
then
that as a
Gordon
win.
said this.
If you're bad at timing, then set a timer.
Gordon said if you're bad at timing, set a timer. This is where things start to get pretty cool. I got an app called Sous Timer. I can place it above the turkey sausage. And now I know how much time to cook left. And for
That's
inspiration, I have a
cool.
frame of Gordon Ramsay eating a piece of pizza. I'm gonna continue. Look how cool that
That's
timer
pretty
is.
cool.
I feel like an absolute
That is
chef.
pretty
In
cool.
goes dinner. Voila.
And now we can put
Guys,
another
this
timer
is so
over the.
fun.
Oh
I'm
my
making
God.
spaghetti with virtual timers.
That-
And I got
you know
Gordon
what, that is
Ramsay
pretty
buffering
cool.
over here. and Jetpack Joyride behind me. This is so fun.
Waiting
Eventually,
to play.
our sauce was done, and shortly after, our pasta. I strained it, and then I made my spaghetti plate. I'm a little concerned about how I feel like I'm already getting used to this.
Oh my.
Ryan, you really outdid yourself, which is not saying much.
Okay.
I have arrived to my final frontier of the night.
Movie night.
Bed. I'm on Disney Plus right now. I'm looking for a movie. I really want to watch Cars, but I'm 25 years old.
Same though. He's 25. That's crazy. Faster than fast, quicker than Imagine watching a movie like that. That's pretty nuts. I'm not gonna lie. I see some other uses for that a lot of people are probably gonna use.
If you're wondering how I'm getting screen time while I'm sleeping, first of all, the battery must be plugged in. And then this is what I'm looking at. It might look like the headset is off, but I'm actually on the moon.
He's on the fucking moon.
I slept for a really long time.
Oh my god.
This thing is basically like a really expensive sleep mask. Morning routine. First
Really
things first, I make a cup
sleep
of
mask.
coffee. Next, I open up all the shades in the house. Then I brush my teeth while watching an MKBHD video about the Apple Vision Pro. Then I do some stretching, and then I get dressed to get ready for the day. Just to reiterate the rules of this challenge, my Apple Vision Pro cannot be removed.
Yep.
We've had some close calls with the battery packs so far. Got down to 1% multiple times. Rule number 2 is I have to hit 50 hours of screen time. And rule number 3, no other technological device, which has become kind of inconvenient for things like renting scooters because I have to go like this and stuff. But this is the
I need
future.
to order my scooter.
Get used to it. Howdy. He was laughing. It is a beautiful morning. I want to go to a coffee shop. I have to cross this bridge, which is a pedestrian bridge.
Oh, great. So, public.
Hey, can I ask you guys some questions about the future?
No.
No.
That's all right. Maybe the future. I'm here with
Caitlin. Caitlin.
Oh, we got some alliteration over here. What do you guys think about this stuff?
Do you feel out of touch with reality?
Yeah, I have no peripheral vision right now. It's bad. I keep running into things. What do you think about the future?
Oh, I think about it.
That would be so funny if like everyone's just like running into each other, but they're too busy playing Jetpack Joyride and watching Gordon Ramsay tutorials
all the time.
Yeah.
But being 80, I think about the present a lot.
You're looking good for 80.
Thank you.
He's 80?
You know what I'm wearing right now?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the Apple Vision Pro.
Damn,
What do you
he's
think
educated.
about it? Are you excited about this
He's
stuff?
educated.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, of course.
Look at the guy on the run.
What do you think about the future?
Dog's like, what the hell is this?
Coffee time.
Coffee. Damn, he's over halfway there.
Guys,
That's
I'm
crazy.
on 7%. It's time to change a battery.
Oh
I'm not failing this challenge at a coffee shop. Dude, that was my fastest one yet. I've got
Damn.
at least another 2 to 3 hours. Let's go get some coffee.
He's like, yep, okay, we're in.
Coffee. Hello, how's it going?
How are you?
Good. Do I look silly?
A little bit, but that's okay.
A little bit.
Okay, cool. Can I get an iced vanilla latte with whole milk?
Yeah. Can I ask what it's...
What are you wearing?
So you can like pull up apps and stuff.
No way.
As you're
So there's a
interacting
timer
in
on
real
your
life.
head?
It's
I'm
very
waiting for my
weird.
coffee.
I don't like that I can't like make actual eye contact with people.
That's what scared me. It's where you kind of...
Yeah, like
It's like blacked out shades. Like you don't know where somebody's looking, but it's like a bulkier version of that. I'm watching you. Are you? I don't know.
I feel coffee secured. Well, that's gas. I decided to drink my coffee inside and do some work, and by that I mean draw a stick man wearing an Apple Vision Pro, because that's pretty important.
Imagine
All right,
that.
you caught me. I'm trying to do the most time-consuming things imaginable. Anything to make it feel like this is going by faster. I'm walking over a mile to my next destination, and look what I figured out.
Oh.
Morning. I have Apple Maps pulled up.
Wow. Okay, that's kind of nice. Oh, he's getting his nails done.
Morning. I have arrived in the nail salon. I'm getting a manicure. It's a treat yourself type of weekend.
That's true.
Hello, good morning.
Just a manicure?
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking.
What do you have on? What is that?
Oh, it's the Apple Vision Pro.
Everyone's now looking at him. What do you have on? What are you wearing? It's actually an acne infusion. I just want like a ring of acne. It's basically where you test your limits, 50 hours on, 50 hours off for 7 months straight.
The Apple product just came out. So one of my goals is to stop biting my nails. Do you bite your nails?
No.
No?
Never. So when you wear that, it make you hot.
He's just watching
No,
videos.
it's actually not bad. It just came out. Yeah, I was interested to see what it's like. I think I like it. I'm gonna exit out of something real quick. There we go.
Hold on. Hold on.
It's so weird.
This is so funny.
To go back to my country in May.
Oh, no way.
Vietnam.
Oh, no.
Oh,
my
sick.
wife is half Vietnamese. Yeah. I'm trying to learn Vietnamese and Duolingo.
Oh. You say to your wife like this. Anh yêu vợ lắm.
Anh yêu vợ lắm. That's so fun.
I
can't wait to
remember it.
surprise her.
All right.
That'd be exciting.
Yay!
You're not bite anymore.
I'm not gonna bite anymore. Thank you, Angela. My nails are looking like $1 million. Angela just told me how to tell Haley I love you in Vietnamese. In the meantime, I want to go to the library. I'm not proud to say it, but I'm getting extremely comfortable wearing this in public.
No.
And I kind of enjoy walking with my map pulled up. In a way, it feels like an old-fashioned thing to do, except I look like this.
It's like reading the newspaper, but now everyone's in the Apple Vision Pro walking down the street with Apple Maps.
I had a realization while I was walking over here. Some guy stopped and asked me, he was like,
everything you wanted and more?
And I realized I've actually been trying to get off my phone more this year, get my screen time down. Like, I've deleted a bunch of apps. I've changed my phone to grayscale, so it's black and white. And I realized I've actually just been looking at a screen for the past 30 hours because this isn't see-through. My eyes are looking into 2 holes that are just like a digital screen. So I thought it would be fun to do a digital detox at the public library. Go read a book or something. This is my first time stepping foot in my public library, and I really hope I don't get banned for life for wearing this. It is so quiet in this library right now. It's kind of refreshing. I'm gonna try to find a book.
I get weird in libraries because like everything is so loud.
Little rom-com. I wonder if Haley has read this book.
I'm sure she has. She has.
Cheers, thank you.
Wait, what did she rate it? 3 out of 5. Damn, she has nearly 300 ratings. An average rating of 4. 80 reviews. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like the goggles.
Cheers,
like
thank
the
you.
goggles.
You guys mind if I sit here?
What are they?
It's the Apple Vision Pro.
As he has an Apple iPad, and this guy has an Apple MacBook. This guy also has an Apple back here.
New Apple product. Basically like...
The guy on the right took his headphones off to listen.
Wear it. Isn't that funny?
Look at him. He took off his headphones.
I set myself a timer for 15 minutes to go through the first chapter of this book, but while I was pulling up the app, I got distracted and started watching Subway Surfers gameplay, but I did get through the chapter. It took me 15 minutes to read 7 pages of this book, mostly because I was trying to download a Sonic the Hedgehog mobile game, contemplating partaking in mindfulness, and watching Subway Surfers content.
Talk about getting overstimulated. My guy is downloading a game, reading a book, has a timer. Also, be mindful for this amount of time, and also watching Subway Surfers. This is stimulation overload.
But this book seems okay. I think it's that time of the weekend where I go shopping. My character needs a new loadout. I went outside and requested a ride. Hope it's Nima. I got Nima.
Nima.
Nima's driving us.
Nima.
Let's go. Nima's picking me up, and we're going shopping.
That's pretty exciting.
He just hit 2 donuts, and now he's on his way. Nima! Good.
Yes.
Good to see you. Best driver ever.
Look at my guy.
Oh, Nima. Thank you.
He's like, here's a basket full of these chocolates.
I plugged in my battery pack, and then we had another quiet ride.
I wonder if he went back to the moon.
Okay, I'm gonna try to go shopping at Lululemon now. I've seen multiple people walking around with Vision Pros in bags. On the way over here, I did run into a Tesla bot. What do you think about the future?
Nemo alert.
I feel like I can get a sick outfit to match my Apple Vision Pro in here. I think that's possible. I'm trying to find something that screams, that dude's a robot. I don't know why, but I was having a really hard time envisioning wearing any of this stuff. But luckily, I had a really sweet employee help me find an outfit. I'm here with
Morgan.
Morgan just helped me find a futuristic outfit.
For sure. Oh,
Who even is this guy?
Morgan was in her bag.
Not me. That is just not me. I requested
That
a
trip's
ride,
Ahoy bag.
and it was unfortunately not Nima. For Ryan?
No.
Good day, man.
So far, so good.
What's the
Must be super awkward at this point because they have to do it all over again.
It's the new Apple product. It's the Apple Vision Pro.
Bro, I love jackets that have this. I don't know what it's called, but I love them. If I ever get one, I'll be the happiest man on
Made it
this
back to
planet.
the house. I actually got extremely
Damn, look, he
nauseous
looks
in that
good,
car
though.
ride. I think my hours are catching up to me in this headset, but I'm here, baby. Look at me. Please tell me you put music here. Please tell me there's music playing. But I think I'm gonna order some pizza and have a little dinner date with Haley right here. She actually filmed an Apple Vision Pro video herself, reading for 24 hours in the headset.
Oh.
So she's gonna come
Go
here.
check
We're gonna
that
have
out.
a little Apple Vision Pro date.
We might
That's
have to watch that
horrifying.
video,
She's
to be
gonna
honest.
be here in about, 45 minutes. Let's order a pizza.
That's so...
If you would have told me when I was a kid that when I was 25 years old, I would be laying in the backyard of a short-term rental, ordering a sausage pizza in augmented reality for my wife, and literally paying for it with my eyeballs? I probably would have cried. I was a crybaby. I grabbed
$51 worth of Papa John's pizza. First of all, that's crazy. But you're paying for it with your eyes? That's how you pay for it in the Apple Vision? That's nuts.
Grabbed everything I could find to make this the cutest date possible. I spotted the pizza guy outside trying to give the pizza to my neighbor, and now this is what's going through my mind. I'm actually really nervous right now.
He got 2 pizzas and some sauce. Maybe delivery as well, and 50...
So cute out there. It's like a little date, you know?
Oh my God.
It's actually sweet. I'm also trying to remember how to say I love you in Vietnamese. I've actually been watching the video from Angela. Wish me luck, boys.
That's so funny
girls,
that you can...
Really, whoever's watching this, please wish me luck.
That's cool that you can watch the video, though.
Arrived.
Oh, this is so...
That's on the fit?
Oh, I love it.
Come on. Let's go. I got a date set up for us.
Aww.
A pizza.
I feel like I'm not here.
I know.
This is
I
gonna
felt
be
like
so
that
weird.
for
I
the
thought
past
that was
2
her
days.
hand.
I got the cheese pizza, and guess what I got?
Let's guess. Sausage.
The sausage.
Do you think you'll use these in real life after this video?
I feel like they're gonna add stuff every few months that's really cool, and I'll try it again.
That's so creepy.
But it is sad. I like can't see your eyes.
I know. Spock hates it.
Spock doesn't like it. You know, there's something I've been wanting to tell you.
What's that?
Oh, God.
1 second.
He's watching the video again.
So...
He's watching the video again.
I'm Uvalam.
So I have no idea what you're saying.
Oh, no. She might not know Vietnamese.
I've never heard that in my life.
Well, it's supposed to mean I love you, wife, so I would hope so. I hope you never heard that. But what do you think of my message?
But I appreciate that you tried to learn it.
I'll keep doing Duolingo.
This is gotta be so awkward. They have to do it like inverse. This is...
All right.
Thank you so much for the pizza.
You're welcome. Haley's gone. We are approaching our goal of 50 hours at a very rapid
10
pace.
more
Just
hours
kidding. I
here.
feel like I'm moving at the speed of molasses. No, but I thought a fun way to pass the time could be utilizing how
Washing
immersive
cars
this
again.
headset is and looking back on some memories in extremely realistic graphics. It's a weird feeling to watch back your own memories and feel like you missed out on them. Like at first I thought this was really cool to watch, but then I started to feel kind of sad.
Oh, it's so weird that like you could do that.
Because even though I was there and all of this just happened, I don't even feel like I really experienced this stuff.
Yeah, it's gotta be a weird feeling to like relive memories.
And some of these
from...
moments are just too precious for that.
Not when they tried kissing. God damn it.
What am I doing tonight? I am 100% not watching the entire Cars movie again.
Faster than fast, quicker than quick. I am lightning.
Not the box over here. God damn it. Oh, man. Good morning. Good morning, sleepyheads. 2 hours left.
The 50 hours is almost complete. There's this place in Austin that has a beautiful view. It feels like the only place to end this challenge. The 360 bridge. That was like my little cinematic music composition.
Interstellar composition.
The question
okay.
is, how am I going to get there? It's about a 20-minute drive, and there's only one person in the world that I would want to pick me up.
Nima.
Nima does not seem to be awake.
He's not awake.
I'm actually tearing up in this headset. My eyes are actually watering. You can't.
What
see
happens if you cry at it?
If I can't have Nima, I can't have
clear the
nobody.
acne?
Haley's still sleeping. I'm just
Potentially.
going to ask the only guy I know who's awake right now. Dude named Tyler.
Tyler Spears.
Dude, thank you.
The only guy that I know that's up at this time.
We've made it to my final destination. I'm going to hike up that rock, and I'm going to look at that view behind me in this lawn chair with Snorlax. There is nowhere else I would want to take off this headset. Let's hike. With just a few minutes left of this challenge, I made my way up the metaphorical and literal mountain to one of the prettiest views I'm aware of. Holy smokes.
This is pretty cool. There's a lot of people going in and out for sure in the morning.
All right, guys. 50 seconds left. It's been an amazing journey. I've made a lot of friends along the way. Do I deeply regret buying an Apple Vision Pro? That's for you to decide. No, it's not. It's really not. It's actually my personal opinion. I just don't know how I feel about it. 10, 9,
Oh,
8,
man.
7.
It's gonna be so weird.
6.
His battery dies.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, the video's just gonna end, huh? This is gonna be weird, huh? Oh, wow, dude. Ryan's hitting us with, oh, damn. Ryan hit us with like, oh, damn. He's hitting us with some like philosophy right now that I don't know how to respond to. Well, Nationers, after watching that video, I've learned that you could pay for things with your eyeballs. Pizza is also very expensive, and we all need a Nima in our life. Subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Super Bowl 58 is right around the corner, and there's no better time than right now to learn American football. If you're somebody that lives in any other country than America, then this is the video for you. So we're going to be reacting to Sports 101, a guide to American football. Like I said, the Super Bowl is right around the corner. We have the San Francisco 49ers versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Are you guys Team Swifties or Team Anna Fries? Let me know in the comments who you guys think are going to win or think is who. Just let me know. Here we go.
In America today, football is by far the most popular sport.
That is
During
true.
the autumn
That is
months,
true.
it sweeps up the country's
That
weekends,
is true.
beginning with National
Millions
Football League's
of
Thursday Night
people.
Football, followed by high school's Friday Night Lights.
Okay, honestly, you know, I guess where I think of American football, I'm not thinking of just like Friday Night Lights. But you guys may be in high school or going into high school or have been in high school. Friday Night Lights is something else. It's something different.
Continuing with Saturday collegiate football clashes. And ends with the NFL's Sunday slate of
that's
games
a lie.
and Monday Night Football.
Oh, okay. I thought they were going to tease us there and be like, it ends on Sunday. It doesn't. We get 5 straight days of football. If you are like somebody that adores football, American football, you got 5 straight days to watch.
With the help of TV deals, the coverage of the game is rampant in American homes.
That is very
making
true.
it easier for people to watch their favorite teams or alumni duke it out on the gridiron.
I love it when like East Valley High School goes against like West Valley High School on national television. Has that ever happened? No, but at least it's a possibility.
As the sport rapidly grows internationally and here stateside, American
Mexico.
football is cemented in the country's pop culture. Let's dive in to give you the 101 on the fundamentals of the game known as football.
Do it. Let us know. Let us know.
The game is played on a grass or turf field that is 120 yards long and 53.3 yards wide.
God damn it. You know it's funny when they put the meters because they're like, there's going to be people like from Europe or like Eastern Asia, anywhere else in the world where like the meter in the metric system is just like commonplace. So a video like this makes sense that they would put meters
wide. The field is flanked by
I actually didn't know it was 53.3
that are 10 yards long
wide.
where teams have the ability to score. The rest of the field is marked every 5 yards with lines and every yard with a hash mark. Behind each end zone are goalposts that are...
You know what? Like, I know American football. I played American football. 1 season, that is. And I was like, oh, they marked like every yard on the thing? I was like, is that true? It's like, that's every yard. Yes, it's every yard, Jared.
They're 10 feet high and 18 feet 6 inches wide.
Oh my God.
The game consists of a full 60-minute runtime that is split up into 15-minute 4 quarters.
Yes, sir.
In between the second and third quarter, a halftime of 12 minutes is used to allow teams to...
We said only 12 minutes? I guess that's maybe more common, you know? Like when we played football, like let's say it was 12 minutes, we spent like 2.5 getting back to the locker room, talked, and then 2.5 back out. So it's really like 7 minutes.
To regroup. Game of play begins with a coin toss to decide who gets the ball first.
It's pretty common.
Based off that decision, one team kicks off to the opposing team. The opposing team's offensive players now has 4 chances, also known as downs, to take the ball down the field to score points, or to achieve 10 yards of progress from the line of scrimmage to gain another group of 4 downs, which is known as getting a first down.
Okay, I was unsure. I mean, I'm sure this guy knows. He's talking about American football, right? I wasn't sure if he was going to be like, you had 4 opportunities to get to the end zone no matter where you start from.
They do this by either running the ball or throwing the
passing
ball against the opposing team's defensive players' attempts to stop all 4 chances.
Throwing a pick and then getting a fumble.
The offense has to take the ball into the end zone for 6 points,
yes, sir.
which is called a touchdown. Or by kicking a field goal for 3 points.
Yes, sir.
What's cool
now,
is...
just letting you know, this is just from the offensive side of things.
After scoring a touchdown, the offense has the option to go for an additional points by either kicking a field goal for an extra point or to take the ball into the end zone again for 2 points. But what if the defense is successful in halting the offense's progression to their 4th chance or 4th down? The offense has the option to either punt the ball to change the
yes, sir. I was a punter.
The other team's
that was
offense,
me. That was me.
To go for it. by either gaining a first down or to score points.
Okay.
So if the
It's
offense
weird. I'm
attempts
not
to
gonna
go
lie. It is weird how he kind of frames that in a way that's like, yeah, I guess they could go for a touchdown no matter what down it is, but
for it and they're
makes
unsuccessful, the opposing team's offense gains possession where the ball
Gets
is
the
placed
ball.
at the 4th down attempt,
Come
which
on
is
now.
the line of scrimmage. The defense can also change possession
Yep.
with a turnover.
There
by
we
either
go.
causing a fumble,
Fumble.
and knocking the ball
Fumble
out of the hands of the
Rooski.
offensive player running the ball, or through catching a pass from the offense, which is known as an interception.
Interception. I never understood why I never played cornerback. They had me as receiver. They had me as punter. They had me as kicker. But they never put me on defense.
A team can only have
Damn.
11 players on the field at any time.
Okay.
And some players
Easy.
will play offense and defensive roles.
Not this guy. Not this guy. Okay.
In the NFL,
My
there's
God.
a 53-player roster that consists of the offense, defense, and special teams.
And special teams. Come
Special
on now.
teams consist of players like the kicker and punter, along with other purpose
That's this
roles.
guy.
Whereas the offense and defense usually play most of the time. The quarterback is the player that calls the plays and snaps the ball.
Well,
Once the
yes and no. There are coaches that do that as well. You know, it's not like you just freestyle it out there. It's not like actual football. Quarterback can call the plays, but isn't the designated play caller. That's usually your offensive coordinator, which also could be your coach. So your coach could call the plays because some coaches call defense, some coaches just watch. They watch.
Once the ball is in play, the quarterback can do one of three things. They can either A, hand off the ball to the team's running back whose job it is to run the ball.
Run it.
B, throw it to one of the wide receivers whose job is running routes downfield to catch the ball.
Easy.
Or C, run it
Easy.
themselves. The quarterback won't be able to do any of these things without the offensive lineman in front of them.
Well,
their task is to block for the
yes and
quarterback
no.
to give them time to throw the ball or to create gaps at the line of scrimmage for the running back to run through.
Very nice.
Who they're blocking are the defensive linemen, whose job is to rush the quarterback by tackling them as fast as they can, which is called a sack.
Yep. Okay.
Positioned behind the defensive
Or
linemen
causing a
are
fumble,
the linebackers,
like a tuck
who not
rule,
only
who
rushes
knows?
the quarterback as well, but
Could.
are also useful in tackling the running back. The cornerbacks are the players that guard and cover the wide receivers, but sometimes rushes the quarterback from the outside. If
true,
they
that's
do,
true.
then the safeties will cover the wide receivers, but are typically the last line of defense. If the linemen, linebackers, and cornerbacks all rush the quarterback at once, this is known as a blitz.
Just to let you know, it doesn't have to be everyone. It could be additional players. I've never seen a play where there's two quarterbacks running at the quarterback trying to sack them by any means. Yet alone 3 people just in zone defense with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that could potentially pass it, as well as maybe a possible mobile quarterback.
When infractions or
So,
penalties
yeah.
occur during a play
Penalties!
on either side
We
of the
love a
ball,
good penalty.
the consequence of the penalty is enforced on where the ball is
5
placed
yards,
on the field
plus
from the
15.
original line of scrimmage,
Yeah,
depending on
okay,
the
yeah,
severity
okay,
of the action. Penalties can be a huge help or a crushing blow to a team and can play an integral part in the outcome of a game. The referees throw yellow flags that look like
Yellow
handkerchiefs
flags,
to
yep,
indicate the
okay.
infraction.
Yep,
There's quite a
that's
few
true.
in the rulebook, but the most common ones you'll see in a game are
Okay, here we go.
offsides and
Offsides.
encroachment.
Okay. Oh.
When the offense and defense line up before the ball is put
I
in,
never knew what encroachment meant. Like, every time I think of that, it's just ENC roachment.
to play, each team can't cross the line of scrimmage.
Yep.
If an
Sure.
offensive player is beyond the line of scrimmage when the ball is put into play,
That is
it's called
offsides.
It's a 5-yard loss and the down is...
By the way, funny enough that they're bringing this up, and I'm talking about like the Super Bowl. One of the plays that the Kansas City Chiefs had against the Buffalo Bills to probably win the game was called back because one of the receivers was actually called for an offensive offside. Does that ever happen? Very rarely.
replayed. If the defense crosses the line of scrimmage and makes contact before the ball is snapped, it's called encroachment. The ball is advanced 5 yards and the down is replayed. Holding. Holding is essentially grabbing onto the opposing player to prevent them from tackling or
common,
who
yep.
isn't the ball carrier.
No, that's very common.
Both sides have differing consequences. Holding on the offense would be a 10-yard loss and replay the down. Defensive holding is a 5-yard advance with an automatic first down. Delay
Such a
of
weird
game.
difference. Delay of game's
The
pretty
delay
common.
of game
Pretty common.
penalty
Pretty common.
is for the offense only. After the ball is set for the next play, a play clock begins to count down in order to pick up the pace of the game.
Usually starts
In
around
the
like 40
NFL,
seconds.
The 40-second
after a play is
clock
done.
starts when the previous down is complete. The offense has to put the ball into play before the play clock runs out or call a timeout.
And if they don't
fail
call
to do
hike,
so, the delay of game penalty is enforced by losing 5 yards, and the down is replayed.
Yep.
Pass interference.
Okay.
Pass
But we're going.
interference is a.
I don't know if you guys can see this. We are deep. There's a deep list. Double foul. I'm interested. What is a double foul? What is a double foul?
Judgment call that occurs during a throw.
I'm interested in knowing what is clipping. What is clipping?
Defense.
What is that?
Before the ball arrives to the intended
I'm
receiver,
learning here.
The defense can't make contact to restrict the player from catching the ball.
Yep.
And the offense can't shove the defense
Yep.
away to create space in catching the ball. In the NFL,
Makes sense,
if
makes sense.
defensive pass interference is called, the ball is placed at the spot of the foul, which is an automatic first down.
Automatic first
Offensive
down.
pass interference is a 10-yard loss from the previous line of scrimmage, with the down being replayed.
That's so. Yeah, I guess there's got
False
to be some
start.
balance in there. False start.
Another common
okay.
one you'll see is false start.
This one's also
For
like
the
a-
offense only. This penalty is
Oh.
enforced when an offensive player moves abruptly before the ball is snapped.
Uh-huh.
The defense are allowed to move all the time, whereas the offense needs to be very still, unless they're in motion.
Very still.
When they are placed in their
Very,
spot.
very still.
A pesky 5-yard
5
loss
yards.
and a replay
God
of the down
damn.
follows.
God
But if
damn
two
it,
penalties
guard.
happen at the same time, one on the offense and the other on the defense, these penalties become offset, and the down will be replayed with no consequences.
That makes a lot of sense. I guess that maybe that's probably what it is in the rule book, but like I've never heard of what a double foul was. I've heard of like multiple penalties, but it's weird saying like foul, like a double foul. Like it's not basketball. It's football.
Kind of like a do-over. If two penalties happen on the same play from the same team, then the opposing team has the choice of which one to enforce to get the better advantage.
Uh-huh.
It's no easy task in refereeing a football game, and mistakes can happen.
All the
With
time.
The advancement in technology.
All the time. All the time. This season, all the time. Every season, all the time. Very obvious ones. It's right in front of you. Just look at it. It's right in front of you. You make the call. Mind you, we have a different angle from here in our living rooms, in our phones, and our workspaces, but all the time they miss it. Right, blank. They miss it. I don't know how. It's right. I don't know how. It's right.
Every pro and collegiate game is recorded on camera,
Yep.
thus giving head coaches the ability to challenge particular rulings on the field, not penalty calls.
Oh,
Whether the
you wanna
player
know one
caught
thing?
a pass or if the player really...
You want to know one thing? You guess who doesn't get fined? The refs. The refs. They don't get fined. And the thing is like, I've seen the NFL and even like NBA, like sports that I actually like watching, commenting and posting videos about a foul that their association didn't call. The refs that they hire didn't call.
really did fumble the ball are great cases on whether a coach should throw their red flag or handkerchief to challenge the ruling. The cost of this decision is by losing one of their 3 timeouts. But if the ruling is overturned in their favor, aka if they were right, the timeout is given back to the head coach. Even though the game itself is universal at every level of
We would
play,
like to challenge
there
what
are
you
some
just saw,
minor
pretty
rule
much.
differences
That's
between
what it is.
pro and college football
Okay, this is
here in the
interesting.
US
This is
that are worth
interesting.
noting.
This is a good segment here.
Overtime. If the game is tied at the end of regulation, the NFL has an overtime period of 10 minutes to
Yes,
see
sir.
if either team can win. If both teams have the same score when 10 minutes are up, the game is considered a tie. In college, each team has a chance to score from the 20-yard line.
That's
and will
interesting. I don't-
continue
yeah.
play until one team scores more points than the other.
Yep.
Catch. How a catch is determined in how the wide receiver lands with their feet. In college, you
these are
need
the
at least
differences, okay.
1 foot touching inbounds that will count as a catch, whereas
I
in
do
the
kind of
NFL,
like the one.
You need both feet to touch.
I do kind of like the one.
Clock.
You know?
In the end,
Like imagine if somebody with one leg played in the NFL. Granted, they're playing with a prosthetic, but what about if they don't have a prosthetic and they're running around on the field, catch a pass, but it's not a catch. Not a catch. Go back to college, buddy. It doesn't count in the NFL. I don't get it. I don't get it.
NFL, the clock doesn't stop after achieving a first down like
That's-
it does in college.
That's interesting in college.
Defensive
that,
pass
that
interference.
thing's At least in like with the last 5 minutes, it would make sense.
Consequence of an automatic first down and the spot of the foul for defensive pass.
Play smart, gotta
interference.
play smart. But
In
college,
the spot of the foul is only enforced if it occurs less than 15 yards. If the penalty happened farther down the field, only a 15-yard advancement will be enforced.
imagine you have like a PI 6 yards and it's like only 6 yards, but you could have just gotten 15 and an automatic first down. God.
As summer turns into fall during the calendar year,
Oh, God.
it's hard not to notice the plethora of football teams
Yeah.
being represented in American daily life.
Yeah.
Tailgating in the stadium
Yeah.
parking lots to fantasy football. The American sports
Go fantasy.
tradition continues
By the way,
to
I was my
permeate pop
fantasy.
culture in all
I was my
four corners
freaking
of
fantasy
the country.
championship.
With TV
I was my
continuing to
champion
climb
this
and
year.
covering the sport.
I was
to
so excited.
families
I
throwing
was
the
so
pigskin
gassed.
on a nice autumn breeze. The sport known as football won't be going away
Yes, sir.
anytime soon.
I think it might be going bankrupt with how much Taylor
If you
Swift
enjoy
coverage.
learning about sports or
It has this
sports
year.
related,
Nation, if you guys want to learn more, make sure to subscribe to Lurk's Lessons. He's got great lessons on all things football and all things sports. And if there's one thing that we learned today, Nationers, what did we learn today? What did we learn today? What did I learn today? I don't know what I learned today. Subscribe. Hey, it's been a minute. Somebody's getting a divorce. I don't know if you guys know that. Bobby Athol is getting a divorce, Nationers. This comes at a very interesting time in the life of 2024 because not only did Drake's meat get leaked on Twitter, but then literally hours later, Bobby Athol is apparently getting a divorce. Her husband is divorcing her. I don't know if those two coincide together, but what I do know is that we are going to be watching the fastest rise and fall in podcast history. This video is all about Bobby Athol. By the way, I don't know how to pronounce her name. I'm sure we're going to learn how to do it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, and let's get into. Here we go.
Althoff is a name that has set these internet streets
Ooh, there
ablaze
she is,
for
the
around the
mama.
last month
The
or
mama,
so.
the married
It
mama
all
with the
really
great
started
cube.
when she interviewed no other than
Luis Jose
comedian
says
Funny
hello.
Marco, who is well known for his deadpan, awkward style of humor, which is very popular in the modern era amongst comedians. And
I like how they at least put that with Theo. I don't think Theo has what I would call deadpan humor. It's kind of like idiotic humor with like a peak of curiosity, like a hint of curiosity. I don't know who this guy is who she first interviewed, but it apparently set off everything for her. It's crazy.
this clip from that interview kind of shows
Luis
off
Jose
what I'm
says
talking
what is
about.
happening.
Rip me out the plastic, I've been acting brand new. Rip me.
What the fuck? How is this a real conversation? I literally just heard like 4 words that got jumbled up into one, and then she was like, huh?
Rip me out the plastic, I've been acting brand new. You know what that is?
What does that even mean? What does he say?
Is that Nicki Minaj?
So as you guys can see, there's not really much to it. It's just like an hour of this back and forth.
An hour? A freaking hour of this back and forth? Mind you, that was basically 30 seconds worth of content. But times that by 120 times? Oh, God.
Awkward banter. But like I said, this type of thing is very popular. I don't find it to be very funny, but a couple of these clips went absolutely viral. And after this, we would soon see her get the attention of Tyga, Drake.
This is weird. I'm going back here. This is weird. Looking at it now, because Drake, he beat the white boy allegations that he's all been. This is just weird. Why are they in bed together like this? I get it for the podcast. He's got a little rose.
Lil Yachty, Mark Cuban. And all of a sudden in the course,
hold on.
Drake,
Drake,
Lil Yachty, Mark
Cuban's just got his bare feet on the ground. Absolutely, what are they doing?
And all of a sudden, in the course of like 30 days, she suddenly had one of the hottest podcasts on earth. Now, obviously, this led to a lot of people speculating that she could actually be the world's very first industry podcast plant. This is something that has been very common within the music industry, where an artist comes out and sees this astronomical rise, and suddenly they're getting featured.
This song was so bad. I can't tell you. I'm not the biggest Taylor Swift fan now. I listened to a lot of music back then, but I might be a professional Taylor Swift hater at this point. And she did a song with Ice Spice of all people. Mind you, 2 different genres, 2 different styles, but shaking ass and taking Grammys.
With some of the biggest artists on the planet, and basically just getting these opportunities and looks that people would not typically receive when they're first starting to get some buzz around their name. And this is where the term industry plant comes from, because people feel like there's somebody in the background pulling these different strings and controlling the career of this person to make them basically come out of nowhere and seem bigger than life.
You see, this woman started out on the mommy TikTok side of things, making videos like this,
2 kids, by the way.
where, you know, she still kind of shows off her awkward...
Is that a banana? Is she eating a raw banana? She's eating a raw banana. Skin, banana, everything. This is vile. Is this mommy TikTok or like disturbing mommy TikTok?
Side, it's almost like she's making fun of the moms at TikTok. And basically, I would say that she was kind of doing the same type of dry humor.
Stop looking awkward. You look awkward. Smile. Just look entertained then. Like, play with your ring or something. Look entertained. Do anything.
That is kind of me. I'm just like, if I'm not really entertained, I don't have social anxiety, but like if I'm not entertained, I'm just like...
Let me just go to the bathroom. Maybe that'll be better. Okay. Wash your hands, but don't wash them too long. Make sure it's long enough that they know you washed your hands for the whole time, but not too long.
I don't really understand why people think this type of thing is funny, but then again, there's people who probably think the things that I find funny are completely idiotic. Obviously, in general, humor is one of the most subjective things on the planet. And so either way, she gets this Drake interview, and this is when she really started popping off.
Am I your type?
Let's go.
Why would you say that as
I do it. Let's go. Let's go.
I didn't know it was like that, Drake.
Thank you.
Let's go.
She sounds
Like yeah.
This come from her. He said
You
it
do
again.
it.
Do it.
I asked, am I your type? And he said, I do it.
Let's go.
And so it's basically
By the
just
way, if you guys ever see any of those little flashing, I have an ad block. I'm so sorry, YouTube.
just an hour of this awkward situation.
So it's
And
another
obviously
hour of
this
this,
is where the industry plant speculation began, as people wondered, how is this girl, who's only on her second podcast episode ever, get Drake as a guest? We know by now that Drake does not like to do interviews. Any statement that comes out from him at this point is very controlled. When it comes to these type of things, he gets the final edit. They're filming on his cameras, he has the memory cards, and basically he just has a stranglehold over the content. I guess what I'm trying to say is this man would not just do an interview with anyone, and so for him to choose her of all people to do this interview with, people found that to be very fishy. You know, it'd be one thing if she would...
Okay, I have insider knowledge. Let's go. But no, there's like an actual real thing. I believe she got signed to like a big agency, I think after the first podcast, because there was like a few clips going around. They struck the Tiger deal. They struck Yachty and this as well after Drake. And like, yes, there to this point, I don't know what that full timeline looks like, but I know she did get signed to a certain agency that has like a bunch of talent. One of those people happened to be actually Mark Cuban. And so I don't know if that also influenced some of the Drake side of things. I don't know.
It's like a DJ Academics, who by the time he started his podcast Off the Record, was already notorious for his work on Complex. Obviously, his YouTube channel had millions of subscribers and billions of views. He had already built this large fan base for himself, so it's not the craziest thing when he comes out with his podcast and gets some big-time guest. Whereas her, on the other hand, just comes out of left field out of mommy TikTok, and all of a sudden, within a month's time, she has one of the hottest podcasts on the planet. And this is actually her side of the story when it comes to how she got Drake to do this interview.
Drake liked one of the videos I had uploaded, and he followed me. I didn't realize it at first. Marco called me, and he was like, Bobby, look who just followed you. So I filtered it to verified only people, and I was like, oh my god, like why would he follow me? He's like, he liked the video, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna shoot my shot to Drake. I don't know how this... I thought the chance of him replying was like a 1%, and the chance of him saying yes was like 0.000. I was like, there's no way.
She's not wrong. There's like no way that... I mean, shoot your shot. You no matter what, like you asked, and that's okay. That's how I think how I would do something like that. It's fine. Podcast on the internet. The one thing is she sounds so different, like when she's actually getting interviewed to when she's doing the interviewing.
So I was like, come on my podcast. I said, when are you going to come on my podcast?
I don't know why
he said, yeah, he was ready to do it. I flew out there like I think 3 days later.
Wow. And then you're off to the races, and now you can kind of get anybody you want.
Yeah.
So
It's
what?
been
One
fun.
thing.
Obviously, people felt like this story was a whole lot of cap, and that there must have been someone behind the scenes that made this all happen. Here she goes into more detail about the Drake interview.
But Drake gave me the social clips that I could use, and then he was like, "Which one are you gonna pick?" I was like, "I'll do this one." He's like, "Okay, let's just tease it." And like, obviously, I'm gonna trust him because my initial thing was like, I was just gonna upload the video to YouTube, like I had always been doing. I had no strategy. I was on my own. I wasn't even like sure how to upload to Apple at all. I didn't know anything. I was like, I don't know how to even make this a real podcast. And I posted the thing. I got a message from Andrew at WME. He says like, I'm part of the touring team. Can we talk? I said, okay. Cause I had like, I didn't know what I was doing. They signed with me that night. And then
So you just didn't meet with anybody else. You're just like, this guy.
That guy called me. That guy's now my agent. That's my boss. This might have, I guess, I mean, like I said, there was an agency, so this does kind of make sense. It does recollect some things. It is also really funny that she literally doesn't even know how to upload on Apple.
So there she says a day after she dropped this clip, apparently some talent agent sees it. He calls her up that night, and they sign this miraculous deal. No lawyers hired, no one looked at the contract. Nah, she just trusted this guy. And this is what DJ Academics had to say about WME, her talent agency.
An agency that's never had any foothold in podcasting comes out with an individual that has the biggest guest. So she's with WME, William Morris Endeavors.
That's what that stands for. That is pretty funny. William Morris.
She goes out 8 podcasts later. She's like one of the biggest podcasters now.
I mean, it's the rise and fall.
Guess the irony. Everybody, including her big guests, including the biggest guest, Drake, guess who they're signed to? WME. This is where favors get set up. I'm pretty sure somebody at WME started help pulling the strings to set all this in motion.
So that's how DJ Academics feels. He's obviously very connected within the industry and has a very good understanding of the back end when it comes to all things entertainment, in both the traditional sense and in this online era.
Would you date someone that looks like me?
Why did stop saying that, Bobby? Bobby, for the love of God, stop asking. If people are gonna date somebody that looks like you are a married woman that is now going through a divorce. Please stop I mean, I guess maybe this is okay now. I don't know.
Because there's just a person
What does that mean?
like looks exactly like me. They have a twin.
What?
Maybe.
If I had a twin, would
Maybe
you date them?
If she was like cool and like, you know.
No, she's exactly like me.
If I like connected with her, you know.
She's exactly like me.
I don't know like how you are though. I've never really been around you, so you know.
Yeah, I'm exactly like this.
All the time.
All the time.
This is so painful.
Is it kind of strange to anyone else that this woman who is married with children is constantly asking during these interviews with these rappers if basically they would go out with her, basically they would sleep with her if they like her?
Let me take your plane with me to New York.
Someday.
Do you want to see me on Spirit Airlines?
That'd be kind of.
Does Mark Cuban have a wife? Mark Cuban wife. Mark, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Tiffany Stewart. I didn't even know he had a wife. I knew he had kids. Can't be doing that.
And just a kind of unrelated side note from that interview, Mark Cuban, why are your feet so fucking dirty? You were so goddamn rich that you could pay someone a very nice salary to wash your feet. Now, you might get some freaks within the application process, but I'm sure you could hire someone else to vet out all the freaks. As a matter of fact, your feet should never be this dirty. My feet have never looked like this in my entire life. Like, if you're watching this video right now, I want you to look down at your foot. If it looks anything like this...
How am I supposed to look down? Oh, okay. I was going to say, how are you supposed to stand there and look down at the bottom of your foot when you're standing there? But then I realized you could just lift up your foot.
Like, if it resembles a fucking bruised banana, you need to reevaluate your life choices. Either way, guys, the drama really started when she did this interview next with Lil Yachty.
Yep. Why are your teeth so white? Are they real? You grew them yourself.
I pay for them myself.
Do you have veneers?
I do have veneers.
That's why they're so white.
You're pretty smart.
How much?
$90,000.
Damn.
$90,000?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
I think they were worth it.
Because I wanted Young Thug's.
Aren't veneers like super, like, don't they have to like grind your teeth down and then place like your teeth look super effed? We got to look into this. Veneers? Teeth? Yeah, isn't this what they do? This is what they do. They grind your teeth down and then they
put a certain shade of white. That's what they do. I'm pretty sure. I've seen all these photos. I don't like that.
Dentist. He had the best veneers
Who's
I've ever
that?
seen.
Who?
Young Thug.
Who's that?
So she's profiting off this urban culture. She don't even know who Young Thug is. This obviously rubs some people the wrong way. But the drama didn't start until she made this comment about the Little Yachty interview.
Because he was awkward. I walked into his house. He didn't even like say hi to me. So then I was like, said, let's go to the bathroom. So then we go to the bathroom and then we like get out and then he's like, he's just sitting there with like his 2 assistants and he's not even acknowledging that I'm like in the room and my camera guy's like setting up. I'm just sitting there like on my phone, like I'm like trying, and then he comes up, he's like, oh hi, gives me like a half hug and I'm just like hi, then goes back to his spot and I'm like, dude, I don't even want to do this. I'm texting my friend like, Ashley, I need to leave, this is so awkward, I don't
know who Young Thug is.
Like, what am I doing here? And then she's like, lean into this during the interview, like call it out. So then during our interview, I was able to be like, why did you do that? Like, why did you make me feel like that? Yeah, so it was actually really, it worked out.
So after this clip went viral, people were basically saying that she was biting the hand that feeds her, saying that she was ungrateful. And people also questioned this like overall change in her temperament when she went on this show with Dave Portnoy and his crew versus the way she acts around these various rappers.
I guess everyone's always playing a character, right? And if we got Bobby over here, we got little Miss Bobby, Alfalf. She's walking into a house of a pretty famous person in Little Yachty, and he just don't acknowledge her, I would call it out too.
And essentially there was a lot of negative commentary around her name. And then gasoline really got poured on that fire when she posted this video of herself at a Drake concert and it went viral.
Well, didn't she take down the Drake podcast too?
I mean, I won't lie to you guys. This video actually made me like her a little bit more. I love how Drake's in the background. I tried. Really trying to hype up the crowd. And she's just in there with this bold face expression after he literally gave her an entire career. So this was like double biting that hand that feeds you. Kind of saying like, hey, I came to your show and it was so shitty.
I mean, I get why people would say that. But also I think a lot of people, I mean, granted, there's probably some people that are like, oh, it's just an act. But like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, this is like funny because it's like, you know the history, you know the awkwardness, I do it, stuff like that. Podcast goes down, you go to a Drake concert and you're playing up the character.
That I had no expression the entire time. And then people noted that after this concert, the two unfollowed each other on Instagram, and the interview was deleted from YouTube. So then people obviously started suspecting that these two have some serious beef. Dave Portnoy once again jumps in on the drama.
Of course he does.
Sylvana's like, I heard that Bobby slept with Drake and is getting a divorce. So I asked her. I DM'd Bobby.
What? You asked her, did you sleep with Drake and are you getting a divorce?
Yeah. She's like, I'm not commenting on that publicly.
Wait, so you just outed her? Oh. You just outed her not public comment?
And so that was the rumor going around, was that she smashed Drake backstage and that she'll now be getting a divorce from her husband. Well, she responded to...
Not gonna lie, they are getting a divorce, and this video was uploaded 5 months ago. So it might be true.
Those claims via her Instagram story saying, I didn't even want to do this podcast, and she's talking about the podcast with Dave in the first place, and now so much negativity is coming from it. I'm going to leave it alone after this, but this is the uncensored DM between Dave and I. Here's this boy Dave getting the scoop saying, my girlfriend says you hooked up with Drake and got divorced. I am saying that is not true. And then she says, I'm not commenting publicly, but off the record, you're right, that is not true. And so at this point, we really don't know what the truth is surrounding this woman. We don't know necessarily what's real and what's fake when it comes to her whole story, her whole arc. She really likes to go with this idea that she's broke, that she's not making any sort of money off these podcasts, that everything has been organic up until this point, that she just was shooting her shot with Drake and he said yes. But as
Imagine Young Thug comes up here. She's like, yeah, that guy.
of right now, like if this ends up being her actual downfall, it has to be one of the biggest rises and falls that we've ever seen within the podcast space in this short amount of time. I mean, with podcasting in general, I feel like it's kind of a slow burn. It's not very often that you see someone come out with a podcast and it's just like a smash hit, even if said person is a celebrity or a big comedian or anything like that. But I want to know what you guys think about this situation.
Yeah, let me know. Well, if we learned anything today, Nationers, that Mark Cuban has a wife and also might have hit on Bobby Affolf. Bobby's getting divorced and Drake's meat got leaked. I don't know if those two coincide, but in my head, they do. Subscribe. Hey, It's been a minute. Have you guys ever played sports growing up? If so, have you guys ever dreamed about becoming a professional in whatever sport that may be? Whether you want to dunk and soar and fly high in basketball, whether you want to catch passes from the greatest quarterback that ever lived, whatever that may be, we all have ambitions, we all have dreams. So does the person that we're reacting to today, Destroying. He is on his second episode of Project NFL, episode 2, where he kicks in front of an NFL coach. I'm actually looking forward to this. If you guys haven't seen the first episode, make sure to go check that out. I'll leave an icon in the upper right. Here we go, Nationers. Oh, the nice little projector, Project NFL. Okay.
Everyone wants to tell you what you can and can't do.
Exactly. Even myself.
What's possible, what's impossible.
Look at that, baby. Ooh.
I hear the noise.
Me too. I can't hear it
just when it
right
seems
now.
like it's too loud. There's only one voice I hear.
Hi, Joe.
Oh?
This is Mom.
Oh?
I know you are working very hard
this is
to
Mama,
reach
huh? It's gotta be.
what you want, your dream. A lot of people, they don't believe you would make it.
Exactly.
They don't have trust in you to reach that goal you want to reach to.
Hold on, sorry. I know that we're like in the middle of a monologue here, but it's got to be dangerous running along the road like this, right? Like I got the setting. Maybe they're doing this at like sunrise, right? Like this is dangerous.
Do it for your family, Papi. Do it for yourself.
Exactly.
Just work for it.
Just
love you. Take care. Remember
to subscribe.
Hold on tight.
Oh yeah, that too. Who Project NFL? Baby. This is so exciting, Nation. This is so exciting.
But on the inside, I feel empty.
That kicker, Donald DeLa.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, go watch episode 1 if you guys have not yet.
I still have a dream of playing in the NFL, and I think that's been the biggest obstacle in my life.
Oh.
There's a spot missing inside my heart.
Yeah, I know. I think, look, it's not as easy as we once thought it was going to be, right?
Oh, the dread. Oh, the dread. That was a big moment, by the way. I don't know if you guys, again, episode 1, he essentially tells us kind of like the backstory, just like he did. You know, he goes out and goes train. There's a whole, training routine that he's kind of getting put on. And then he calls up an old friend. And that was that conversation. And it turns the tables a little bit, especially if you're doing like a project in a year's time. It's pretty interesting. So
training has been hard, bro, but I've been locked in.
I can't tell if
but
he's
even though I've been going hard with the training and preparing to play football again, I still got work to do. I still got bills to pay. I've been blessed with the opportunity to be featured in a Super Bowl commercial, which is crazy. We came a long way, boys. We came from holding up the camera, filming vlogs of myself, to being in a Super Bowl commercial, bro. So we had.
You know how crazy that is? You know, like how like some people come from like such like a small setup to something like this. I guess everyone does, but I guess like when you're looking at like Peyton Manning, you're like, he played in the NFL, he's in a Super Bowl commercial, you see like these different maybe influencers or different brands, but like I feel like everything's always come from like that tiny little ball and has explored and expanded into even something like this where you even get showcased in a Super Bowl.
And out to LA, quick trip, still gonna get some working out there, but we gotta handle business, pay some bills.
Yes, sir.
Your tray table should be up and locked.
So, seems like he's heading to LA, which was said in the previous episode. I wasn't too sure what it was, but it seems like
I've been on this wave of just consistency. And my biggest challenge is always when I'm away from home, away from my routine, away from the gym. It's amazing to be here, but I just feel like I gotta be on my stuff. So I brought my kicking stuff with me. I brought my bag with me, my training bag.
That bag's nice. I like duffel bags like that.
I headed down to the beach, man.
Oh. What's gonna go on here? Okay, sand, beach. I can see where this is going. However, the one thing is, I agree. It is very difficult to, get a workout in, especially when you're traveling, especially when you're doing stuff, when it's things that aren't like your daily routine. It can be very difficult to kind of keep those things going. Oh, nice. Okay, ladders in the sand. I like it. Sand is pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. It is really nice. I used to jump in it for like 8 years of my life, so this is a very, very fun. I treacherous doing this in socks though. If there's one thing that I had to say is take off the socks. My feet don't look good, but I would have done it.
They say the destination is not as sweet as the journey. So as I'm out here on the beach working out,
I agree.
running, I see the sunset, the colors are beautiful. People are out here taking pictures and it's a whole world going on around me. But I'm in my own world, chasing my own
Dog
dreams.
walkers.
I've had this dream since I was a little kid. And as I'm sitting here on this beach, I'm thinking about and manifesting. The running's hard, I'm tired, I don't want to be here, but that's not gonna get me to the places I want to get to. So I'm just seeing myself already in the league. I'm seeing myself being a pro.
He's
I'm doing what has
probably
to be
also a
done.
really good putter,
I'm
to be
just
honest, as
putting in
well.
the work, man. Control what I can control.
Exactly. I find, okay, every single time that he says training, I keep thinking that he says running. He's not. He's definitely saying training. I mean, he did show a clip of him running at the time that he did say training, but it could have been running. I don't know what is going on in my head, but I just feel like the need to share that because felt like it was important. Regardless, the big thing is like, you have those goals, you know? Especially like any of you guys that maybe played sports or maybe esports, maybe gaming, maybe whether it's something that you really want to succeed in. It's like we all have those goals and, you know, some are greater than others. Some people, it works out. Some people it doesn't, but you got to keep the engine burning, you know? Here we go. Cinematic. Oh, great. 4 a.m. Oh, God, that's...
I looked at the call sheet.
3 a.m. here.
I think I'm done after like 1:30.
Okay.
I looked at that shit. I didn't understand nothing that they were saying. Do you see, like, I was looking at the times, but I saw, like,
how does his manager not know?
The birds ain't even up chirping yet. And we up because we
does
have
he
a
not know a
2-hour
call
drive
sheet?
to this remote location in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the
4
mountains,
a.m.
to the set of this Super Bowl commercial.
Is this like a Paramount? It's got to be like mountains. I don't know. Gosh, I'd be exhausted.
Yep.
Just pull over to the side right there, buddy. You can drop him off right here.
Buddy?
Oh, I'm so tired, bro. Bro, what? My eyes don't even want to open right now.
Yeah, I feel
So
that.
obviously, this is an
Yeah.
amazing opportunity, but
Yeah.
just like everybody else, I get cranky in the morning.
Breakfast and then the vans are picking everybody up right there.
Give me a cup of coffee.
What's the dance?
I don't drink coffee, but give me a cup of coffee.
It's dark as hell.
It's cold.
And we gotta sit around and wait for a minute, huh?
Oh, that'd be awful.
I don't think it's till like 8.
So one thing about my God. So they woke up at 4, took a 2-hour drive to the middle of nowhere, and they ain't got nothing until 8. Oh my.
Man, he is one of the most solid people I've ever met.
That's
Cares
rough.
about people, the way he treats his friends, family, employees, everything. It's
good to hear.
There's
It's
one
good to hear.
thing about that man I cannot stand. He is a complainer.
These shoots is always so weird because they make you sit around and wait and do all this stuff.
I think I just want to make sure you're here and prepared for everything.
And the Pearson girl not even here. So why we had to get up so early?
That's what we do. We get here early. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
we're trying to compare ourselves to nobody else.
That's true. That's true. But the thing is, if you want me to function, and I understand like getting there early, you know, if it's a priority, you're gonna get there first one there, last one to leave, right? But what's true is maybe a little different for everyone else. You know, his manager is like, hey, we gotta be here. D's like, or destroying that is, I'm just gonna refer to him as D. Well, is there a need for us to be here right now? I could have gotten a little extra sleep. Sleep's nice, makes me function. I don't know.
I'm listening to this man, and he just keeps complaining over and over and over about just complaining, man.
You know, Swift, that's my dog forever. That's my best friend. That's like my brother, my manager. He wears a lot of hats, but as close as we are, sometimes, not often, but sometimes we get into it, bro.
Oh, God. Oh, no. By the way,
a lot of, like,
if you guys ever see any ads,
negative
I have an app block.
stuff into your head, bro. Like,
It's the reality. It ain't no negative stuff.
I know, but you, like, this how it be sometimes, bro. Like, you start putting that shit into your head, and that's how you gonna...
Sorry, just my ears. One of my biggest pet peeves. You know, smacking the lips, chewing while you're talking.
Before, he used to just complain and put himself in a bad mood, and I used to have to sit there and say, look, bro, you're the only person that can control your emotions. You can't control a lot of the situations, but you can control how you feel about it.
You signed up for this shit. They put this shit in front of you. You said, oh yeah, I'll do this shit. So we here, bro.
And they told me it was gonna be like this. You know, signed up.
Bro, it don't matter. You signed up for it, bro, at the end of the day.
So we worked so hard on that, but today it felt like he did a 180, and we were back to a year and a half ago.
Man, you always do this shit, bro. Next time don't sign up for this shit if this is how you gonna act, bro.
What are you tripping about? What is he tripping? It's too early for this shit, bro.
Me and Swift, we just have to hash the beef, man, because we can't keep tension around us. One thing that we work on always is we may have a disagreement, we may butt heads, but at the end of the day, we got to squash it, solve it, talk it out,
I want to see how they're going to talk it out.
My favorite thing about me and D's relationship is we never stay mad at each other for more than like an hour or so. We got this relationship where we say, hey, bro, you know, this is my fault. We take accountability and we talk about the issues and the problems and what actually caused us to be mad. This time it was just felt like I just had PTSD, so it was my bad.
And I mean, later on we even look at it and make fun of the moments we was arguing.
That's fair.
Stupid ass.
So obviously this is a very confidential shoot. We have the cameras with us, but we weren't allowed to shoot anything that was going on. So it was a quick trip. Super Bowl shoot went crazy. Super excited for it. Very blessed to be in a position.
That'll be exciting. I'm excited to see what the commercial looks like.
Flying back to Arizona,
promo or
back
anything?
to the lab, back to see Ian, and boy, we had a tough workout the first day back.
Yes. What about Amy? Amy, I don't know if you guys remember the mobility yoga instructor, Amy. Looking good though.
So I'm about
like it's
2
so
to 3
weird
weeks
to work
in at
out
this
like
point,
alone like that. I don't know.
I see crazy improvements in my body.
That's good though.
I finally see my abs again. He always on my Instagram telling me I got a dad bod, and now it's huge motivation. My abs are back. There's some definition.
Gotta
in my
get rid of
arms,
that
my chest.
dad
I feel
bod.
stronger.
He's got
I
big
feel
arms
faster.
though.
I feel more explosive. Not only is that improving, but my mental as well. The fact that I'm getting up every single day, 7 a.m., getting in the gym, I can't even describe it, man. It's helping me so much in life right now.
Great day to be great today.
Exactly.
Great day to be great.
It is. So if you guys don't know, this is Ian. Not that I paused it for him. He's actually the president of this training facility here. D had actually reached out to him in relation to, you know, getting the best out of him, because there's a lot of other NFL players that have came here, like Terrell Suggs, and a lot of their jerseys on this back wall here, and this guy trains them.
So about 4 to 6 steps of just attacking down to the ground, taking your time on the ground.
Strong, not fast.
You're gonna be fast.
Strong will equal fast.
Okay, gotta get those speed up.
What I gotta fix?
Yes, sir. Get those sprint mechanics. Come on now. Just like it's track. Just like it's track, baby.
You can feel fast again. Feel fat and slow for a lot of months.
The dad bod. The dad bod was weighing him down. Weighing him down.
And although the workouts are extremely intense and I hate every single moment of these, y'all know the mad scientist Ian. He was very quiet when things first started. But now we growing to get to know each other a little bit more. I'm getting to know all the characters in the gym. Everyone's getting loose. Ian's cracking jokes now, which is crazy. I didn't even know
That's how you know you're a little
joke. He's
comfortable,
so
right?
quiet.
Oh, again, another ad. Don't worry, it's just the ad blocker. I have no idea what the joke is, but... Nice.
And even though, you know, we joke around, we have fun and this and that, Ian's always there to keep me accountable.
Yes,
and
sir.
crash me out with this workout, because, boy, I'm telling you, this leg workout was tough.
Yes, sir. Here we go. Nice little leg workout. I mean, I'm sure he's probably going to be working a lot of legs. He's training to be a kicker in the NFL, so...
I feel it, boy.
Okay.
They upping the weight on me, too.
Front squat 2 plates? Front squat 2 plate. I mean, he does have the body that he could do it. Front squat's definitely a lot better. Front squat's definitely... Oh, and there's definitely a plate on the outside, too. Oh, man, I would die.
Get up off me, big bitch.
I would die.
What we got next? Single leg back.
Single leg back, okay.
I know I'm up right now. I thought that nigga said single leg basket weave. Like what? What?
Leg days, my least favorite days. But
Really?
again,
I'm a big leg day
you
guy.
get stronger by doing things you don't want to do. It's
That's
very
true. That's
much
true.
right here. It's in the mind. If you go in there with a mindset like this, I'm about to make this
That's
work
true.
out my bitch. Can't nothing defeat me. I'm a
I got to go in with the mentality that this workout should have never been created. Because I'm going to squash it like a tomato in the politest way possible.
overcome this. You know, I feel like you could get
Oh,
through a
man.
lot of
I'm excited to see when he kicks in front of the
leg workout right here,
NFL
this leg
coach.
press.
That'll be exciting. Because he's working out right now.
Just have a moment of silence from you real quick.
Leg press? Leg press? Leg press, Leg press ain't that bad. I mean, I don't know how much weight he's got on it, but it ain't that bad. Bulletproof in the knees. Nice.
your way. Hold it. Be straight. Hold it.
Ooh, he's doing like hypers, like a reverse hyper. That's crazy. That's crazy what he's doing it with too.
Push it away. Hold it. Hold it. Keep holding.
Gotta straighten that back. It seems like damn. His
I think
back,
that's
his
my least
post chain.
favorite out of everything we do.
His posterior chain has got to be shot.
This ain't nothing. Yeah, the whole 45, but guess what? About to make that 45.
Another 45. Another 45, baby.
Full range now. Control it down. Full range. Here we go.
Nice. It's not too bad. That's 4 plates. Granted, those might actually be 80 pound plates.
Just wait.
Those might have been 80 pound plates.
He had a lot of front squats. He had some ball of foot leg presses, some lateral work with the slide board, and a little bit of work on dorsiflexion and some hamstring work.
nice.
So
Okay.
now he's just getting ready, making him his post-workout shake, getting him fueled up and recovered.
Getting
and
him
that's another Monday down.
And how y'all know I'm committed is the same day where I almost died, killing my legs, went to meet the guru, the master of kicking Gary's honor, and got a kicking workout in as well.
Okay. It's got to be so weird doing like kicking stuff with like an NFL coach or something like that.
I like the way you warmed up with the soccer ball. But when you were doing that, what were you working on?
Definitely just contact with the ball, whipping the leg a little bit.
You want to have a purpose to whatever you're going to do. Like when Aubrey came out, he warmed up with a soccer ball, the same thing. And I said, what are you working on? But this guy told him about keeping his head down. I said, well, I'm never going to tell you that.
Remember the eyes drill.
But see, you weren't doing that there. You were just kicking hard.
So Gary's honor is...
Okay, so I understand. Here's the thing. Like, I understand, like, usually the professionals, they usually know a lot. They have a lot of knowledge. The hard thing is, like, I don't like, and I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this as a coach or like with a coach, but I always hate that coaches always work at absolutes, you know? Like it's this or nothing. If you're not doing it, then you're not doing what I want you to do. Like I get that. Like there's to a point like, hey, like it's got to have intention, of course, but he's like, I would never tell you that, you know? And like, mind you, maybe he's coached like the best kickers of all time, you know? But there definitely are coaches out there, and maybe you guys can agree again, where it's like, well, I wouldn't teach you that. You know, there was like a coach that I had that like didn't want to warm up. It was just like, go run. Okay. So he never warmed up, you know, but another coach would be like, no, we're going to have you warm up. And it's an idiot. You know, both coaches think that they're idiots, you know, it's like, I learned that from one and they're like, I'm not going to teach you that. And then the other one, regardless.
Just a legendary figure in the kicking community.
Okay.
And
So
to be honest, he's done so much that I would be doing a disservice if I don't pull up his Wikipedia
Gary
right now.
Zahner.
So he was a coach starting in 1979 for BYU, San Diego State, New Mexico State, Long Beach State, Minnesota Vikings, Baltimore Ravens, Arizona Cardinals, and California Redwoods, special teams coordinator. He's also a kicking consultant starting in the 1980s for the Eagles, the Browns, the Chargers, the Niners, the Bears, the Chiefs, the Seahawks, New York Giants, and some of the notable figures he's worked with. Brandon Aubrey, right now he's in Money in the League.
He's
the
Dallas
Cowboys. Matt Gay. Literally any kicker in the league, you name him, Gary Zahner's worked with him.
Okay. That was a little punchier, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about everything else.
Well, you don't think about anything else. It's a soccer ball. Donald's definitely got talent, so now it's a matter of putting in the hard
Gary's
work.
on it. He's got
and getting.
You know, this guy's a legend when he's got an own like puffy vest with his own name on it. He's got Coach Zahner on it. That's crazy.
The same swing and being as proficient as a Brandon Aubrey, a Matt Gay. And one thing I tried to get him to do, Donald.
Why are those the only two names that came up? Has he like coached anyone significant, like Matt Prater, like Daniel Carlson, or his brother, like kind of like new blood? You know, is he like Coach Justin Tucker, Sebastian Janikowski?
I tried to get him to kick this like this. Brandon Aubrey was a soccer player, so was Matt Gay. They kicked this without thinking, so I'm trying to get him to kick this without thinking.
Without
One step,
proper kicking
left,
shoes,
right.
to be honest.
Start toed out, step toed out, hit it, say eyes. And how easy is it to walk down? Now see, you're pretty much wearing out this spot with your kicking leg. So balls are gonna go straight. Eyes, skip. Now, you only pushed one ball so far, that's good.
That's good.
Eyes. All right, now you kick that one harder. That's the next drill.
And I've worked with Coach Zahner in the past, like years and years ago.
Okay.
And he has not changed one bit. He has all these little eccentric,
Bro's got that tripod with the
coaching
camera
and teaching that he does. He has his
He's measuring it out. Okay.
VHS camera that he
my
sets
God.
up. He sets up cones.
Bro's like got like 3 different cords just to try and get it onto the modern day like PC.
in certain ways.
He's got
Like
little
he really,
floppinesses
really
in there.
dumbs
Or
down the drills
similar
and takes
aspect.
you back to the very beginning so that you could build it back up the right way.
So all you're doing is repetition, repetition for what we're talking about.
I like
the
that he's got the
perfect
tape on the
swing.
back
'Cause
of
now
the
when
ball.
you started with the soccer ball, you had a
That's
real
a cool
punchy,
aspect.
and you were swinging hard. Now in kicking, you only have to swing
Nice.
hard enough to make them all.
That's a bar you just dropped.
Right?
And typically, like,
I don't
I'm
know
very
what the bar
eager
was, but it
about
sounded
when I
dope.
work out. So I'm
It
always trying to
rhymed.
Kick 1,000 footballs and keep kicking and booting and booting and booting and booting. But Coach Zahner is different, bro.
He's different.
how
He's
hard do you
different.
think-
He's different. How you say? It's this.
You kick that.
That one,
You went after it, right?
70, 75.
Why would you have to kick 75% on a 45-yard field goal?
I shouldn't.
No.
It's an ego thing. You want to blast it above the net.
No,
and
that's
all.
your ego. My ego would be I
Make the
try
kick.
to not miss.
We kick
What does that mean? I would never. I'm struggling to understand. I know that might not have solidified like what his like legacy or like how good he was or like his brain. But I didn't understand like, well, like, yeah, we're training. I'm probably not going to kick 100% all the time. I probably wouldn't get along with this coach, but also I'm not in the NFL. Maybe I got to start my Project NFL Jared edition.
probably like 10 to 12 balls. And right when I want to kick the one extra ball, he's like, all right, shut it down. Let's go in the shed. Let's go watch film. Let's go see what you're doing.
This is kind of a
Watching
a
film
crunch
now, okay.
forward. You see this? If you look at yourself compared to him, see his hip can come up.
It's going through the ball.
Now, even though his left arm is a little, across his body, but just look at his torso. If you look at his head, see his head's going up. Your head is kind of going forward. So you're kicking more in a driving phase.
Look
And
at he's able to
lifting
pull
them
up the
up.
footage
I
though.
would
That's
like
good.
to say I'm a great kicker. Obviously, there's things to improve on, but Coach Zahner is breaking me down all the way. Like, he's telling me I'm a cruncher. I should eliminate my crunch. Basically, my body is going
Leaning
down
in,
like this when
okay.
I kick. He likes to compare me to a pecking chicken.
Okay, so give me your
Like
leg.
yeah, that's.
Okay. There you
Oh,
go.
this would be really
Now,
odd.
come here. Okay, now lift your leg. There you go.
It ain't going nowhere.
Well, you can't finish.
Basically, he's saying I have to get rid of that. I have to eliminate that. I have to stand
Okay.
tall.
Yep.
I have to be able to get my hips through the ball.
Watching the video, he's what I call a quick study. He saw it, he went out and performed it, and he
Nice,
saw
okay,
the
he's
changes
definitely-
that
definitely more
occurred from
upright.
the beginning of the lesson.
He's kicking more upright first and foremost. It seems like he's doing better. I don't mean to interrupt like the monologue here, but is he kicking 75% now?
To the end of the lesson. Guy, go get it. Eyes up, and
nice kickoff.
There you go. Because he's used to being
Nice.
what I call a cruncher, and I'm trying to make him a more natural style
Okay.
of a kicker.
So like I
More-
said, Gary
more-
Zahner
more
has
soft,
the pulse.
more
He has his
casual.
finger
Okay.
on everything kicking, and he hosts
Yes,
these
sir.
kicking combines, which he invites free agents and guys who want to make it pro, guys like myself who have dreams and aspirations of playing,
could
and
be
they're invite
interesting. That
only.
could be
He
interesting.
needs to, come in and compete.
Yes, sir.
And that's the best way to do it. By the time March 9th comes around for the free agent combine, he's ready to go in front of the NFL coaches.
And I think that's where I'm gonna make my money, and I'm gonna prove myself, and I'm gonna show the world that I'm not just no YouTuber. I'm not just no guy that's been capping on the internet saying I could kick or editing my videos. Like it's gonna be when I put all my talent and everything I work for on the line.
So I would think that if
Okay.
he's kicking like this and he kicks off better, then it comes down to if teams are going to take a chance on. How old are you? 27? On a 27-year-old
Damn, he doesn't look
superstar.
27 though. Damn. Okay. Ooh. Project NFL episode 2, Nationers. Damn. Okay, Nationers. I am very excited for episode 3 after watching this episode. I've heard some news about some things that have happened in it, so I'm excited to watch it when it comes out. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss it. And most importantly, Nationers, make sure you do everything at a 100%. Or don't. Have you guys ever been scammed before? Just like ever? If you guys are on vacation, maybe getting hustled, whatever type of scam that you've been a part of, whether that's like Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo or what we're about to talk about that has actually fooled millions of Americans. I'm talking about the scam that tricked millions of athletes. And of course, that bled into America, because I have seen this and I have wore this. Here we go.
In the late 2000s, two companies took over the world of sport.
Oh yeah.
Most steps says
Only
Luis
to
Jose
consider
High.
having to repay
Nationmerch.com.
customers millions of dollars for allegedly selling a product that did nothing. Yet thousands of athletes.
Imagine literally it's just like a... I know exactly what this band is that they're going to refer to. The claims that they had a part of their service, absolutely ridiculous, and it's so funny how they got away with it.
Not only used them, they loved them and swore by them.
Oh my God,
Alex
is that what I think it
Rodriguez,
is?
David Beckham, Ronaldo,
Oh, yeah.
Bryce Harper, Robert De Niro, Lindsay Lohan, and even Bill Clinton.
Ah, yes. The athlete, Bill Clinton. He's getting a lot of cardio in.
And all wore these. A woman from Canada, not
This is
even
so funny.
knowing
In
what it was,
2011,
had her
2011.
chronic pain from 2 wrist surgeries completely disappear after putting one of these on. It healed.
What type of pseudoscience is this? Imagine having like chronic like wrist arthritis.
Most steps
I
says
don't know, from like playing the
126
piano or playing the viola. Pretty bold back guy. Can't lie.
And after battling neck pain for 4 years, Kurt Schilling said he put one of these on and it felt a stiff neck sense. It altered.
I don't know if this is like placebo or not. Like this might actually be like one of the biggest placebo effects like ever. Oh my God.
Wear or say any of those things.
That's crazy. The power balance, the power balance band or whatever they're called, that thing had God in its wrist, like able to fix anything. God sent it down in a freaking helicopter, cargo ship. You know how dumb of a statement you'd have to be? Like, you know, like how we make fun of like people who are like palm readers or like people are like, oh my God, like a psychic or whatnot. You know, we're like, oh, there maybe there's some through line there, but maybe not. Or like people that do tarot cards, like stuff like that. Like that is kind of like maybe can be a little bit more broad. Maybe this is like legit like that, but in a product.
These claims come from several different explanations of power balance, found on archived versions of their website.
The Wayback Machine, that's crazy.
2007 to 2009. When these
they didn't last
made,
long, to say the least.
Nobody had ever even heard of them. A few years later, pretty much every single athlete in the world would be wearing their
Carmelo
product.
had
But at
3.
the
That's how you
time,
know he's
a
repping.
completely different company was dominating the space.
I know
necklaces
exactly what
were
this
a
is.
phenomenon. Originally created in the 80s by a Japanese chiropractor slash holistic medicine practitioner.
Oh, holistic? Didn't we just talk about that?
Practitioner.
I hope
They
this brand didn't last
transformed
long.
from a line of magnetic tape, clothing,
Magnetic
and even
tape,
shampoo into a necklace.
They're like the Stanley
According
Cup
to Fight,
of the 80s?
The secret ingredient was aqua titanium. According to archived versions of their website, they discovered a groundbreaking technology that for the first time ever could make the metal titanium dissolvable into water.
I'm no scientist, but isn't that like near impossible?
Called it aqua titanium and claimed when worn on the body could penetrate a person's muscles and increase their health levels. From a science,
I bet you people were breaking world records like left and right. I bet you that was what happened. They're like, oh my God, you set the world record. This is what you wore. I'm no holistic doctor, but
scientific perspective, this was controversial.
You don't
But
say.
after
Power
years,
balance, fighting.
Finally found their
How do you
target
spell, like,
market.
fighting
Baseball
like
was
that?
perfect for a product like fighting.
Yep,
a sport
yep,
that
a
is
lot of
obsessed
baseball
with
players.
superstitions that make absolutely no sense.
Baseball's got,
Kirk
like,
Wendell
they got a
would
lot
brush
of
his teeth
accessories, you know what
in
I'm saying?
between innings, every single inning, because he thought it made him better at baseball. The Yankees in 2009 were convinced a golden thong had powers, so when a player got into a slump, they would wear a golden thong that the entire team shared. And
oh, that was not the information that I was expecting to hear out of that. I didn't know that it was like a group thong.
And even though Mark McGwire
not as nasty
went
as the
from
golden
this
thong
size
that's
in high
a
school
group
to
worn.
being 6'5", 245 pounds, he wore the exact same cup he had in high school his entire major league career. He thought that...
Bro is chafing, by the way.
helped him hit home runs. So the idea that a necklace filled with liquid metal could somehow
Liquid
help
metal.
on the
I mean,
field
yeah, I've
performance
seen so many.
wasn't
I've seen
really
people even
that
wear that
crazy.
like
The
less
notion
than
that they
10
would
years
create
ago.
a multi-million
I
dollar
think more of the
industry
accessory, to be honest.
was crazy. The fighting necklace.
By the way, if
first
you guys
gained
see any
traction
of
in
the
professional
the
baseball
missing
in
frames,
Japan.
I have an
The
app
story
locker.
goes
Sorry,
that Randy
YouTube.
Johnson is the origin of fighting coming to America.
Love to
he
see it, though.
discovered them while playing in an MLB versus MPB exhibition in Japan.
Superstition,
in 2000.
baby.
Then brought them to MLB,
Oh my
where they
God.
slowly
Randy
spread
Johnson.
until the
What a name.
2004 Red Sox.
Okay, congratulations, Red Sox. You guys won. You know, I mean, you could blame Randy Johnson. You cannot blame Randy Johnson for this fiasco. But Randy Johnson is like nearly the perfect name for somebody promoting a product, like fighting. Let alone any product, that is. Randy Johnson also sounds like a holistic doctor name.
Schilling was supposed to be out for the playoffs with an ankle injury, then got an experimental ankle surgery invented by a Red Sox trainer.
Okay,
He became
invented.
The first person
Imagine
ever to receive
inventing
this
a
surgery
certain
and
type of
didn't
surgery.
do
That's
it
crazy.
In a hospital. He got this experimental surgery inside the
Willie
Red
Gates
Sox
says 1 2
training
3
room
1 2
the
4
day
1
before
7
he
2
had to
6
pitch
2
in
6
the
2 6 2 6 2 5 2 6 8 2 8 4 6 3 6 1 6 7 2 8 2 8 4 7 3 6 1 5 6 2 3 7 8 2 6 2 5 3 6 8 8 8
wild.
8
That is
69.
wild. Imagine like something like this going down. I don't know if there's been any surgeries like this, like on the ankle again. But just like imagine so many people just watching
and showing it any
oh
chance
my
they
God.
got throughout.
Okay, so this is the Taylor Swift before the Taylor Swift. This guy literally had surgery in a training room facility so Taylor Swift could run. Got it.
The
Okay.
entire game.
Got it.
And all these cameras fixated on Schilling also picked up his brand new fighting necklace.
Yeah, my fighting
exposing
necklace.
This new product
Yo,
to
I broke my
millions.
freaking ankle and
In
needed
fact,
some surgery
multiple
just
Red
to
Sox
promote
in
this band.
2004 were fighting as they went on one of the most infamous runs in baseball history to break the curse of the Bambino. This was the beginning of a marketing breakthrough for fighting. In
So Randy
2005,
Johnson and this guy's
MLB
ankle are
exploded.
responsible
Over
for this brand
200 MLB players were
scamming
wearing
millions of
fighting.
athletes.
And fighting wasn't even
The entire
paid.
MLB.
Players genuinely liked them. Jose Lopez said he felt happier when wearing it.
What? But imagine actually saying like I'm wearing a product. I'm like, I actually feel happier wearing this. That's like something you hear in like Camp Rock.
Andy Chavez said he thought he had more energy when he was wearing it. And Mariners outfielder Chris Snelling, who was battling wrist pain, said he would wear these at night and wake up with no wrist pain whatsoever.
All because of the
All of a
aqua
sudden,
titanium.
was getting tens of millions
I love that.
of dollars
I love that. That's
worth of
amazing.
free exposure from major leaguers who loved wearing them and genuinely believed in them. The first month of the season in 2005.
I wonder what those people think now. Like now that it's kind of like come out that like, yo, bro, you're kind of not on one. You're not really thinking straight. I really genuinely. By the way, I've actually ran on this course. This is Fenway Park. I actually ran here on a Spartan race, by the way. Videos out on my second channel, by the way. I'll make sure to link it for you guys. This whole fiasco, imagine just like coming down to earth and being like, oh, frick, maybe my neck pain isn't actually fixed. Oh my God, maybe my wrist arthritis is coming back. Oh God.
Fighting sold 3,500 necklaces.
Okay, so this is
in
before
America.
Power Band,
By
like genuinely.
August, their sales were 7 times higher.
Damn.
Fightins were sold in every sporting goods store, at every elementary school recess, and every single
I watched
baseball
like
field
every
in
baseball
America,
player wear this.
from Little League to the major leagues. They started selling tape and patches to help specific areas of discomfort. They created the Tornado,
The Aqua
combining
Titanium.
2 Fightins into one, becoming
Let me guess. Double the relief?
a signature look everywhere. For a little extra money, you could get the X30, which according to Fightin'
For
had a
$30?
concentration of aqua titanium 30 times higher than the standard aqua titanium for even more effectiveness.
Okay, hear me out. There's a band and there's a way that I can actually get these, double them up, and then make them twice the power. So what about if I get 2 of these, and now I have 60 times the concentration? Just food for thought. That's all.
Fightin' were selling necklaces that were as much as $168 on their website, and they were flying off the shelf.
No way.
Yet, there doesn't seem to
160 $100+. That's like food for like a week.
Be a single medical professional not affiliated with the company that thought these things did anything. During their rise in popularity, article after article.
By the way, this is just the fighting one. Wait until you guys hear about the power band. That hit more than just like basketball.
Completely. Yet in many
like
of
one
these
sport
same articles were random people not being paid by fighting, swearing it improved their lives, saying it made them better at surfing, kids saying they didn't get tired after sports practice anymore, and people in their
probably didn't work hard enough, huh?
saying it helped with carpal tunnel and allowed them to work out 5 times a week. In the past, Fighting's website claimed they prevented injury, eliminated pain, called Aqua Titanium effective against tendinitis, headaches,
tendinitis is pretty nice. I got a little bit of tendinitis. Okay.
But once they became popular in America, they backed off these claims. Perhaps worried about potential lawsuits, a Fighting representative now said that they, quote, made no medical claims.
Okay. I like the little backtracking that they had there. They were like, wow, this thing like cures cancer, but we can't guarantee that. You may be cured from cancer, but if you're wearing it at the same time, we can say that it helped cure your cancer. That's just a bold ass claim.
Saying it's just a cool sports product.
Cool sports item.
Promising crazy health benefits.
Once they got the cells, oh my god,
it was a scam, and they just became even more popular, selling over $200 million worth of products in 2009.
I wonder how many people bought the $200 necklace. Like a collector's item. This thing will go crazy in today's market. If something like this in today's day and age, placebo at the Yang Yang, people are going to be like, oh my god, I'm finally 6 foot tall.
Or a Fighting. People wanted them. If they didn't work, they usually didn't care because they just thought they looked cool.
You get some like Supreme on that. You get some like Louis and Gucci. This
got results. From a
collector's item for sure.
Fighting had an amazing model. However, in America, they were mostly limited to the baseball community. So a company called Power Balance saw an opportunity. Morphing into a bracelet in 2008, the product saw absolutely no success until then, but their co-founder worked at the famous Elite 11 quarterback camp. There, he started pitching
Alrighty, Nation, is at 7 a.m. I'm gonna go get some sleep. You guys should too. Thank you guys again so much for tuning into today's sleep streams. They were short but sweet. And hopefully tomorrow I will be able to make these a little bit longer for you guys. And I love you. And I hope that you guys will take care of yourself, whether that's health-wise, sleep-wise, emotionally, physically, anything like that. So, Nationers, I will see you guys tomorrow for day 7 of the sleep streams. The final day. Nearly there. Woo.